Twisted Minds ends up losing this one, which obviously Geek in control with. Like, what do they have to work with, right? So we see here, obviously, Neon Junction, that's the map we're currently in. It's a Geek map pick since they've lost the last two. A game 4 and 5 would take place on, you got a New Queen Street, Coliseo, Dorado, Circuit, or Junkertown. You do have the ability to get rid of the Sigma on one of those. Potentially, right? Could you even see them get rid of the Bastion if that becomes an issue, kind of dealing with the Reinhardt? So, you kind of said, like, maybe with Sim TP and the Rhine, any map. So Rhine map, I don't think they're to the same level, though. Like, Antarctic Peninsula and New Junk City are, like, pretty good maps for Rhine, like, just in terms of their overall layout. So, yeah, I wouldn't say the same as any of our, 5 remaining maps.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think with the Sim, I think Ryan should play pretty well on both of the push maps, actually.
Oh.
I think being able to come up to those high grounds with the Sim TP could be pretty interesting. Coliseo does present a lot of these wide open long angles. I still think Ziad is
I just slipped through it.
That tank matchup is brutal into the Rhine. Like, you just can't control the Rhine. That's what you need. You need damage threat on the Rhine so that he's scared to swing the hammer. He has to play slow and hold the shield, which ultimately, doesn't work forever for Ryan, right? He eventually runs out of gas in those kind of long fights. He needs to find the opportunity to go for plays and look for pins. Or maybe it's, the Orisa is like the OG counter where you just spear the Ryan out of his charges, you fortify the Shatter, you spin and push him into a corner. Ziad, we know he can pile those heroes, but what will be their read? Maybe you could also bring out a completely different look, but the really big threat is that, like, because this comp is all fixed aside from the tank, if you try to go some crazy, like, you go Pharah, you try to, like, poke the Rhine, do some weird dive comp, Tiven just goes Diva and you lose. Like, he is so ready for you to bring out any of those cheeky little greedy heroes. So to have both of those, both Rhine and Diva, it's like their counters are, in a way, they're kind of opposite choices. You go to the as good as Orisa can be in that matchup, you go to Orisa, and TMNT's right to Diva. So happy for it.
Yep, sounds like we're getting Simple to maybe restart his PC at the moment. So once that gets all ready to go, we'll be able to jump back into this game.
Some of our viewers were late on the drops, and they said, "You know what? I'm gonna fix that here, right now." Everybody's got the opportunity.
Let me uninstall my graphics drivers real quick in the middle of the match.
Speaking of drops, gotta connect your Battle.net account. We could be sitting here vamping all day, and you won't get a thing if you don't connect the BNAT, baby. You gotta get these eSport loot boxes, the MAGA OWCS skins, the MAGA belt buckle with the OWCS. I'm a big fan. I'm a collector of these skins, the OWCS skins. So gotta have the latest.
Many people have
MAGA
said they
looks.
would watch you talk continuously for 12 hours for that eSports loot box.
Many people have said. I think maybe my mom is the only person to do that.
It's like that's the only person be clapping in applause. But yeah, the MAGA skins are sweet. Anyway, I still think we got a lot of time left in the season, but those Battle Pass tier skips getting closer towards those end always come in clutch. So great time to be a Overwatch esports fan, right? We got a lot coming down, for the rest of the season for OWCS.
I gotta do my support placements, Matt. I got my DPS placement, my tank placement. Gotta get the support games in. It's been a while. So it's the Jake Mercy, the Jake Break. We should hit a duo. We should hit a duo.
Yeah, duo. That would go hard. You could play.
I'll pocket you. Play like Soldier or Cassie. I'll pocket you on Mercy. That'll be a good time. That'll be a good time.
Yeah, me and Sideshow once we did it. One time we told one of the devs that's what we did. They were like, "Oh, that's fun. Like, was it in like a quick play?" And I was like,
"You're like, yes,
maybe
quick play.
Maybe not.
I only mess around in quick play."
What a time! But guys, we're gonna take a quick break here. Allow Simple to kind of get his PC all sorted out, and then jump back into Neon Junction. We'll have that right on the other side of this quick break.
Okay, we're right back into the mix, guys. We've got the
Astro's
PC
dead.
issues. So, oh my, funny, he didn't make it out.
No, he barely made it through the pause. Yeah, so good we get Simple back in. Sounds like just gonna even got a fresh install, so everything I know all clean, ready to go. Twisted Mind's in a bad spot here though, Jake, right? Below 2 minutes to go. I mean, what, overclock plus orbital ray? Is TD&T now gonna go away from the Ram and just gonna go over and play Sig, mirrored up?
TB out. Tried to be caught, but Timoth wasn't quite ready for it. Yubi slips away, but still getting poked down at range. Alfie picking up a ton on the back of this fight. And Funny Astro, maybe not out of trouble just yet. Ziad thinks better of chasing that deep around the corner past enemy spawn, but opportunity to really be aggressive on these corners. And I mean, there's just no margin for error now for Twisted Minds. GK with so many chances to close this one out. I mean, a draw is, honestly, you're starting to feel like the best you could do for TM.
Yeah, I mean, considering also the amount of time that GK kind of set on their offense, a lot of ultimates dumped in. Ziad dangerously low. It'll be the orbital ray here.
Nice TP out.
Comes on through, but yeah, yet again, we've been highlighting him throughout the series. Alfie doing a great job with Kellex, just kind of getting this team out of dodge at really tough moments.
Yeah, TM just can't stick on these targets. Alfie getting pretty torqued up early on the sim. The beat in aggressive, not respecting the ultimates on the board for Twisted Minds, and Quartz already down. Tivit also burned down while he's casting the Flux, and what a call from Kellex. I mean, he's got beat. He's up against OC and Flux. I mean, he has to know it too, so he beats aggressively, knowing that if you don't get kills in the first few seconds, those two ultimates will come down like a ton of bricks and ruin you. Twisted Minds just don't see the chance to get it off. They get overwhelmed now, and Kellex can kind of work his way towards the next beat. They can kind of even throw a fight away, and this isn't even a free one now for TM.
No. I mean, you'll have a rush mirror, right? Sim wall for both teams. Quartz with the OC is, that is huge, as they find Kellex as maybe not able to exit with the rest of the team. They'll have to back all the way up, so this gives TM some new life here to potentially complete this second checkpoint.
It's going to come down to one fight. Quartz wants to end it before it even begins, but there's so much card time to give up. Ooh, he gets an angle on the side, but Ziad ready to mark it, almost able to turn it around for a kill on Quartz. Happy to get away with his life. Here comes Simple, keeping the pressure with the rush. Artillery shells right on top of Lambda. What an accretion from Ziad to set up that play. And this map over and done with. DK make their mark on the series with a dominant Neon Junction.
All right, so 2 maps in the last time these two teams met up. The first 2 went over to Twisted Minds, then GK able to pull the reverse sweep. Kind of maybe the same story here. GK gets 1 on the board, still a long way to go, but they kind of dominated here on Neon Junction.
Surely not again for the tournament life, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it would be obviously a huge surprise, right? But I mean, still, I know DK has been, proven at least at this point, it would be very difficult to beat on these like Sigma-based comps.
Yeah, I mean, we see in the Sigma mirror, this is maybe why the Rhine needs to come out, because it's not a mirror that Twisted Minds are comfortable on. And DK, this is where they cut their teeth. Them grinding this matchup into Virtus Pro have become just incredible experts at it. You see it in the execution. You see it in Alpha Yi Symmetra, tangoing with the very best of them. Ziad, so fearless on this Sigma, willing to dive in and get aggressive, even pulls out the Diva at times to finish things off. A little bit of flex from the Libda. You love to see it on the May. Great look to finish off the map. And in the end, Twisted Minds, they can write this one off. They've been winning with the Rhine all series. Rhine gets banned. Okay, they drop a map. Now the ball's back in Twisted Minds' court. They can run what's been winning for them, and it's up to GK to find the change. If this is like maps 1 or 2, it'd be unbelievable that Twisted Minds couldn't close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious where they decide to take us, TM. I do wonder if it's one of those push maps, whether it be Coliseo or New Queen Street, and then kind of keep that escort problem to solve last. Is maybe that's where you're able to kind of get.
Take us through our various pauses in Neon Junction. This was my favorite.
Look at all
one.
the pauses.
Let's go back to look at this.
Orbital
Accretion
ray.
hits.
That's
boom,
sick.
Boom.
Nobody able to make it out.
I don't think you find those connections with the artillery, right, without that accretion. And I mean, the fight's just over and done with from there. Great team play, great coordination.
Dorado.
And Dorado is the pick. Matt, Dorado is a ride map.
Dorado. Okay, sell me on it.
It is. I mean, every map's a ride map, but Dorado post rework is genuinely pretty playable for Ryan into the Sigma poke mirror, which I'm assuming is going to be the defensive look for GK, but it's hard to say. And also on defense, I think Ryan genuinely is insane on like first point and third, where you can just camp chokes on Ryan and like it's very hard to get past them. They're like Dorado first point essentially funnels down to two very small choke points where there's the cart path and there's a little flank on the right side. And Ryan can easily mark both of those. So I do think this is absolutely winnable. TM opening ban Juno. I guess this is a support protect. Maybe they really want Lucio. Unless they're just going completely off the wall and they're protecting Cat and they're going to go Cat Bastion here, which, well, you could do it. Matt, this is exactly how you lost last time, is you go Cat Bastion.
That was
you can have the
that's
answer.
the exact series as last time, yes.
Exactly, and they just deal with the Cat Bastion. It doesn't get value. Things slip away, and I love the Diva ban because that's exactly what Divot would want to play here on this map, to be able to play the verticality, you know, to play alone against Cat Bastion. So GK smell this out. They see that Juno ban. They see it's a protect for Cat, and they attack one of the other key combo pieces. And on a must-win map now, and you go to push after this, where the escort pretty interesting, but you can make it to map 5. You can get to push. I mean, that is starting to look pretty scary for Twisted Minds, right? They're starting to sweat, feeling another reverse sweep potentially coming on, but we're not there yet. Of course, you got to get through Dorado just to see the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it, like, you kind of want the Sigma in if you're going to play the Rhine. Like, that's kind of the matchup you would want. You wouldn't want to ban the Sigma, force the to play, like, Ramatra, and then try and play it into it. It would probably be maybe a little easier for GK to deal with, where the Juno ban, I think I agree with you in that, like, you kind of look at what GK's, they banned the Bastion, they haven't banned the Cat yet, right? So potentially that is kind of what they would look to here.
I wonder though, because Twisted Minds without the Diva, like, what are they gonna do here? I mean, it's actually, I don't really see it. I wonder if the Diva ban is so powerful, it might even force them to back down from the strat. I'd rather see them play Rhine here, honestly. I think they have a better odds on it. Attack first though, I mean, that's definitely the more difficult side if you want to play one of those sim comps on Dorado. I mean, the TP is great, but I mean, you need it just to get up to the high ground. It's harder to make plays, and you know, the Cat Bastion is going to be the look for Twisted Minds, but I feel like we've seen this story before, Matt. We saw it in the last time these teams clashed.
Yeah.
DK, them being so solid dealing with Quartz Bastion is pretty much exactly what brought them back in the reverse sweep.
And I think GK has a good read on this, right? Because Kelix is playing the Mizuki, which we've not really seen him play much at all. So
he wasn't good against VP though. He was very solid,
very good.
right? So they've been tested in this composition, and they've looked good against, I think, the best team in EMEA right now, although obviously it's close here at the top. UB on the far, though, could add an interesting complication. Alpha E Sim is definitely going to be under some serious scrutiny now.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I wonder if he's going to commit to this Pharah, or if we're going to see him go back to the spawn and swap.
Maybe, though. I mean, I actually don't mind the Pharah here. It's a lot of free space to poke. Bastion is going to be more worried about dealing with your Cat Bastion than he really has time to poke up into the sky. They're going to yield the high ground control, but this is almost always the setup that you were going to go for regardless. Twisted Minds not seeing the window to get aggressive. Lambda does take some early poke, but he's playing confident. He's playing out in the open, ready to take an aggressive trade if Quartz does swing in for a commitment. Oh, and a beam down on UB. The form comes out a little late, but the cleanse stabilizes Lepta, looks up, marks the form trade, and there's no chance for Quartz to get in. I mean, this is how I expect the match to go. It's like, it feels like you're hoping for Lepta to make some kind of a mistake here, but none are forthcoming. Steady hands.
Yeah, I mean, or you're trying to get like with the poke damage of like the Pharah in combination with damage from the Bastion, maybe you're trying to get like Sigma to use Grasp and just kind of like then to use your turret form and kind of work him down as Quartz now.
Cat has great angles here though. I mean, this is
sick.
This is pretty nasty. He's trying to bait that form out trade. Comes out with the Kitsune Rush on the ground. Quartz, you're wild for peeking this one. Gets absolutely burned. UB finds the sim, but I mean, Alfie, the damage is done. The front line starting to get overwhelmed. Hold on, the Accretion comes in. Clutch kill from Tiva. Does take away that frontliner. They can find some late kills on these late spawners, but actually I don't think they can, so they'll be working without the tank. There's a little bit of a power play for Twisted Minds, but Tivit even gonna get taxied. Oh no, it's actually Quartz getting taxied off the spawn, so you do get through the choke decently as the attackers here, but GK are still here with a big bang for.
I mean, the Sanctuary here is going to be crazy from Kellex, right? Barrage, like, you know, a lot of just projectiles. Yeah, well, they lose Simple here early on. That is a large source of healing. They will end up losing Lambda. It's a lot of the damage, though. That's going to be going down towards UB and Quartz up in the sky.
Quartz is in the run there. He gets dropped off. Wrong neighborhood, man. I don't know how that happened. A little bit of a slip-up, maybe, from Funny Astro and co. Leaves him behind, and that actually takes away what was a chance here for TM. I don't really see them fighting without Bastion.
This feels brutal for Twisted Minds, man. I mean, obviously you had to go to one of these escort maps, but you know, kind of seeing this comp does not inspire confidence at the moment. Now everybody's on the flank here.
UB's looking for the outside. If he could just get a barrage on one, take out maybe one of the supports, maybe the Bastion, if you can dare to dream it. The poke is good enough to force a form out, but the flux coming in. Tivit now called into question. This rock goes a little wide. Fancy footwork from him, but with Mizuki coming into overwhelm, Simple just can't quite keep the front line alive. And cracks begin to show here for Twisted Minds. I mean, it gets some good pressure for once in the back line, and then it's the commitment to the Cat Bastion. It means Tivit just doesn't have the resource to take those trades.
I mean, you have everybody else on the flank, right? I mean, UB, Quartz, and Astro on the flank. It's just Simple and TVNT there in the front line, and DK just says, okay, let's just run them down, right? And they just run them down with the Mizuki. They chain TVNT. Nothing you can do at that point.
This corner is so devastating, and Sim is like got this little room, just a fortress here. Rush comes in, a chain onto TVNT, struggling to back down. Barrage from range does drop the Bastion and bring some good splash damage to the entire team. DK keep the pressure on though, dropping the Sanctuary, doubling down on the fight without the tank. Twisted Minds still gonna look for the clutch artillery shells, this time not getting much connection to speak of. Supports keeping each other alive, but Twisted Minds, they've destabilized the setup just enough for a chance. Finn though holds his nerve, stays alive in the Curie 1v1. Feels a little desperate now for Quartz as he's looking for connections on this Bastion. TVNT back on the Maga, but we are into OT. Lauder though had to come up on the Tracer, so he needs to find kills, or else this Cat Bastion are gonna start to run rampant here. Still, DK held the line well so far. UB finds one. TVNT just barely staying alive. I can't believe it. He's lived this long. And actually, he's gonna make it for the fight. The support from TM so clean. Staying in that overrun just for the damage resist. Well done.
I mean, Maga's just, there are so many silly things that hero can do. As somehow they're able to break it this far. I think a little bit of it is kind of the way you said though, right? Lambda having to come back on the Tracer, not having that Bastion damage. It's really, you know, what's allowed them to kind of hold on defense thus far. So TM in the final moments able to get that first checkpoint. None of that was easy whatsoever though.
Movement over the top in the Bastion. What kind of response is this going to force? I mean, this is why they picked Dorado. There's so many crazy angles for Cat Bastion. If it doesn't work here, I don't know where it can work. Quartz with that tank shell perk, putting a lot of splash damage down. Peeking over the top, does just overwhelm Finn. Great little moves from Funny Astro, and Quartz with the aim to follow it up. He's going to clean house here. Losing two players, the cart continues to roll, and Alfie cuts his losses. TP's out. Good rip from him, but even a better find from Quartz is they have full control of the map right now.
It's funny. It's like you would believe that TM has all the makings to be a pretty elite Cat Bastion team, right? It's just you haven't seen it that much thus far. It'll be the artillery here.
Oh, I like the way he's using artillery.
Yeah.
He's like zoning them off the cart. If the cart rolls past this door, you're not gonna be able to hold it here anymore. Love that gameplay read. IQ from Quartz. QB though, called into question. The cleanse necessary, I think, to save him here. Rush comes out though. Maga so happy to fight on top of it, but the Sim wall mitigates a lot of the follow-up. Quartz now under scrutiny with the rest of the team turning to focus fire him down. The Bastion does drop. Traded off the field though by UB's barrage, but as the Sim wall expires, it's trouble for him to stay alive and stay in the fight. Sanctuary comes out from Kellex. He's been farming those up post-haste this game, and it will hold the line here for GK Esports. That was maybe the best chance the Twisted Minds are going to have. I mean, cage fight is their only ult, but hard to see how you use it in this matchup.
Oh, they get UV on the exit too. I mean, cage, right? You know, if you hit the barrage, maybe you're kind of thinking about that, right? No Sanctuary on the other side. I guess like Bastion in terms of like, you know, with the perk that Quartz is taken with like those kind of artillery shells can pump down a lot of splash damage in that, you know, area. That the cage can come in. I think they're going to be pretty slippery though to hunt down. Is this going to be aggressive from Quartz, putting some shells there into Lab. That air is going to be the cage. It's going to be a flux in response, which is beautiful there into the artillery from Lab. Sick play there from GK is that might be it. I mean, 10 seconds on the clock. Not even sure you're going to get a contest.
I can't actually do it, but how long will they live?
Not gonna last for long.
Yeah, Yubi's back on the Tracer, coming on the Wrecking Ball. Looks like Cat's gonna get the touch solo, leave Quartz behind. He knows this is a suicide mission, but I mean, even he won't be able to make it in on his own. Good attempt from TM. They make some decent progress on the map, but I mean, the vibes are not good, right? It feels like GK are so ready for this matchup. This is something they prepared for. They've already shown that they can beat this style. And we need to see an immaculate defense here. I mean, this is my personal favorite old combo in Overwatch. The flux into Bastional is just devastating. It's meaty, you know. Look at this, just boom, boom, boom. You know, like everything. And
yeah, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, you're already
not
so
a hero
low.
in the game that survives that. I mean, it's not happening.
I mean, Finn and Kellex both with pretty good halves there for GK. TM, so is there anything that would lead you to believe that TM maybe this comp on defense could be a little bit better?
I think it's easier on defense, in fairness, because, well, actually, it's in some ways it's easier, in some ways it's harder. You know, the attackers are going to be a little more exposed to the Cat Bastion flanks, but the other problem is that TVNT has to hold the payload, and that's the real issue in this comp, right? Is like the Bastion isn't dying, but it's TVNT who's getting overwhelmed. Like Alpha Yi Sim is the difference maker. Yubi's on this far to try and create more space and play to their comp's strengths, but the Sim is just cooking your front line. If you don't get kills, you're on a clock, and that's a terrible feeling. You know, I think especially on Escort when the cart's being threatened. Alpha Yi looking for a cheeky little Widow opener, just ghost of a chance here. But yeah, the Sim, no change here for the attackers. GK, this has worked for them pretty much every time they played this matchup into TM. And the FAR, I think, is going to feel a lot worse on defense, actually. It's you really don't have as much time to work with, and the cart's just being forced. No one's able to really change that. The spam comes in, you break the TP, but no one is able to come up and touch. And DVNT, he's scared for good reason. Quartz does swing wide on the angle, but you see how ready GK are. They just step inside of the room, get comfortable. And Bastion form isn't even committed just yet. The cart continues to roll.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to step up, right? Because
he rocks the
nice
kidding me,
accretion.
Zion?
That is sick.
Okay, I see that. We're going map 5 here. This is disgusting. Yubi trying to get into the mix. Does trade the Bastion out. Wait, hold on. The deathmatch is good from TM. Maybe EK also feeling, as I did, a little overconfident after that ridiculous rocket at Ziad. And a clutch from the remaining 4 from TM. I can't believe they brought that one back with a Cat Bastion of all comps. Nice pull.
Ziad, I mean, the start of that, I mean, he has just made so many sick plays throughout the series.
That was like
Able
the
just to get
biggest
the accretion there on the courts, and then you're able to
caster curse
this
ever.
is a huge opportunity here for GK. You have your Kitsune rush, but it's going to be matched with Simples on the other side, and TVNT put it.
Because I was like, this is over.
Oh, Yubi spam is hitting. I gotta take back what I said. He has been producing on FAR on this defense a little. Back flank. Fake TP up to the high ground. They're going to try and swing low ground through choke. Got to worry about the Yubi's barrage. Here it comes over the top. The cleanse is good, and Lab just burns him down before the cleanse expires. The flux hits everybody, but the support's working overtime from EK. Stabilized the team fight, and Twisted Mind burned out of this one. It was a great attempt to the initiation. I mean, they connected like a dream with those ultimates, but Finn, the God cleanse, hits everybody and buys just enough time for Libda to find that focus fire.
Yeah, and the Kitsune rush was massive there for Finn. I mean, you hold on to it for Twisted Mind, so you have it for this fight coming up, but you also have Ziad getting dangerously close to that flux as Cat Bastion still the name of the game here for Twisted Minds. As you see Quartz gonna taking that high ground angle. It'll be a rush here. Sanctuary TM on nice Sanctuary. Oh, it's gonna be a catnap that comes in from Funny Astro. Doesn't seem like he's able to grab anybody out of it.
Yeah, Sanctuary just too powerfully defensive. Even with the rush on the field, it's actually GK who keep on pushing forward. Quartz finds himself on a nasty little off angle. Support's trying to just keep Alfie up and into the fight. Quartz working well, even without the Cat. He's in a power position right now. Funny Astro's free to make some plays of his own, but on the low ground, they're ignoring the Bastion, and it's actually going their way. Libda
did he not
into the front line.
Yeah, and I don't think, okay, he didn't grab Quartz there for a second, then he's able to get him out to the high ground, but yeah, this has been rough for Twisted Minds. I mean, even with those, like, even with these nice high ground positions from Quartz, it doesn't even really seem to matter.
Funny Astro's got a touch, but it's so scary on the cat. You get burned down in a moment. The Mizuki chain and the Wrecking Ball. Levner, though, hold on, goes down. That's one of your key damage sources on the back of this rush. Just 3 players remaining for DK, and the roll is devastating them. They don't have the damage to clean this fight up. Hold on, Kelix and Ziad still fighting, but it just seems too much to ask for. Wait, no, hold on. Surely you can't. Okay, of course. I mean, that was dangerously close as Ziad finds that kill onto TVNT, but it does feel, I mean, like, if you don't find that pick, it's like, that fight is just done. So Twisted Mind's there on a shred of a chance. This comp matchup feels
3
so
minutes
challenging
as well. I mean, yeah, now you're on TVNT continuing to play the ball, I guess, close to Minefield.
How do you deal with
though,
Sanctuary?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, ball also really difficult to play into the Mizuki with the chain. It's going to be the artillery here from Quartz.
Okay.
Does get Kelix. You also get Alfie with the barrage. It's going to be the turret form here used by Labda. You're able to clean him up. So another fight.
Okay. Hold on.
For TM.
The Wrecking Ball, I think, is actually the perfect pick here. It's maybe the one tank hero who can actually stall the payload into this kind of overwhelming DPS. Yes, the Mizuki chain can lock you down, but at least you can kind of like spin around the card. It's not necessarily easy for Kelix to find that connection when your real goal is stall. And by continuing to force this payload in the low ground, it's giving Yubi and Quartz massive room to work. Still, though, this is going to be the tougher test. With Flux available to lock down some of these players, with the Sanctuary to force the payload, it's going to be a really tough hold for TM. Another TP straight to the payload, but Quartz has already popped the kills, and Kelix goes down.
Oh, that was a
Sanctuary
Sanctuary.
there. They're forcing this so hard on the low ground, it is not coming up their way. TM are more than ready for every one of these TPs, and GK starting to get a little scary now.
Dude, we had 3 minutes on the clock here. I mean, we're down, that's half of the time.
And they're winning without ults. That's the scariest thing. Like, if it's relying on ults, you know, Twisted Minds would be on a clock, but they made so many plays. Now it's their turn to have this huge bank. Quartz is starting to feel some confidence, going in over the top. The spam comes in. Alfie can't get the TP off. We're starting to feel the limit here. Dorado, the mobility coming into great effect. Lives to burn down. The slam from the Wrecking Ball here is good.
Yeah, that has to be the biggest stake,
Because
they have no idea.
Oh, they're so sick. I mean, this is shades of New Junk City, right? Where they're just diving you in the spawn. Alfie to the Tracer, though. I like this look. Someone who can force the payload on their own, because the card has rolled back so far now. This is maybe not even one fight territory any longer. Quartz is going to pop this artillery, try to get some good connections. It's a nice shell onto Lebda, but the support is there to keep them stable. And Tracer adding just enough complication to keep some of these players off of the back of GK. They swing in wide, taking an angle here. Now it's hard to find that Bastion connection. Quartz even takes a rock to the face. That's going to slow his roll for just a minute. Still over the top. They're trying to overwhelm. It is going to come down to it. Rush available for Finn. Wenley find the opportunity to pop it. Holds his nerve for now. He's going to force it to the OT. Bastion solo. The cleanse comes in just in time. Maybe baits Quartz to look for the finish. UV went in for it as well. Goes down without finding the barrage. A rock onto TVNT. Slows down this Wrecking Ball for just a minute. And with the TP forward, Kiriko with the cooldown reduction, just enough for Simple to get out and stay fighting. But Quartz absolutely still in this. He picks up Kelix. EK struggling now. The sustain called into question, and so too is the series. Twisted Minds, it looked so brutal for them in this matchup, but they have battled back. The pulse bomb, it's enough splash. He can't finish the plate. Quartz stays alive. The support keeps him up, but Lebda keeps on fighting. So sick in the clutch. He'll find two, and maybe, just maybe, keep this team alive to send us to a game 5. Unbelievable scenes here on Dorado.
As TVNT eventually will expire, and we will get a 5th and final game between these two teams. Hey, just give me GK Esports matches. I mean, these are all bangers with them in the mix, as that got really dangerous. The ball swap there from TVNT, and a little bit of a desperation scenario to get a touch, but then continuing with it, it actually looked really strong there for Twisted Minds. The lab that comes up with some huge kills at the end, and not a pretty game here. A lot of just kind of death matching from both sides, but pretty epic one at that. I mean, Quartz 22,000 damage, obviously taking that, artillery, that tank perk, right, where you're able to kind of get those splash damage. More of those hits coming in. This lab that goes for a little bit more survivability there on his own Bastion, but what a game.
seriously too close to call, and I mean TM pulling out all the stops to bring this to an OT fight. I mean, this looks like a map that they should just kind of crumble in, given how well GK are playing the matchup. But TVNT, I mean, once again, the insane flex to bring up the Wrecking Ball. I think that's really the only thing that kind of keeps them in. And I mean, this is a team that has experienced the challenge of playing Sim into Wrecking Ball. Like, you're so reliant on taking these TPs on a precise timing, on rotating as a team and not dropping any players. And a Wrecking Ball, I mean, he just eats that alive. Like this slam, boom, baby. Drops Kellex with some assist from Quartz. And yeah, you started to feel seriously scared. I think Alfie's Tracer swap was very heads up though, and it really did start to shift this matchup.
Yeah, and it's like you only have so many things to deal with, the Pharah and the, you know, Bastion damage, right? I know when you're kind of taking that splash going into like the TP, as you saw there towards the end, right? They end up using the Suzu, they don't have like a shield or grasp, and then all of a sudden it's like one of those Bastion artillery shots, and then a slam comes on in, and then another shot from the Bastion, everybody's basically dead. So can you replicate that again on a different map as GK looking for their second reverse sweep against Twisted Minds? I mean, I was like, oh, like I picked TM because I didn't think there'd be a world where this should happen again. I was like, oh, you go up 2-0.
Surely we've had all the amazing matches in the NBA that we're gonna get, Matt. I mean, we're so far out of the standard deviations here.
Well, we saw another game
quality
after this. I mean, we got a TM VP game or another GK versus VP game coming up. So EMEA is just blessed with games.
Thank God these teams are going to Paris, because GK, these boys need a vacation, man. These guys need a full spa retreat, because they have been living on a prayer. I mean, how many times have they been in a final, you know, do or die clutch situation? They just eat it up for breakfast at this point. Twisted Minds say, last time New Queen Street, not our favorite map. We're gonna change things up. We're gonna go to Colosseo. I really am curious.
No Soldier 76 today.
Wait, has the sim been banned yet from GK? I'd love to see GK ban the sim here. I think this is actually the moment to do it. If you get the chance, if Twisted Minds don't do a DPS protect.
I don't think it has.
Alfie has been playing it, I think, all series. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been singing his praises. He's been fantastic. But I think the Rhine is a very scary threat, and you can really take a lot of that away if you know, take the sim off the field. Yubi though, I mean, he's no slouch on the Tracer.
TM could ban they could ban Soj to protect it.
Okay, yeah, they do protect sim. Okay. I think they see that same threat. Banning the Bastion also, I mean, this for me very much says you want to play Rhine. Bastion has like enough DPS to actually just burn the Rhine down, you know, through the shield. But this does also mean TM, you know, GK rather, like whatever they've innovated in terms of how they want to deal with this run. Maybe they'll keep playing the Sigma. It is a decent map for Sigma. Ooh, Lucio?
I was gonna say, do you see like a Lucio ban? I mean,
I think DVNT is playing Rhine. You've used both the Rhine and the Diva ban, so I mean, the Juno comes in as a decent replacement, but I really do think that without the Lucio, like Rhine loves the fact that, you know, people get booped in to his hammer, right? And Lucio can kind of, you know, hit those weird flanks, boot people off the TP. Like, Lucio has a little bit more of the kind of dynamic playmaking attribute. It's more than just the speed, right? That I think, especially in the Rhine comp, you want everyone firing on all cylinders. And I mean, Bunny Astro, for me, is, I think, one of the best Lucios in the world at, you know, making something out of nothing and finding those plays. So I think it's wise to take it off the field. The Juno, yes, you can speed the Rhine around, but you are way more vulnerable as an individual in those kind of chaotic moments.
Yeah, and we saw them kind of go to the Juno on,
So are they just gonna pick Juno now? If they want to play Rhine still? Or did they really want?
I've been getting so tongue-tied with the
but we'll see.
Neon Junction, New Queen Street, and New Junk City. I swear, I always want to say the wrong one when I'm casting. I'm like, on this map that has a name.
On this one coming up. It's also like, Kellex, we've seen him play, obviously Lucio, we've seen him play Mizuki throughout the series, a little bit of Juno, so like some options for them to potentially go with that Sigma in place. I wonder, what did they play on New Junk City? They ended up playing the BAP there on that map with the Kiri gone, but I mean, you're gonna probably have the Kiri in with the Rhine. There's no way you're gonna sub the Kiri out and play like a you know, a BAP Juno or something like that. So probably it's going to be Kiri Juno, we'd imagine here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, maybe for both teams, and I'd love to see the Ramatra come out from Ziad. I mean, I'm scared of the Sigma, man. I'm not scared. I mean, the Sigma has been amazing. Like, he's piloting about as well as it can be piloted. I just feel like you need a little bit more of that raw punching power to challenge Ryan. Like, when Ryan goes for broke into your back line, everyone's making plays from TM. It feels like EK, they're trying to like bunker defensively around the Sigma, but it's so difficult to actually pull that off. Like, one person just steps one iota out of line, and you're flanked from all sides. It's so hard to stay alive.
You know, obviously, GK, you also lose the Lucio for yourself, because like Helix is doing a pretty good job when like they were using the TP to get out, and then maybe they got TP'd upon, using the speed then advantage, you know, of the Lucio to kind of get the Sigma even further away at times, right? It's not going to be the same with Juno in the mix, right? And then obviously Mizuki provides no speed really to the rest of the team. So it's definitely one I think it makes sense, right? You know, Lucio and Ryan go great together. It also will have some impact, I think, on GK.
Yeah, definitely. They're taking a bit of a sacrifice to deal with this Lucio now, but I have to see what the adaptations are. New looks required here. And also, I mean, the downside of the Bastion ban, right, is that's been the hero that we see time and time again to deal with Ramatra on the hit scan roll. It's just so much DPS, and you get like flanked by Bastion, even just solo Bastion, right? He easily burns you down. If you're blocking, yes, it's so powerful, but it only blocks one side. And as we've seen with these sim TPs, man, you cannot rely on a straight front to back in these matchups. So by taking the Bastion out of the equation, you know, whatever hit scan you go to could be lacking damage to deal with the tanks. Ziad, though, says, hey, maybe without the Lucio, the Sig can still work. Fearless confidence here from GK. They've lost this tank matchup the first two maps in pretty decisive fashion. They're going to run it back for this final one on Colosseo.
They could always switch, though. So I like the confidence of him going on this, but they could always switch and give them.
Off the field, Juno, a much softer target.
Yeah, and I think if you lose this early on here, if you're GK, you really got to kind of consider bringing in the Ramatra.
Ooh,
especially since the Ramatra does really well.
TM are going to do the map flip rollout here. But Loco's so ready for it. I mean, they're still scouting this out. They're going to go all the way behind to the back line, flip the map, and try and pull the card away. This is one of the OG plays when Ryan's in the middle of the robot, though. If it unlocks,
he's like, where is everybody?
If it unlocks and starts rolling, it's really bad. You need to get this touch on Ryan, and actually, they're not going to get it in time. Card pulls back away from them, and you got to step up now, close this gap, TP forward, everyone through. Nap flip once again. Sim called into question. The cleanse comes in, but Quartz finds the kill onto Kellix. The Cassidy strikes first blood, and without the speed, things are going to get scary. TVNT does get some hammer swings in, but Quartz does go down. So the damage dealer, it's really up to Yubi and TVNT to kind of carry the day in that role. But you can see Ziad, he just cannot hold the front line against this pressure just yet.
Yeah, I think you're going to wait here for Quartz to kind of get back in action and take the fight off yet again, but already really early on. I mean, you know, Kellix has to kind of play in the mix, right? Try to provide some of that speed there to Ziad as the TVNT take a little bit of damage there, steps up. So you're trying to build up towards some of those ultimates there as you're able to get kind of TVNT on both sides of the objective.
Oh, it's this time it's GK's turn. They take the initiative. They're the ones to set the tempo in this fight, and it profits with a quick kill onto Quartz. TVNT, shield so low, beaming is Yubi, but can't quite find Lambda, and this could be the clean team fight that allow GK to take control of this map and potentially the series here. New Queen Street was traumatic for Twisted Minds the last time these two squads faced off, and I think if they go down to a brutal lead, it is going to be some PTSD here for TM.
Another reverse sweep from GK against TM would be absurd. Simple here on the high.
But these are so close, like spawns. You're never gonna get like a lot of cart push ever.
Oh, big flux. Allows him to evade the Rhine as well. Gets the backline. Is the damage up there? No, the cleanse is good from Simple. It stabilizes the fight. Now Orbital Ray is out, but Ziad is fearless. He's still taking the challenge into this front line. Despite Russian Ray and Lambda Prophet, space created, swings wide of the flank, drops both supports, finishes the rest of the fight, and GK crushed through Twisted Minds in a crucial fight to take map control.
Quartz has not gotten anything thus far on the Cassidy.
Got one hit the first fight, and he's getting run over ever since.
Yeah, he got Kellix really early on, but then outside of that, it has been all Lambda in terms of the hit scan back.
He didn't hit a shatter right now.
He dropped down, maybe eyeing a shatter there at that time.
Okay, the sim wall is going to be backed away from. A wise play from GK. The sim wall is so powerful in this matchup. You don't want to challenge into it. Shatter, though, could be a huge problem. TVNT called upon to find something. GK have to expect this to come. Ziad, every time he comes to the shield, is a huge choice. The Ray comes out just as players TP through, but the Ray still in relevant position. Connection is good with the Shatter, but no kills for the follow-up. Yubi finds one, but two are taken right back. DK still low. Fight absolutely in contest. The accretion comes out. TVNT just doesn't have the HP to keep fighting, but as Simple joins the fray, he'll be able to turn the tide here and eventually overwhelm the opposition. So DK, the push stops here for now. Twisted Mind's turn to earn some way back in, but they need some serious progress here.
Yeah, it's such a small map. This thing could go either way.
It's really, I think, up to Quartz and Yubi to find something off the back of one of these TPs.
Because they're already back at the bot. And on other maps, like, you're already, no, you wouldn't be at the spot right now. This would be so...
Big channel.
It's going to be the flux here, which kind of pulls up.
Prevents him from TP crucially, actually. I think that's valuable. Yeah, the rush is out for Simple as well. So a big ulti dot. I mean, if you don't get kills off this, you're going to be sweating. Twisted Minds, I don't think they can keep the aggression going as Ziad keeps this just intense regiment of poke up, grinding down the resources. But TVT on the corner, now TP's up to the high ground. They're looking to make a play. Bot flipped away. Kelix called into question. A shot comes in, but it's not enough for the kill. The team grouping around the Juno stabilizes him. Quartz with a heady. Finishes off Labda with a rush kill here on the payload. The rock is good. It traps Yubi. Now, TVT so low. Shield broken, surrounded. From all sides burned, and even ignoring the payload, DK clean the fight, clean the map. Even willing to take some of these trades and a nice extra stagger onto Quartz puts them once again back in the driver's seat, and the Ryan has really struggled without the Lucio by his side.
Yeah, and I mean TVNT's so low there, and I thought for a second when
so they're already fighting again, and they haven't even got any push yet.
Maybe investing the orbital ray there, but inside to hold on to it is that is a sick shot from Labda, the OC on and off angle. Now you get the checkpoint here. You will get towards that final part of the map here. Is GK looking to do really what I know almost seemed impossible, right? Can you kind of run, spot TM 2 maps back-to-back days and come back?
Crazy work here.
Oh, they stole your bot.
Have a huge bank though. Very scary for Kelix. Fool takes a big shot, actually bleeds out to the silver bullet. Twisted Minds would love to clean this fight up with a minimal commitment. Ziad's gonna throw the last ultimate into this fight. Somehow gets a kill off the back of it despite the ray down from Astro. Twisted Minds obliged to double down, continue to commit, but he can't have control of this high ground. Ziad, a hard target, does take a pin, but supports are here with him. Shatter comes in, it's necessary to clean this fight up. It'll be a quad for TVNT, but that fight is way more expensive than it has any right to be. Great plays from GK.
Yeah, it's you just walk away with it now for Twisted Minds with the Deadeye and Rush. Right, I think it was a little bit surprising, right, to see Quartz fall at the hands of that Flux. I mean, you had the orbital ray rolling inside that close quarters area. So you have to be so careful. I mean,
like
this spot, though, is like a pretty nice one for the Ryan to play from, right? Just kind of like trying to bait in under the underpass. They actually wrap around. Nice Suzu there, keeps Labda up.
Oh, Kelix, he had dead to rights there, wide in the open, and the DPS for TM hit a signature flank. Everybody's so focused on the low ground payload, no one's ready for Quartz to hit the flank, and kiting away into open space against Deadeye doesn't feel amazing. The lead now called into question as Twisted Minds take the cap, keeping this Colosseo on the edge of a knife. Somebody check the GK players' heart rates because, come on, they have been dealing with insane stress, and I think
they're going to get as much progress as they can. Yeah, they're going to TP Simple out. Yeah, everybody else kind of wrap down to the low.
Okay, they're going to keep fighting for it, though. Without ultimates, GK have a big bank, but they do not want to get kited out here. They do not want to waste these crucial tools. Quartz over the top of the high ground. Insane flank from him. Kelix goes down to the fire strike off the back of the TP. Twisted Minds.
Kelix is not having a good day or a good time on this map.
Out to dry here, and Alpha Yi cleans him up with the help of the Kitsune Rush, playing the low ground, giving Quartz a lot of space, but he hasn't been able to find more kills, hasn't been able to finish this fight as decisively as they would have wanted. So, despite an opportunity created, GK hold the line down one.
They're not even get bot push before.
About chasing Quartz there, gets hit with one shot from the Cassidy, he almost dies, backs on up. So, I guess the positive there for Twisted Minds, right, is you actually get the Kitsune Rush out. You're still gonna have to battle this orbital ray, but a little bit easier to deal with. It'll be
big channel
and Deadeye here used.
TP could be very scary if Yubi has it to go for. Doesn't want to send it deep though, too scared of the threat. Let this overclock. Traded 1-for-1. Quartz' Deadeye. Ultimate advantage, though, still in favor of GK. TVNT getting pressed in the front line, getting assaulted, has to pin back out, but he's so low and being chased down. No one's here to hold the front line. Ziad picks up 2 with a single left click of those hyper spears. Alfie will finish off Astro, and even Yubi. Oh, Yubi.
Are they even gonna get a little bit of the push to get me?
That's brutal. That's a crazy stagger now. You cannot fight without this sim in the Rhine comp. Geek gonna take a commanding lead now on the decisive map.
I don't think it's gonna plant, but it's gonna be a lead because this map's so short.
Quartz is in huge trouble here. Does get saved by the support line though, so the follow-up's not there. He does prevent an early contest. Cart progress here worth its weight in gold. Shatter though from TVNT could change everything. But with the sim wall up, it's gonna be so challenging to step up through. Ziad, he's ready for the block. Can he hit this quick react? TVNT looking for that shatter. He's gonna pin in first. Shield now starting to expire. Ziad running low. Yubi finds a kill, and maybe the shatter could even be held. TVNT, masterful plays on the Rhine as DK. Cracks begin to show, just getting overwhelmed by the brawl.
Yeah, it's still just, I mean, they get about 30 extra meters there out of that, a bit more than that, maybe like 40. And now we kind of send ourselves below a minute. Twisted Mind's gonna needs to be perfect from here on out to be able to clutch up. Fortunate for them, they do have the rush. Pretty awesome for the Rhine to be able to fight inside of that. Jake, I think if they can get like a cheeky play that they usually set up, like a Deadeye here, like TP, maybe get a really cheap fight win, that would be massive for them.
Big Deadeye channel. He's gonna TP it. He's gonna be so scary into the back line, but the cleanse is perfect from Finn. Keeps everybody alive. TVNT finds a big connection on the shatter though. That'll be enough to clean up this team fight, but crucially, a trade is found on the course. They're trying to even delay this Sigma just a little bit longer. But I think the damage is done, Matt. GK play that well. They get some key ultimates out. Quartz back on the Xion. He's got to get into this fight and quick because GK with the spawn advantage and a lot of lead to play with. You have to be perfect from here on out. Such a challenge with Lambda verging on this overclock.
And absolutely nothing for Twisted Minds to work with. You're going to have the OC available. Yubi gets hit with a stun there.
Oh, cleanse out. Ziad, he's so close to this flux. You've got serious problems now in the front line. Xion, though, from behind, back into the fight. Telix goes down early. Levda tries to take this challenge in the front line. Alfie holds the angle, but Finn grabs one right back. The flux, though, killed out there. He doesn't get the connection. He doesn't finish the play. TP back up to the high ground. TVNT still fighting. Yubi close to a sim wall. Ziad needs to get out and fast. Telix onto the jetpack cat. Everyone just trying to stay alive. Okay, OC comes out. So too does the sim wall. TVNT so low in the Rhine takes shot after shot. Eventually, Lambda finishes off that tank, and maybe, just maybe, that'll be enough to hold the line. DK looking to reverse sweep Twisted Mind in back-to-back series. The orbital ray, though, from Astro keeps the team fighting, keeps them into this OT contest with Ziad rolling freely now. Finn stabilizing close to his own rush, and Lambda cleans up the fight. What a play from GK Esports. Back-to-back reverse sweep.
Wow.
In shambles. Mentals boomed. They are knocked out of this playoff in third, and DK, it is destiny. They will find the rematch in the grand final against Virtus Pro.
Another nail biter between these two teams. I mean, GK, right? A 3-2 win over Twisted Minds in their round one, a reverse sweep. They end up falling in that game 5 yesterday there to Virtus Pro, and then another game 5 reverse sweep here. So, I mean, just tremendous stuff for GK to be able to battle back yet again.
I don't understand. Like, who wrote this script? This is unheard of, actually. Because, quite frankly, at the beginning, again, of this series, looked like Twisted Minds found an answer for themselves, you know? Like, they played that Reinhardt, and it looked dominant. It looked so dominant. Finally seeing TVNT flourish on that, even though his Sigma was, you know, more than serviceable yesterday. So I like this London Spitfire-esque Ryan sim comp that we've seen from Twisted Mind early in the series, but then GK, with the map picks, with the bans, they tried to get that Reinhardt out of the equation, and then somehow pull another reverse sweep. Who wrote this script?
I mean, just an unreal match between these two. I mean, Twisted Minds probably kicking themselves yet again, wondering how they could let this one slip through their hands, but you know, Lambda was really great there in the game 5, especially on the Sojourn. I thought coming up with crucial picks time and time again.
Yeah, no, I think there are so many individuals who like stepped it up so much for their respective teams. I'm personally just really impressed with Alpha Yi. I feel like once again his hero choices have been an absolute difference maker. The way he's able to play that sim as well, you guys touched on it as well, a little earlier in this series. It's really impressive for him to pick it up and for the team to have the coordination to play it with him. It's just, I'm baffled. I mean, I predicted GK to win, and I'm still shocked and surprised.
I mean, I took TM because I didn't expect what happened last time to happen again. Literally the same thing happened again.
Yeah, what are the odds? They're not very high.
Yeah, in
I
fairness,
so.
I didn't think it was going to be a reverse sweep. I mean, that's too crazy. That's the scriptwriter's got to take that back to the lab. No one's going to believe this.
Yeah, that this is not gonna look believable on paper, but yeah, if we're revisiting the series again, the start looked just so good for Twisted Minds. This Reinhardt composition, Reinhardt's meta, you know, Jake, you talked it into existence.
Like with the Lucio, man, with the full build, like, okay, maybe the Juno on an open map, maybe it doesn't quite work, but it's clear. I think this is a hero that a lot of teams are going to have to take seriously, you know, coming into the midseason championship. This could be a type of a comp that kind of comes back into vogue. I think Ryan maybe is one of the tanks we haven't seen in top level play in, I think, maybe the longest time. Like, really, it's been one of the most untouched.
I mean, Ryan, I mean, it feels like haven't seen Winston like mainstay for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, Domino, right? I mean, newer tank, but not really ever kind of had like a moment where, yeah, it has been a very long time for Ryan to have any type of play.
I'm just.
Roadhog exists as well, but we know how that one goes.
He's a special case. That's
We don't have to acknowledge that.
I mean, Roadhog got played. Roadhog got played in Japan.
I was about
He
to
was
say,
looking good.
That's true.
Did see
On
play
Ilios
time,
well.
so yeah, everything's possible in the world of Overwatch. Honestly, in this meta, I think
Roadhog didn't get played in playoffs, but didn't Roadhog get played in this regular season?
I love what we've seen
On
from
here?
both of these teams today. Of course, GK getting the dub here in yet another reverse sweep, because why the heck not? Now we do have Finn joining us for a quick chat before he and the squad are making it to the grand finals. Finn, big yawn, because you know this was not hard work whatsoever. Congratulations, Finn. Welcome to the show. You guys reverse sweep them not once, but twice in this playoff. That's just crazy. That's crazy work. Talk to us about what was going on in the comms heading into map 5 in order to lock this one down.
Like against Reinhardt. Against Reinhardt, like Jihad keep like getting close, so we keep saying, oh, just kite back something, and we figure out map 5 against the line comp.
I mean, it comes down to the absolute wire. And you guys, your team, over the last couple weeks, you have played crazy series. Like map 5 feels like every single time. And now, you know, going on to the grand finals, you get a rematch against VP in a series that yesterday was one of the closest ever. How do you guys deal with the pressure, the intensity of, you know, that level of competition every single day it feels like you get on the server?
I think like we first, like every time we first map, second map, really like worst game every time, every like match. So I think after lose 2 games, we lock in something, I don't know. But I think our teammate, everyone mental is so good, so we can keep winning like 2 lose, even 2 lose.
And Finn, you guys had a tremendous game yesterday against VP. We'll see you guys play them again today. Is there anything you guys are gonna like take from that series, maybe kind of bring into today? Feel like the adjustments you can make to get over the line?
Oh yeah, like we keep thinking like, I think more twist mind, more harder than Virtus Pro. So we so many confidence with against Virtus Pro. So maybe we gonna win, yeah.
I love to hear the confidence. That's the attitude we need in the grand final. You guys delivered so many amazing matches already in the playoffs. We can't wait to see the conclusion. Best of luck in the grand finals, and once again, congratulations, Finn.
Thank you.
love hearing from Finn. Yeah, I love to hear that as well, right? Like, if they really consider Twisted Minds the stronger opponent, yet they managed to make it look so dominant as well against Twisted Minds, that should be boding well for the grand finals.
It kind of checks a little bit in the sense that like nobody's doing what TM is doing, where like we even heard when we talked to Smash of VP, and like he was saying that they were kind of like trading all these games. EK and VP kind of want to play the same stuff,
yeah,
right? So it's,
yeah, I mean,
you kind of know
that's what we saw
what's
yesterday.
coming. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they find themselves in a mirror matchup like more than like for most of the series, really. So at least you know what's coming. You don't have to like also like head into the lab mid-series to try and figure out. Although that said, I feel like they managed just fine doing that against Twisted Minds here, right? Like they adapted within the series against the Reinhardt, like adjusted the way they play here, Jake.
Yeah, they found the adaptations. I'm a little more skeptical than Finn is about like the adaptations against Ryan. I think the Ryan is a genuine serious threat. And although TM fall here and they're probably the last team in this playoff who is really going to give it a go, I think this is a hero we got to keep our eyes on. I think teams better be prepping it coming into playoffs because I think there's genuine threat that TM could beat the entire world using the variety of styles they've been forced to innovate this stage.
No, I was gonna say, Jake, like they just find another style off of the Rhine comp, right? Like, you know, like for instance on that last map, if they're able to make like a Ramatra work with like a, you know, Juno Kiri in the mix, right? Like then all your kind of counters that you kind of had if you're GK are kind of like out the window. So could be very dangerous come mid-season championship time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's Twisted Minds. They're not going to fly under the radar. I know a lot of the international competition will have their eyes on them and what they played here in the playoffs as well. So that Reinhardt certainly did not go unnoticed. They're coming third. But quite frankly, in EMEA, that could also be second or first. Like, they're playing it so close and so competitive. Like, I feel like at that point, the top 3 seeding is like inter-exchangeable and just depends on the day off. Now, we do have our EMEA Stage 2 Grand Finals coming up. VP versus GK, the big rematch. But first, just a quick break. So treat yourself to a belly, get comfortable. Maybe treat yourself to our Fire and Tight Esports bundle while you're at it as well. Gonna give the players ample of time to get ready and set up for our grand final. That leaves you with plenty of time to cop these gorgeous skins, as well as of course these wonderful name cards and sprays that are exclusive to this bundle. As I said, quick break right now. We're gonna see you on the other side of this.
Yes, with Basic League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best.
I actually didn't miss much of the
OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg.
Much of the game, actually. Maybe they started later, but we really didn't miss a lot. No, rubber stamp.
I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get Tree down. Play for point. That's nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take over the trophy. Quartz has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, friends. This is the OWCS. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Matt, and it's time for the EMEA Stage 2 Grand Finals. It's gonna be the big rematch. Virtus Pro have been waiting for their opponents after clutching their spot just so yesterday against GK. They get to play them again right now. And listen, if the playoffs have taught us anything, or at least that upper bracket final, is that VP can bleed. GK played it so very close. It was one of the closest and closest series we've seen in the history of Overwatch. And I'm not exaggerating. Go back and watch it if you've missed it. Also, if you missed it, like, why? Like, give me a good excuse, because I don't think there is one. Let's talk about the VP though, and what we've seen from them, especially in that series, right? If you are VP, what's your takeaway from this initial matchup that you can bring or take into today in order to make it a bit of a smoother ride, if you will?
I mean, I imagine, Jake, that VP is going to be pretty well coached up today on a lot of what potentially went wrong the other day.
That's true, but you know, for me, Matt, a lot of these moments, they go beyond coaching, right? We're reaching into the territory of pure feel, pure emotion, and with the stakes getting so incredibly high now, the end of the playoffs, the battle for the very first seed, the champion of EMEA, and this is, I mean, that is a heck of a crown to be able to hold the way this stage has progressed. Virtus Pro, certainly the team in pole position to grab it, but even they have acknowledged this top 3 in EMEA is too close to call.
Yeah, they're just going to show up on match day. And I mean, all of these individuals you're seeing on the screen have been doing that time and time again. They've been looking absolutely dominant all stage long. It's really just up until yesterday that it started to... I don't even want to say there are cracks, because there really weren't. Like, this didn't come down to like them really fumbling. It was just really GK stepping it up like 10 notches in order to match them.
I mean, Zoe, I had to go back and look. GK, they lose their first 2 games in the regular stage. The only reason they make the playoffs is because they win a game 5 against 1, 2, 3, 4, or else 1, 2, 3, 4 would be in here. I mean, they have a negative like map differential for the regular stage, and then they're just kind of like running crazy here in the playoffs. I mean, it has been like such an unreal story, and I think you just see that like this is a team that has like picked it up so much over the last few weeks. They seem to really kind of be hitting their stride. Also, I think the meta definitely kind of shaking out their way a little bit, but just really impressive from them in some close games that they're able to clutch a lot of these up.
Libda has been a huge standard bearer for this team. I think, you know, came alive in this series against Quartz, and that's always been the test for this guy. I mean, he was once on TM, and, you know, even the TM player said, look, you're an amazing player. It's great to have you on backup. You should be starting on another team. Libda now brings the prophecy to fulfillment, defeats his old opponents, is going to move on past them for what I believe is the first time for him as a player to be the team to eliminate TM and rise above what his former teammates can accomplish. And now with another chance to take on VP in a first of 4, Matt, I don't know if my heart can take this guy. Guys, this is peak Overwatch right now.
It really is.
If this series goes 7,
I mean, it's ordained to, right? Like, there's no other way.
Like, when it goes 7 is the right
statistically,
yeah,
it probably will, given that when these top 3 teams in EMEA have played, they have only gone game 5s in the playoffs. And honestly, the regular season was tons of close series too. So I would not be surprised to see this go the absolute distance. Every team now knows it doesn't matter what the map score is. We can win every map from here on out. We all have the individual skill to do it.
Yeah, and we just heard from Finn as well, right? Like, he's coming into this very confident, saying that he does feel like VP is an easier opponent for them than Twisted Minds was. Obviously, that's the confidence you have to have. Like, I have yet to encounter a player in a post-match interview or in a pre-match interview who goes like, yeah, I think we don't have what it takes. Like, that has not happened, but right, I don't know. Either way, though, I think
I think if you ever said something like that, you'd be kicked off the team.
I think we're in for a long one once more.
The last 4 GK games on the distance. That goes back to week 2.
That's what I don't understand. Like, they're playing these matches back to back, and it just works for them, which is it's just wild. Honestly, predictions for this one were hard, and I genuinely, in my heart of heart, feel like this is a 50-50. I'm gonna give VP the edge, and I'm literally just gonna base that off of potential exhaustion. Because eventually GK has got to run out of steam. And coming off of yet another 5-map series, yet another reverse sweep where they have to not only like bounce back a little, it's not a trade-off like back and forth. It's like you find yourself on the back foot in such a way, and they were dominated the first 2 maps. So like to find that mental fortitude, that takes a lot out of players. So I'm gonna just like, that's my narrative. That's what I'm running with. That's why I'm gonna give VP the edge.
GK, they're the heroes of their own story now. They're forging their own destiny. You know, from humble origins this stage, it's been a rough one for them. They barely clinched playoffs off, honestly, a lucky tiebreak. But they're here. They're still alive. They pushed VP to the limit yesterday, and they're back in the grand final. I gotta root for them at this point, guys.
Nice.
I mean, I got to imagine that the strategy of just dropping the first 2 or 3 maps in each series and then coming alive is eventually going to break. So this is the time that I believe. Finn was like, it doesn't seem like we wake up until we're down. I'm going to say VP wins today. I don't know if this will go the distance. I think VP probably, obviously, coming in, really dialed in on what GK is throwing at them.
Well, I can't wait to find out. This is the EMEA Stage 2 playoffs. We're heading into the grand finals. It's a big rematch between GK and VP. One team is gonna grab that EMEA crown. Let's find out which one is gonna be. Jake and Matt, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And yeah, as we set the stage for this one, Ilios is going to be the opening map pick. No surprise from VP. That's been their absolute go-to. And what a different series, by the way, to close the day off. Because TM versus GK, I mean, a complete clash of styles. We don't know who's going to come out on top. Constant innovation through the series. This contest, though, I suspect is going to be much more pound for pound. Who can push the limit higher on this Sigma style?
And I got to say, this is the best playoff we've had in NA or EMEA since really OWCS started, I think. Like, with how competitive EMEA has been with these 3 teams. Is VP, map number 1, they will get rid of the Lucio themselves. It'll be a Bastion ban here for GK. So, see how this kind of plays out with Virtus Pro. Obviously, their support line able to do a lot of different things.
Yeah, banning the Lucio away. In a way, it's a cap protect. And so GK, I think getting rid of the Bastion is to kind of mitigate that style. Ilios is a scary place. You can play the Sigma sort of counter style, but some of these maps, so open, so versatile. And VP, I think, has been the best team at some of these very aggressive dive looks. Even without the Cat Bastion, I still think they might go for it, right? We've seen Kevstar on the Xion, Psycho Ghost Tracer. They bring wild pace, which is a huge tempo shift, and something that GK have not played against at all today.
Yeah, and I mean, Ice will not be scared to match like the Sigma play of Ziad, right? So we'll kind of go toe-to-toe with Ziad in that regard. This is...
I'm just want to get my thoughts in before this starts. So, I know GK just went like 5-mapper, and so we're gonna really see how good they can be in like clutch situations now, because like she said, like they might not have the steam to keep keep going at the map because, like, I usually don't. I usually get pretty. Like, I probably get do like 5 Overwatch matches, maybe even 6 Overwatch matches, and then I get like absolute worn out, and I'm like, oh man, I really don't want to play anymore. It's like you start getting that. You start getting that mentality, and they literally, and it's first to 4 now. So this could go 7 maps, right? Is that the right math? Because they win 1. Yeah, they can go 7 maps, and GK might not even have the gas to go 7 maps. They might not even have the gas to go 4. Because they just got off thing, but we'll see what they could bring out with. We'll see how good their gas still is. And Virtuspo's is going to come in and be very fresh, very nice to just go take maps off of them. So I want to give it to Virtus Pro here just because I'm like, maybe that's not going to be the best showing from GK just because they did just go get off a map. 5 map series. But would I want to see a map 7? Yes, but I think if it goes to map 7, I think I'm I don't even think I get to watch NA. I think my stream ends here just because I'd have to go to work. Alright, let's get back to the
so they go down to 1. It's not a full reverse sweep. They win game 4 and 5, but still, I mean, really difficult road to get here. I mean, after that 3-2, they have a 3-2 against Twisted Minds that doesn't go their way. Then they have obviously they have that's 3 games against Twisted Minds that go to 5 back to back there for GK. I mean, crazy stuff to be able to make it this far. Real feels good story here in EMEA.
I think Zoe is right though to talk about endurance, right, and fatigue, because I mean, you play this many 5 mappers day after day after day, and now you got to play 2 matches back to back. I mean, you took the L, right? You had to go down to the lower bracket. This is the cost you pay. VP gets to kind of sit back and watch. That's going to be their advantage coming into this series. I wonder, if this series really does go the distance. I mean, 12 maps of extremely competitive Overwatch in one day, even for a professional player, like back to back like that, asks a lot.
What's that like in Overwatch? Because like Call of Duty, you could play like 30 maps a day and everyone's still chilling. I mean, for Overwatch though, obviously a different, type of level of endurance in terms of like all the different abilities and strategies and things going on.
The thing about Overwatch is there's crazy strategic complexity paired with very little downtime. So there's just like the nature of the game. There's always action on the field. There's always.
Can you remember what's the most maps you played in a day? And like refresh.
I don't know.
Not
Probably
like a scrim, right?
Scrims. I mean, you might like on a long scrim day. Let people behind the curtain. A 3-block scrim day is like the max teams like pretty much ever do, which is 6 hours of maps. So you might actually play 15, but let me tell you, by the end of block 3. It's running ragged, man.
By the end of block 3, I imagine there's like YouTube videos up on the other monitor, and everybody's kind of like,
it's getting sus.
You're physically playing, but maybe mentally not.
But the adrenaline and the consequence in a genuine match, you can't really compare it to scrims, especially when these matches are as tightly contested as we've seen today. Virtus Pro, it's their turn though to come off a cold start, and for GK, if it's true that the slow start is their issue, well, they're plenty warmed up from that last series. We opened things up on Ilios well.
Yeah, no, they'll end up playing Tracer Xion with a Diva here in the mix for GK, so completely different from what we've seen from them in previous series. It'll actually be VP who's playing Sigma. In this one is Kellex.
I was gonna say this.
It looks like
this
they're
is a brutal matchup.
They're gonna go back to the spawn. Yeah, they're gonna make some changes here. They'll give up point control most likely.
Yeah,
but
that hurts too, because I mean this comp, it actually really matters to give up point control. The Sigma comp is not a quick comp at retouching, and yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to stop the opening flip. So this entire first fight is costing you bank percentage. Loved a quick kill here with really bring Fates back towards his team. They're trying to just go right up the mid here, but Aiznam is laying into them with the poke, and Alfie drops to just this overwhelming frontline pressure. VP wastes no time here getting things started in the grand final.
I mean, Ice gets off to a tremendous start, right? I mean, just kind of funneling that Sig poke through the choke. When you can control that choke, and then the Sigma can just kind of take that area.
Stagger kills.
The damage output is crazy. Yeah, as almost got Ziad with a chain there, and I know picked up that kill, but it's going to be 30% on the point here for Virtus Pro with relatively like no resistance, right? That comp that GK came out on, maybe they thought there was going to be something else on the other side. They went back and swapped, and they have not really been able to get a foothold ever since.
I like that switch, but I really don't like that you had to give up point control.
They find the flux, the cleanse is out, slammed down to the ground. Sim just barely staying alive. The Sanctuary needs to come out from Kelix. VP haven't popped the support ultimate yet. Here comes the rush from Landon. Cleanse is good from him. Aiznam still healthy with a better ultimate on this point. DK on the outside looking in, getting pressured from all sides. They've still stayed alive and kept the fight rolling, but this clock just keeps ticking on. 70% now for Virtus Pro and Kev on a cheeky little flank, which snaps off Finn with a nice headshot. Labs is low, looking for Kevster, who's long gone now, back into the thick of the team.
Yeah, nice angle there from Kev. Goes on a little bit of a flank, throws the hinder out, connects, and now, I mean, you see Ice just going to work here. This has been all Virtus Pro, just absolutely dominant thus far. Finn gonna go over to the cat here, gonna get a Ziad up on the high ground, but most likely here to get back to get a touch. That's kind of what Finn was looking for, is it'll be a Deadeye channeled here from Kev. It'll be Landon taking out Finn, and that should just put this one away, as this is just about as dominant as we've seen VP look.
Yeah, you don't gotta be a pro gamer to tell me that this one is not looking good for GK. I will say though, I don't want to overwrite the impact of this round. On the well of all maps, to go back to spawn and swap into a poke mirror is, I mean, it's a night. I honestly think that's really, really bad, because giving up the first flip, it's like this comp does not take fast fights. You really need the first fight to go long, you build into ultimates, then you can start to push the pace. But because the first fight is essentially given over for free, the neutral goes the way of VP. I mean, I truly think they should almost always win from that position. So for Virtus Pro, better picks lead to a tactical advantage, and for GK, it's going to shake the foundations to some extent. Hopefully they can write that one off. I think it kind of does a lot of ways come down to that opening rollout, but they need to bring it back here on round 2, or else Virtus Pro are just going to start to pick up steam.
Yeah, and we'll see it'll be GK actually coming out with the Sojourn instead of the Cassidy, and that's going to be our only difference with the comps going into this round. So we'll see Ice take a pretty aggressive stance here on the outside near that mega health pack with Psycho, is then they'll start to kind of like poke down through this choke and work their way to the point.
Threats to the one shot from Sojourn, always significant, but Cassidy, a lot of playmaking potential on these off angles. The rail just wide of the head here. Kevster happy to walk away from that one with his life. Now push forward onto point. Nice little back angle from Soj, is just chipping down this Sigma in the front line, but the support is good onto Aiznam, and stepping up into the fray, it's Kevster who swings deep, recognizes no one's watching that back angle, and he punishes on the Cassidy, striking hard and fast into the front line. Great work from the VP supports to just keep Aiznam stable in such a tenuous position.
I mean, we only catch the end of that, but Kev turns the corner, gets rid of Labda, and then kind of just flicks and deals with Kevster, with Kelix. So insane play from Kev. Really made the Cassidy look awesome.
They're getting
a
overwhelmed.
lot of damage here. Yeah, they're just getting bullied.
Walking up through this dangerous territory, and I mean, this has been the signature from Aiznam all stage long. He does give you any quarter, any chance to reset the cooldowns. The damage going back the other way is going to slow his roll just a bit, but his dominance on the Sigma has him with that floaty perk earlier. Now he can be so aggro on this map. I mean, he can be like poking you the entire walk up. And with Flux now in play, this is getting very scary for DK. It's another round where it's tenuous to whether they'll even be able to get a grab. Flux does pick up Ziad slammed down to the ground. A good cleanse keeps him alive. Labda with the rail shot keeps this fight playable, but there's still more to say for Virtus.pro. They drop the symbol. They want to leverage this ultimate advantage to support. Massive work from EK. They've kept the entire team online. The Sanctuary continue to be deployed here from both teams. Virtus.pro, despite the player this, are going to keep pushing, keep forcing this fight off the payload, but EK still alive. It takes 5 ultimates to accomplish it, but finally they make their way to the point.
Yeah, I mean, Ken's going to be back into the fight here as Ziad gets a cleanse there, gets the big shot taken down to the ground as they do deal with Ice Gnome at the moment. So they finally end up dealing with the tank of Virtus.pro. Sojourn of Lambda, a big reason why is finally GK able to win a fight. That one, though, I mean, everybody just dumped everything into that.
Yeah, and now you gotta win in the neutral.
From 10 to 0 here. Luckily, Eisnom, I guess he had 9. He didn't flux up to
Because, like, that's what you're really missing is we get a win in the neutral.
70 to the next one, right? He's kind of charging forward, and this ult could really open things up. Finn has to hold that cleanse. There's a lot of
Or you gotta win in an ult heavy against you.
Eisnom clearing up the teleporters. Hold on, a little bit of energy now for Labda. Eisnom has to slow this one down.
Ooh.
Labda getting poked on the half angle, doesn't really get much heals. There's so much pressure on the front line, and Landon finds a crucial finishing kill, and now you sense Virtus.pro blood in the water for them. They're swarming for it.
I think you need to get out of there.
Okay, the flip comes in a little later than you would have liked, but they just survive. But the retake, I mean, it's so scary here now, walking up into this flux. Yes, you have Kitsune Rush, Matt, but oh, it's so beautiful. It's so brutal. But they TP away.
A few people get the TP, yeah.
The Kev too. It blocks the accretion from canceling the high noon, so he still gets the shot in on Ziad. What a read from Landon. It's insane confidence from Kevster in the teammate. Holds his line with the Deadeye, and it's just 3 players remaining for DK now. Sanctuary comes down, but Eisnom calls the bluff, steps up inside for the trade. Kelix runs for the hills. Alpha E finds 1, but that's all he's going to get in this play. A Sanctuary celebratory here alongside Landon's Kitsune Rush, and I mean, Virtus.pro dominant map 1 here on Ilios. Questions have to be asked now for GK. This is a scary comp matchup to be potentially thinking about running the rest of the series with the way these 2 teams have matched up.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, round 1, I think we can chalk up, like, look, they got the, a major comp swap there from DK and go back to the spawn and make a change. Take a look at some of the stats and supports for Virtus.pro. Play so strong as normal. And never really able to get rolling is GK. I know Lambda started to come alive in that second round a little bit, but nothing really major that kind of made you sweat if you're Virtus.pro.
This kill is crazy, man. Like, Kevster's wild for this one. Invisible Man is the right skin to be rocking for these kind of flank Cassidy plays. Eisnom finding tons of, I mean, he does ridiculous damage this game. Doubles up in the opposition. Here we see that flank from Kev. Lab, though, I mean, he was doing such good work poking into the back of Eisnom, but you give Kevster that 2 or 3 seconds uncontested, and he makes mincemeat of the flank.
And I mean, Fixa plays so aggressive on the Mizuki. I talked about it yesterday, I know when we watched this game, but he ends up going with the perk that when you hit the chain, you get like a 30% damage amp for 2 seconds on that target. So like he plays super aggressive, like trying to take some of these angles, like a chain and then like 2 shots from the Mizuki. Like some of those characters are, the squishies especially, are like dead, where I know Kellex kind of playing more for, I think it's like the Remedy Aura, like gets like a 25% increase, like how fast you kind of generate the just kind of AoE healing. So interesting thing to look at there with the Mizukis. But I mean, VP get off to a hot start, and look, I mean, if you're EK, this is exactly what Finn was talking about. Hey, we don't really gotta turn it on until we end up lose it a little bit. But I mean,
I've heard that story, Matt, time and time again. It's a tale as old as time, and I still don't believe it every time I hear it.
That's what the Season 1 Dragon said. They're like, yeah, once we get to 0-40, we'll hit our power spike.
We're scaling. We're scaling into late game.
Yeah, we're playing the long game. Just a few seasons of long.
Very, very, very long game. I mean, it is just one map, but it feels like, I mean, that's the matchup these 2 teams played more often than not. Pretty much every time they got the chance to, they were locking horns in exactly that battle. And so for VP to put Elios away in that fashion, it's going to be a scary one for GK. And honestly, I feel for them because they spent the last series playing Sigma, Sim, and like mostly the same style, but having to do it in a radically different way against Ryan. I mean, having a 180 different approach to the game of like kiting back, playing slow, staying alive, waiting for opportunities. where, I mean, now in the Sigma mirror, you have to completely change your style, and sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, to play the same comp in such a different way, just from map to map. But they've certainly gotten the wake-up call, gotten the message there on Ilios, and in the first of 4, they got a lot of time to turn things around.
It'll be GK selecting Coliseo, which we just saw them win on, and it'll be deferring the ban. So it'll be Vendetta, will be the ban, and then it'll be Lifeweaver gone as well. So a little Weaver,
Sigmar,
a little Weaver ban here. Yeah. I mean, probably gonna go for the exact same stuff, right?
Yeah, the Weaver ban's, I mean, it's a confident ban. It's a ban that says, run it back, baby. Map 1 was an aberration. In fairness, I think was a little bit unlucky. Like, the way that map can go down, it could happen. You back out, you give up mid to Sigma Poke and Mirror. Ooh, I don't like your odds in that game.
What's your thoughts on Sojourn versus Cassidy in some of these matchups? Like, it seems like obviously VP wants to play either Xion or Cassidy, and then DK has really kind of brought out the Sojourn for a lot of their games.
I think, from my perspective, the Cassidy, it makes sense, like, especially given what you called out about Fix's perk choice, where he wants to push the aggression on Mizuki. Cassidy feels like more of that, you know, hero that creates opportunities for playmaking, who swings a solo flank and, like, gambles his life for kills. But if he makes that choice at the right moment, comes up clutch, we've seen it work incredibly well. And somebody like Kevster piloting it is amazing. And then now when Kevster makes those plays, like, Fix is looking for his own angles, and it starts to overwhelm. They play more split than most poke comps could, but they get a lot of value out of it. The Sojourn, I think, is a little bit more standard, a little bit more front to back, which fits with Kelix trying to play a little bit of a, you know, more healing focused, sustained style. But honestly, I do like Deadeye quite a lot in this matchup. There's so many ways to block and eat it, but man, when those teleporters get flying, it's just so much chaos in the fights. It is hard to keep track of the Cassidy.
Well, it does feel like it actually forces the other team to use a lot of their cooldowns, right? Like, I mean, you're looking at the shield, the grasp, TP, Suzu, anything to kind of avoid that Deadeye. It'll be Lambda now who matches the Cassidy here of Kev. So I know we were talking a lot about that Sojourn versus Cassidy matchup in map number 1. This time it'll just be a mirror.
A little bit of a battle for this off angle. Expect that to be a contested position. Both Kevster and Fixa, as they play their cooldowns, looking for any opportunity, swinging in wide. Some good shots connected. Kevster clean 4. Can't finish the kill, though, but the chain comes in. Ziad caught. They're trying to walk up, and they're coming right into the crossfire. Good swing, though. Lambda swings, shuts down Kev. And now pressure on Virtus Pro without the Cassidy. Lambda free now to just rain terror in from the side angle. Eisnon grabs one back, but needs more in the fight. He's not going to find it. Crucial shutdown here from the GK hit scan to just earn their team some kind of advantage in this series. They needed to win this first fight, man.
It's a pretty nice adjustment, though, right? Because what we saw there was, like, Kev waiting for Fixa to have Mizuki TP up, and then once he's got it up and he's active, they both kind of swing, right? And then once the Mizuki, like, has to TP out, that's when Kev, like, would start to back up. He hadn't really been challenged at all in that type of scenario, and then that time I think he was, like, maybe caught a little bit off guard that Lambda actually just kind of swung back around that corner. You know where the Mizuki and the Cassidy are going to be playing from at that moment in time.
Let's keep it up.
Fake TP, trying to relieve just a little bit of pressure here, but it keeps coming in. Fixa even takes an accretion. Can't believe he stays alive through that. Now Rush is deployed. The Flux takes Lambda up, though, out, but into an angle where you can't really follow up on it. And with the Sanctuary deployed, Kelix keeps the team stable. Alfie picks up another kill, and Xia with this Flux should just break the back of the opponents. Okay, does still just barely get the kill landed before the stun comes in, but Eisdom definitely puts him on notice there. But hey, this is the kind of advantage that gets you that first cap point, and I mean, Sigma plays so well from a lead.
Yeah, I mean, Fixa does hold on to the Sanctuary, so we'll see that for this next fight. But you're going to have Alfie here with the Sim Wall, as I love the position from GK, right? Takes Ziad up on that high ground. Let him just kind of farm down some damage. It allows him to get that checkpoint. TP all the way through. They actually deal with Kevster right away.
They take a huge amount of poke from the Hyper Spears, and inside the Sanctuary, it's just not enough. Lambda still brawling into this one. Alfie keeps the team up with a well-placed Sim Wall, and Ziad, perfect Hyper Spears. I think he hit a quick 2-shot on literally the entirety of Virtus Pro as they stood on that teleporter. So they came through already weak, already vulnerable, and I mean, GK are ready to receive them. Making a mark here
huge
on map
lead,
2.
Man. Yeah, huge lead for GK at the moment. you get through that sanctuary. It's a very difficult fight. It looks like they want to back out and maybe take this from a different angle.
Ooh, flank. Are they ready for this? Big swing. Fix a caught on his lonesome. TP's away, but into the waiting arms of Finn. Will clean that one up. A deep flank for the Accretion. Psycho just barely gets the sim wall up in time to keep himself alive. And the Deadeye peeks the corner, but there's no targets to be found.
They're going to rush out of this.
Oh, they're going to continue to fight. They want to continue to develop this lead. Eisdom gets overwhelmed. Alfie Sim claims another victim, and a nice kinetic grab, barely keeping Alfie and Lab alive here on the off angle. Psycho gives his life for a kill, setting up that finish onto Labda. And Virtus Pro deathmatching well, but maybe not enough to deny this push to continue pushing into their territory, which it's starting to get out of control, Matt. We're past 100 meters here. Virtus Pro need a way back in and fast.
But it's such a short. It's such a short map.
And then they like TP directly behind them. They call fix
Like 109 meters is like nothing.
You just have to wait a little bit for GK. Get back at full strength. It'll be a Kitsune rush as they just get absolutely ran over. So
They literally could get back to their own, like, start pushing it, like, right now.
Damage is done, right? I know
And like on other maps, you can't get back to
This will be the first push
pushing.
that VP gets towards the GK side of the map.
Ooh, cheeky little flank. Oh, he gets scouted out. Oh, he's kind of in no man's land here. He might try to make a big push on him. Yeah, the TP comes in. Clown car. Ziad throws the flux out. It is long range flux. Oh, he gets Landon with Kiri down. There's still a fight to be had. So Labda, the flank gets caught. Oh, as Kevster finds Finn. That should, in theory, stabilize things for Virtus Pro. Ziad finds an additional pick onto Kev, so any kind of push back into enemy territory isn't going to be too long-lived. You see Ziad knows there's no way out of this fight.
That was a bit silly there for a bit. I mean, obviously they find Labs.
Very
they all
cheeky
TP
flag.
directly on top of them.
That's a risky.
Ziad answers back with that flux, right? I know gets Landon. I mean, I guess, but you're still going to end up giving up some progress. I mean, nothing crazy here for GK, but.
I mean, as the dust settles, though, in the end, you threw the flux into a losing fight. Virtus Pro 5 minutes to push back into enemy territory. This is a decent setup for them to make a bit of progress back the other way. Fixa playing the off angle. Big cleanse, key players alive. The Deadeye connection is good for Kev, but better for Labda. He finds 2 in the fight, and that'll be all she wrote here from Virtus Pro's half-hearted attempt here to push into enemy territory. That's even the flux out of Eisnom. No joy on the ultimate.
Yeah, so Labda with 4 in the fight is. You know, he TP's so fast in and channels that Deadeye. I mean, I didn't even see it kind of come on through as Kev, I mean, they did a nice job keeping him up, right? Suzu'd the accretion that came in from Ziad and then kind of played from there. It'll be a Kitsune rush here from Finn. It's going to be right into that Sanctuary, though.
Oh my god, full chaos here. Simwall's traded. Sanctuary keeping everybody alive. It's up to really the Symmetras to deal the damage, but Finn, the rush, isn't really able to make much of a difference with this wall, blocking all of that outgoing damage from Alfie. Fake TP goes out. Fight still raging here on the payload. Eisdom solo has to float into the high ground, but as he comes back to the point, claimed by Kelix, the rush comes out. Landon goes for broke in this team fight. Psycho, he's somehow still alive and actually might be able to clutch this. Are you kidding me, Matt? Against the SIG, against all odds, Psycho stays alive, and what a read from Landon. That looked like, I mean, I wouldn't have gone for it. I would have not believed it could be done.
Way.
But the confidence from the Kiriko, it pays off.
Sim just does so much damage. You just see like clutches by just Sim alone.
Just gonna have max aura at that moment in time. And then Psycho is so charged up right after the Sanctuary and the Sim walls, and obviously farming off of the Sigma. I know nice Suzu kept Psycho alive there for a brief period of time. It'll be Lab to here channeling another Deadeye. TP comes on through. TP's on out to avoid the hinder.
Huge poke on Ziad. He's struggling. He's got to back up. Got to get a bunch of heals and sustain. Pops the flux. Mostly it feels defensively at this moment. Kevster can't quite roll out, but he's caught in an exposed location looking for the grab. Eisdom accretes him out of it, and VP sends an advantage here, continuing to tempo forward. Back TPs keep coming in, but GK they need to find their moment here. They're just getting bowled over. The tempo too strong for Virtus Pro as the kills just come in. It feels inevitable at this point. GK looking for a clutch trade, but Virtus Pro won't allow it. Masterful so far from them.
All right, so now finally VP. They win a fight in GK territory, but GK, you're gonna be able to come back here, Jake. 2:30 on the clock. I know you're up by 70 plus meters, and you have both support ults here to work out of your spawn, so a lot to like from the setup here for GK.
Simwall's going to slow this one right on down though, Matt, and the rush advantage is not going to be that huge. Here it comes. double support ult. GK double up and commit, but the Flux denying the push forward. Psycho still holds the Stim-Wall, just now pops it. It's gonna last so deep into the fight if Eisnam can just stay alive. Alfie has a crazy angle, fully torqued on this Sim, and his wall splits Landon from the rush and will separate Virtus Pro from their lives here. Good find deep into the fight. Alfie holds it that long. And in the end, as Landon throws that rush in, GK drained the banks of the opposition, and we're coming towards the end of this map, and GK are in the massive advantage.
And I think if you're VP, you absolutely kind of needed to commit that hard, right? Like where you were with like 51 meters. If you win that fight, you get checkpoint. You've been, both sides are just drained of ultimates. So you just need to win basically one more fight. So you're, it's going to be a Flux here. You also have a Deadeye set up. So Ziad takes out Psycho. Yeah, that is good enough to win that.
Kev
you don't
needs
even
a
need
kill,
a Deadeye here.
The cleanse is there. Good
So you
read.
did Ziad. You do kill Ziad. Icestone very healthy. You still have Fixa here as well with Landon, so maybe you can prevent some push, but still, you're just running out of time.
Yeah, GK, they don't actually need to win a fight, right? They just need to stagger things out and not lose, and this kind of a chaotic trade is exactly what the doctor ordered here with just a minute on the clock. Virtus Pro, though, consistency from Eisnam keeps the team alive and gives them just that one last chance, one last lease on life, but the economy is just coming down like a ton of bricks here. High noon, tempo from Kev. He's got to snatch this away. It's really the only playmaking tool that VP have. Everybody hiding, zoned away in the corners. The formation is split, and Lambda is caught off. Good read from Eisnam. Sniffed out that Cassidy. It's going to lead to an opening pick. Now GK, tough decision for them. Are they going to continue to fight? Eisnam's going to force their hand here. Big slam, drops Finn to the ground. Doesn't have the cleanse apparently to stay alive through that. And maybe some more kills. They love some kind of a stagger, but Kelix won't allow it. Wisely gets the reset.
This final fight is going to be absolute chaos. Rushes and Sanctuaries on both sides. No sim walls, thankfully. It'll be Lambda here with the Deadeye. Gonna have to dodge this. The Sanctuary a good ultimate to do so, though.
Sanctuary's out. It's gonna defend. Deadeye, though, so scary. Where is this? Cassidy's inside the Sanctuary's inside your home. The getting back drops the shield, though. Blocks the damage at the crucial moment. Alfie finds one. It's traded back. Kev with two. Keeps the team alive. Virtus Pro just the supports and Kev now in a 2v3. Can they finish off this Alfie Sim? He's on his own teleporter. Basically, another support for him, and he keeps claiming kills. You cannot back down from the OT Sim, and that will cost Virtus Pro the map. DK Esports even things up 1-1, and if yesterday's any indication, these two teams want it bad. We could go all the way to 7 tonight.
Yeah, we could be sitting here for a while, but it'll be a good time as GK, they clutch up there towards the end. Fixa gets one, not able to take out Alfie. That would have been crazy. I don't think you would have had any help coming anytime soon, but we take a look at some of the stats as Ziad and Iceno really kind of playing each other even. Good games from both of the tanks. I know, really, pretty even across the board here, Jake. You have obviously been like coming up clutch on the Kiri there. A decent amount of times. Obviously, providing a little bit more healing than Landon, but losing out in terms of the damage battle.
And way too close to call. Like that's one of those fights, man. If that goes VP's way, we could find ourselves in another insane multi-minute overtime. But DK hold the line, and if it's any comparison, right? Coming back into this series after, their brawl yesterday, this was how it went. DK took us to Coliseum. They even up the series 1-1. Last time the response was Hollywood, and for Virtus Pro, I mean, why change it, right? Maybe just run it back. You did win the series yesterday.
Yeah. And I mean, Hollywood, they were dominant up on the high ground. This is just silly here. It's like the entire team.
This is a little too creative.
Everybody just like,
A little too creative from Lambda. I mean, I don't think that kind of a Cassidy flank works. But you see, man, the threat of the Deadeye, so significant. Feels like both teams
how you're able to just move the Deadeye around now, too, right? Like with how creative teams are getting, like with the Sim TPs inside of the Sanctuaries, outside, just channeling the Deadeye for an extended period of time. I mean, you would think that Hollywood would be the selection for VP, right? I mean, they looked really good on it. I mean, once they had that defensive high ground in that second part of the map, it was over.
I mean, it got sweaty at times, though, on their offense as well. Speaking of getting sweaty, guys, these matches are way too close. We're getting serious broadcast length. That means you better have the Battle.net account linked up. You got to get these drops, get those esports loot boxes. We got tier skips, we got Maga skins, we got everything you could want here for the OWCS fans. So make sure you get your Battle.net account linked up so you can start farming up these drops.
You get a Jake Outlaws Junkrat skin, maybe.
There could be an
one of those
Outlaws
esports loot
Junkrat.
boxes. Could be
an Outlaws Junkrat in one of these esports loot boxes.
A little Custa Valiant Mercy one. I mean, you got a few good options. Hey, Hollywood. That's the map selection that comes in from VP. I don't think it's much of a surprise, right? This is pretty much how the series went yesterday.
It's going to get really interesting, especially if this one goes past 5, because, right, that's where we kind of reach uncharted territory. When the map pool opens up, we see something new, we see something different. But also for VP, I mean, like, yes, they won Hollywood, but it was very close, right? Like, they almost got full held on first point, and things are going to get weird with both Kiri and Sim banned out. I think VP also banned the Kiri last time, right, to play the Batiste, but the Sim ban, I think, is definitely different on this map. Opens up some possibilities for both Alfie and Psycho, two insanely flexible, individually skilled DPS players who have been just tearing it up on Sim, looking fantastic, but now maybe able to show a little bit more individuality in terms of how they approach this map. I don't know exactly what they'll pick. Maybe the Mei, but maybe something out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, this Sim Gone here is just really interesting, right? I know. It does make it harder to obviously access high ground in the second part of the map.
Oh, yeah. Second point is going to be a slog for these poke comps because there is no easy ways through.
Yeah.
Both Sim and Kiri out, though, means Mei could do crazy work, right? Like, with no cleanse to deal with the Blizzard, no TP to get away from it. I mean, this is kind of like a moment for the Flex DPS to kind of carry the game. I think Mei is maybe the most significant hero in this comp.
Yeah, as Alfie and Psycho, the two players to look at there is, you'll also see with Hiragana, this is going to be Bap Mizuki. Looks like for both teams, so it'll be GK on defense first here. See if they're able to get a first point hold, gonna turn the tides of how this one went yesterday. This is going to be a much different game, though, with the bans than we saw yesterday between these two teams.
See what the look is. Oh, okay, I was thinking it might be a Zen. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't completely hate Zen here, but Mizuki just so effective. A lot of unique playmaking potential from this hero to create space, especially on the offense. Virtus Pro, they tried a couple wonky angles of attack yesterday. This time they're going to learn from that mistake and just take things straight up the gut. But that lets Lab to just carve into them with this disruptor shot, farming up rails. A lot of cooldowns out now. Defenders look aggressive, but a beautiful wall isolates the push forward. Ziad, though, responds in kind. Hit scans now off the field, up to the maze to find the difference. But Landon, that Bapper, wins the duel against Span. That'll take the sustain out from under to the defenders. And Virtus Pro, this time it's their turn to annihilate that first point defense.
Yeah, I mean, they get that kill early on onto Labda, and you were talking about how much damage he was ready to put down. The disruptor shot farming up a rail. Maybe he kind of got caught around the corner and taken out as VP. That will be first point as Kev making some changes. Are we gonna see Freya?
I like it.
I like it a lot. In ages, but she's really good on this map of obviously getting angles up on that high ground.
Yeah, and you just need some kind of hit scan that can actually just play the game, Matt, because Cassidy on the low ground of the choke here is a terrifying prospect, and the verticality already puts pressure on the defenders. Drone is out, and that's an uncontested flood. They're all coming crashing down. Ice dominates through that point. It does take an Ant Matrix to set up the play, so two ults, pretty significant ones at that, have to come out. But I mean, for VP, I think it's well worth it to establish high ground control on Hollywood second. I mean, always a hotly contested position on this map, and with no Sim TP, breaking the hold is kind of a terrifying prospect. So let's see how GK approach it.
And you also see that for a brief moment when we're on with Kev, right? He's able to get like visibility over the Mei wall that kind of comes on down. He lands like 2 or 3 big, explosive shots. So doing some serious damage. Ice no S, be careful. Gets the benefits of the regen burst. It'll be the Bola shot there. It connects onto Kellex, it looked like. but able to kind of ward it off. But Finn dies. I mean, that is brutal. It's going to be the Blizzard here that comes on through. No way to escape it from Alfie. Nice Sanctuary here from Fixa, trying to keep Ice Gnome alive.
Keeps the fight going, but Psycho's Blizzard does freeze. Fixa in a crucial battle here on the flank, has to teleport back out, but maybe the damage is done. Lab is zoned off. Here comes Ziad with a key flux. OC available from Levda, and that may be just enough to hold the line on second point. He gets one kill, breaks the drone, finds a second before he goes down, and DK, very scary to lose your BAP that early in the fight, but somehow, some way, they come out with the clutch.
I mean, if they lose that fight there, they're in a brutal scenario, right? I mean, that's going to be second point taken by VP, probably above close to 5 minutes in the time bank to complete the map, and they would be rolling at that time. So now you have an Ant Matrix here, and you have high ground, so an opportunity to win another fight here.
I mean, a brutal lockup. We've seen so many times teams stall out here. May is making her way to the payload, so it's going to force, alongside, I believe, Mizuki, some kind of response. And you see the overtime gets pressure to Maywall here as well. A lot of playmaking to be had in this room, and Geekay now Capuchino rocking a hard place. The payload moving forward. Teams attacking the high ground. What are they going to do here? They need to hold this point, but they got to drop as a unit. Great war split here from Virtus Pro. Flanking from all sides. The BAP window, not long for this world. Pick up right out of it. Not even slammed down to the ground. Goes down too quick for that. And what an immaculate approach from Virtus Pro. I mean, just putting Geekay in a vice grip here on Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, they send Psycho down low, like you mentioned, right, to kind of put some heart pressure on. That drags some players down. You see they attempted to use the wall there to get Ice up to the high ground, but they are not able to do so. But, I mean, they kind of force Geekay in a really difficult position, right? They end up having to drop. To respect that, you have a lot of damage coming on to Zion, not able to do so. Bola shot here.
It gets the drone out. Now he immediately swings the pressure over to that tank line. Kev on this Freya, finding a ton of value. Ziyad's so incredibly low in the front line, and the Blizzard comes down, breaks the back of this defense. A clean fight so far for Virtus Pro, and they refuse to give any trades. Not even a stagger or a payload stall for Geekay Esports. Farther than either team has made it so far on Hollywood in the last couple of days. But Virtus Pro, it is an expensive fight, and breaking this last is not easy. I mean, such a sick defender position.
I mean, especially when the other team has Blizzard and Sanctuary here to play at this show. So you're going to have a Sanctuary of your own for Virtus Pro. Finn has to be so careful. Can't lose him again early in a fight. You're also going to have Landon build up towards the Ant Matrix, so you're going to have nothing here to work with if you're VP.
I mean, he's just putting on so much pressure. He's zoning him out of this entire corner of the defender hold, but DK Esports find a little cubby to play, and Zion pokes back the other way, drops Psycho. That's going to really neuter any potential aggression. Fixa knows he can't really teleport back, but the movement is actually good enough. Eisnam still up on this high ground, making things very scary, and Finn is in deep. Ant Matrix comes out from Landon. He's deep in the spawn, fights to himself, gets it done on the Batiste, picked up by the Sigma to just end his reign of terror, and the slam down will get the finish, but that's Ziad's entire bank dumped. Landon doubles down with the Curie brand, brings out the BAP, and frankly, shows us the gap. I mean, Finn is getting kind of smoked in the BAP battle this series. Killed by the enemy BAP on first. Landon closes out on third. The split pressure really getting to Geekay on their defense.
I mean, I would love to see that. He drops back down on a flank behind them, right? Ice is playing from that high ground position for a very long time. Then Landon eventually just drops down, drops an Ant Matrix, takes out two. There as we take a look at the stats. I mean, look at Landon, 3,400 damage compared to Finn's 1,000 with basically the same healing. I mean, crazy stuff from Landon. You see, just drops the flank. That is Alpha E there. He takes out Alpha E. Alpha E's got Blizzard. He just turns and domes him. I mean, that is sick stuff from Landon.
That's a fight that VP are not supposed to win. I mean, like, that's why Landon goes for that kind of wild maneuver, recognizing the economy is so brutal. The male, I mean, surely not coming through those tiny chokes. Landon deals with it in an unconventional way, gets in the backline himself, drops the May. No cleanse needed on that one, and that's got to sting for Geekay. I mean, this is a map you lost yesterday, so, you know, in theory, you could, as a VP map pick, you can write it off, but it was so much closer last time. It felt so winnable. Now it's, I mean, this map honestly feels over. Like, Geekay capping third is ridiculous in this mirror. I'm capping first is at times in question.
Yeah, it definitely seems like VP have even though the band's obviously making this map feel much different than the other day, continuing their strong play on Hollywood. I mean, 2:21 in the time bank is pretty much an eternity. So we'll see if VP can get this point A hold. On the last go around, it was VP on offense. They were able to break this pretty easily, and it really was kind of Labda falling early that opened things up.
Goes for the Sojourn here. Gets a little bit of a berth on this high ground. Maybe they can put some pressure down. The Maywalls are out. Ziad stunned. Drone is already out from the attackers. GK on the back foot. Virtus Pro wasting no time. They want to pile on the aggression, but maybe trying not to overplay their hand. They know what a threat Alpha East May is to kind of split them apart as they get aggressive. And Kev up on the high ground. Uncontested, a quick 2-tap onto Alpha E. Drops the May, and so too the hopes of GK Esports drained down on this offense. Rail not quite good enough to finish Kev, and Virtus Pro stake their claim on the first neutral, now barreling towards ultimate advantage. This is looking like a slog for DK.
Yes, the walk-up was really costly in terms of their overall HP pools as Kev just pops up from that high ground, takes out LP. Ziad will move up. They're going to have an Ant Matrix here first.
Walls on walls.
Placed on top of each other.
Uh-oh, the Flux is found. Drone available, but he's caught up in the air, and clap on his head. Okay, Finn somehow stays alive. Iceland lost him in the thick of it, but he'll find his man, and yet more. Picks up 3 or 4 in the fight. Just Ziad in the enemy backline. Ooh, okay, I was going to say this could turn into a scary stagger, but they don't want to let him farm up the Flux. I think wise maybe to just end that there, just making sure there's no cheeky last-second pick for Ziad to find.
I mean, that is Finn's Ant Matrix, though, out, and you didn't really get anything for it. The May walls just kind of stacked on top of each other, right on top of that Ant Matrix, and looked like Psychos came down to block it, and then Outbeat's right on top of it, maybe trying to catch one player. Dangerous shots there into Finn, needs to stay alive.
Yeah, Finn will give him a test. Now OC up on the high ground. Labda looking for targets, none presenting themselves. Body shot in to Landon. Labda though with the OC ending, can't quite sing for the deeper finish. Takes the wide angle, but Kepster is nowhere to be seen. Slips away, but Ziad found one on the play. The stun, not quite connecting, but the splash damage good enough, and Ziad cleans up the back line here. Virtus Pro tried to get aggro off of Psycho's Blizzard, but they don't come up with much of anything, and Ziad takes the opportunity to just tear those support lines to shreds.
That means Ziad with a Flux on the point, and then actually kind of flies up towards the cafe to battle Landon, and puts Landon in a really difficult spot because he can't see the point to drop that immortality field down onto those targets, right? Has to basically just use it on himself, and then pops a burst to try and keep those players up. This is where GK, though, got caught up yesterday in this game. They could not break this high ground setup from Virtus Pro. They continue to run the Cassidy. No adjustment just yet here from Labda and GK. Obviously no Sims in place, so it's going to be a little bit harder to even gain access to that high ground.
Cart rolling. VP, though, they've been so good at finding the right moment to drop in an all-in commit. DK Esports know it's coming. Iceland drops first. Walls exchange with the Flux is going to make it impossible for DK to get value out of that ultimate. Rock connects on one, but it's not Iceland crucially, so the Flux still hits. The damage is done. DK routed, trying to just get back to the spawn. Iceland tempting fate, though, stepping through this choke point against him. May is actually going to float up to the high ground and look to finish the fight. Virtus Pro throw caution to the wind, give up their high ground position, but in exchange, they're rewarded with a crushing team fight, resetting DK back to the spawn. And I mean, it would be too crazy, surely, to take a fight in the spawn here, but they're certainly threatening it, making DK work for every inch that they walk up into this Hollywood map.
Yeah, they're just making them think about it a little bit. I mean, the Sigma now with the float, right, can get back to high ground so fast. You see already in position is VP as GK enters the choke, and no real way to get this out the Blizzard.
So hard for him on May here.
Effect. I mean, yeah,
I love when Fix does this too. He just comes, stalls the cart by himself, TP's back to the high ground, gets the wall out from Alpha. Blizzard's still available, but gonna be harder to trap without that cooldown, and that'll be enough for Virtus Pro to take this fight. They do get the wall down, isolate Ziad away, and the drone is just not there in time. Oh, no joy of the Blizzard. That's painful. Finn gets one back. Kevster didn't realize that he was exposed in that angle, but I mean, one kill is maybe not good enough here.
The wall from Psycho is sick there. I mean, they drop down, they get that wall right behind Ziad. They just burn him down so fast. The immortality field from Finn not able to get there in time. Alfie drops the Blizzard, maybe trying to catch some of those players off guard. It's gonna be a
rock to hit.
Big one on, nice rock.
Great hit. still, Icedown trying to get what value he can. Maybe there's an opportunity for trades. Virtus.pro throwing everything into this fight. Ziad, the shield comes up just in time. Protects him from the Blizzard. Kevster, though, somehow always finds his man. He will go down for it, but damage is done. The rest of Virtus.pro, blood in the water, charging forward, eviscerating these attackers, fully resetting them once again. And although Kev gives his life, he's no stranger to that kind of a play. Often going for these sacrificial moves on Cassidy where he finds his one kill, pulls attention to himself, and the rest of the team is right behind him.
I mean, you have an Amp Matrix now to use up on this high ground for Virtus.pro as EK, I mean, no adjustments here, Jake, in trying to break this. I mean, just kind of trying to bully them with the same mirror comp, and it has not worked. I mean, VP is able to get such great poke and then just kind of dictate the fights on their own terms. Fixa uses the TP, gets down here on the Mizuki.
This just runs the clock down like crazy. That Deadeye from Lambda gets nothing. Oh, he's gonna crouch walk the elevator. This is insane. I mean, this is a risky move. See if it pays off. Okay, he finds no one on the high ground. There. Happy to get a little bit of a comfortable angle, except Icedown floats back up to deal with him. Nice headshot back the other way from Lambda, but it's too little too late. Although as the trades come in, losing to Batiste actually gives DK a strong chance in this. Both supports still alive. Now Kevster's turn for a desperate flank, one that needs to come up with kills, and it doesn't this time. So nice little brawl from GK Esports, creating just enough chaos to win the day.
And now they'll get one more fight at least here on this second checkpoint with no high ground available for Virtus.pro. So they'll get on even footing here. Alpha E with the Blizzard, and you have a Flux yet again, but the Amp Matrix here, can they set Kev up with like a Deadeye in an interesting position? It's gonna be the Flux here. Doesn't get anything.
Roots it this time. Lambda though, still under fire. Icedown wants to potentially run that one down. It does leave Cart out on its own, so who's gonna touch? It'll be the supports. Kevster has the High Noon, just desperately trying to stay alive, but the Blizzard freezes everybody. Virtus.pro, good attempt in this OT, but DK are gonna see their side of third point. But Matt, I mean, you need to cap with time here, or the best you can do is a draw. And I don't know how the heck you're supposed to finish faster than a minute 20.
I mean, it was a nice idea from Icedome, kind of like taking that off angle and then really putting pressure down onto Lambda. They just have nobody who can get back and kind of like contest the point, right? And then obviously the Blizzard coming down on top of it with the Flux. So really difficult for VP to fight out of that one. A minute to go. You need just, you know, basically a clean sweep here from DK to be able to have a chance in this map, and that's not the way you want to start. It is Kev opening things up onto Lambda, and then a Blizzard comes on down from Psycho, and this is going to allow Fixa to do some crazy damage here towards the end, build up towards a Sanctuary and another Amp Matrix.
The best you can do at this point is a draw for GK Esports. They still have to fight. I mean, if they could somehow hold VP to that outcome, it would be a massive win from this position. But VP want to deny that. They want to lock up this Hollywood map win, pick up the edge here in this first of 4 series. The on and off angle, get some damage in, but not much follow-up there. The Maywall is making that too difficult to get it on top of the backline. The Amp Matrix is down. So scary for Cass, even with Deadeye, to peek into that. Ultimate's all over the field, but it's Island who finds Kellex and opens things up with the Flux, looking to finish the fight here. The rock goes wide, not even needed. Fixa is actually the one who cleans up Lambda, but the final fight of the map ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. DK, decent effort here on Hollywood, but in the end, Virtus.pro in such sick control of this map. That offense is one of the best I've ever seen here on Hollywood.
Yeah, just really great stuff from Virtus.pro. The Freya swap was really nice there from Kevster, allows them to kind of get over some of the May walls, get some high ground control as well. Just no adjustments there from the side of GK. Taking a look at some of the stats, I mean, dude, Ice 43 and 4, 22k damage. Just absolutely farming there.
That's not right, Matt. Like, can we check this?
I mean,
what? 22k?
Yeah, it's a wild game. Yeah.
He is.
I mean, dude, Sig does crazy damage right now. I mean, you see Ziad on the other side. You know what? That's like more than 8k damage behind there.
Yeah.
At the moment, so it's just a lot of damage coming down from even like, you know, Finn obviously, yeah, it does a little bit more healing here than Landon, but it falls behind in terms of damage in like 2200. So pretty significant damage output. Disadvantage there for GK results in a map loss.
Yeah, although the damage set is very close, I think Psycho was able to find the edge with the Blizzards, but in this comp, it really does feel like the team that has the windows to get aggressive and takes their opportunities gets rewarded. And I'm reminded, you know, in some of these moments by some of these small plays that, like, you know, sending VP in this brutal offense, they send the Mei and the Mizuki to the payload. The defenders they're trying to fight high ground, but they're worried about the overtime. You can tell the calls are getting chaotic, and I think really intelligent from VP to force these kind of a weird engagement. They don't take the straight up fights on offense. They know the defenders are too favored for that, and so they create these strange opportunities almost out of nothing at times. And you can see, I mean, I think definitely a difference in experience on Hollywood showcased there. I love when Vix is doing these little plays. He like teleports down to the cart, sits in the corner, stalls it out for 4 or 5 seconds. Like, that hurts on attack when you're just can't progress the payload, getting pummeled from high ground. That generates real advantage.
This series has started the exact same way as yesterday. Ilios map win for VP.
You're telling me we're going to a
map win for GK.
To a crazy OT Circuit Royale map 5, which won't even be the end of the series, Matt? Then I'm interested. I'm a buyer.
GK yesterday went to New Junk City and wiped the floor with them 3-0 in terms of flashpoints. So
run it back,
we'll
baby.
See if they decide to do that yet again.
I can't imagine why they deviate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yesterday the bans here were Xion from GK, and then this is where the Curie ban came out from Virtus Pro.
Was wait, no, I'm crazy. It was Mei and Hazard, no?
No, Mei and Hazard.
Crazy?
Oh, actually, no, you're right. Sorry, yeah, just
because the Curie ban was the same on Hollywood. Yeah. It was the change up was taking the sim out of the equation.
Yes.
From last time on Hollywood.
Ban too now.
Ooh, GK getting a little spicy with it. I will say, this Mei Hazard ban is kind of weird bans. You know, like these are kind of like throwaway bans. I suspect that Virtus Pro are gonna bring a different flavor because, as you said, most of the maps in the series yesterday were close. This one wasn't. Like, this was all GK. They dominated. I think VP maybe need to show some kind of a different look, and they're the ones who've been locking it in, playing the Sigma poke all day long today. GK have been comfortable enough. Like, okay, it's another throwaway ban, so never mind.
Well, well, I mean, no, they already banned Bastion, right?
It's like a sim protect, I guess.
Like a sim or Xion.
Yeah, sim. I guess it's a Xion protect. I don't know. I think this is a genuine throwaway ban. I don't know what DPS they're worried about losing. Maybe it's VP though. Like, this may be something we can't know now, because if I were VP, I would have taken that loss on this map yesterday and said, let's try something different on New Junk City. I mean, that was the one map where you got kind of smoked, and maybe a big change-up is in order. So, like, I mean, it'd be kind of cool if VP would bring some crazy pace, some crazy aggression onto this map.
We never saw a SIG ban from GK yesterday. We did see it from VP in the game 5. It's a Mizuki ban. So this is the ban that we saw GK used in their game 5 yesterday against VP. So the Widow ban, I mean, like yesterday they banned Bastion, which you already seen from GK, and then they did ban the Xion. So maybe they were trying to protect the Xion potentially for Kev to play here.
Yeah, it is a map where, you know, we've seen Xion do some crazy flanking maneuvers with that bike, which is always a blast to watch, especially somebody as clean as Kev on the pilot. But definitely, it feels like when we go to New Junk City, it invites a tempo shift. It invites teams to maybe push the pace, some of these tighter angles, just the faster pace of Flashpoint as a map type in general. And Virtus Pro, although they haven't played that today, we know it is something in their wheelhouse, whether it's the Hazard or, you know, the Maga, even from Eisenam at times. Like, they can play these faster comps. They usually choose not to, but maybe this is an opportunity to set the tone. And if you can change the narrative from whoever can break the opponent's streak from yesterday, right? Whoever wins the map that the opponent won in the last series, you kind of snatch momentum in the series away, and it might just crumble from there. So this one, it's not the end of the series, but it feels to me like a little do or die for GK, especially with how good they were yesterday here.
Would GK have considered a Cassidy ban?
Maybe, if they want to push
like
the pace. Lambda is good on the Sojourn.
And he plays Sojourn a lot on this map, right?
It's true.
Potentially taking that away. Where Kev would have probably played Xion. We haven't seen Kev play a ton of the Sojourn in this stage. It's really been a lot of the Cassidy and the Xion. But just to remind you guys at home, we got the Fire and Tide esports bundle in the shop right now. Make sure, I know obviously after this series and after NA, or if you want to put NA on the second monitor, keep earning the drops, why not? Go make sure you go get the bundle. Bundle includes all of the name cards as well as You know, I really like that top one. You know, the name card.
That's kinda clean.
cycling through. I mean, I have so many at this point, but you gotta try and find. You know what the key is, Jake? You gotta find the stuff that nobody else has.
Exactly,
If you're able
Matt.
to buy the bundle and have all those name cards, those are name cards other people may not have, and you can look cool in the lobby.
It's about the flex, Matt. It's about letting them know that you got that rare stuff. This, of course, available now in the shop, so check it out, guys. Fire and Tide Esports Bundle. And as we're getting into New Junk City, it looks like we've got a player restart, so we're going to be getting that settled before we break into New Junk City. And feels like this is a Flashpoint, always an opportunity for a little bit of wild creativity if VP want to go that direction.
Yeah, it's you know, Xion available. We didn't see either team ban the sim the last time. We saw these two teams play, so it seems like they're fine letting it in play. If I remember correctly, we saw we did see, I think, Kev play some Xion early on in the series, and then we've obviously seen Kev, you know, with some highlight plays against Katya on the Xion, so maybe that was something that they want to potentially run here, and also protect the Cassidy in a way.
It's interesting seeing Xion rise so quickly into the meta after her release, and then maybe fall so precipitously as teams have started to really understand how to deal with her, being ready for the bike threat as it comes in, and even finding the moments to run her down and punish her when she's low on those mobility skills. Feels like Cassidy has been a big part of that. Both heroes available to be played, and New Junk City offers a battlefield where the footing might be a little more even. I think in a more standard map, the Cassidy feels pretty comfortable marking those off angles, but on New Junk City, you just can't mark them all. There's too many ways to get into the fight, too many ways. I mean, we saw this even from Alcat when they played VP, right? They brought insane pace on the Maga Xion here, and it actually worked even over VP. So curious to see if VP want to integrate some kind of element of that style. Without the Mizuki, they are going to be forced to show us at least something different here.
Yeah, as we've seen Mizuki over the last two maps, really the entire time, but also on Flashpoint, we obviously Lucio come up, clutch. So probably Lucio Kiri. We'll see what ends up happening. The Widow ban, most likely. I know you're protecting either like the Sim, the Cassidy, something along those lines, potentially even the Xion as well. So a few different options, as I know we had a little bit of a delay, and it looks like we're gonna have another little bit of
Never mind.
delay as the pause.
Maybe.
Hold.
I'm holding,
We're
Matt.
good.
We're good. Celebratory pause.
We just like to keep the people at home on their toes, you know what I mean?
And me.
And you, yeah.
Ooh, I like what I see out of VP right now. And I have been baited by spawn room picks many times before, but I'm here for it. And
The Onron Vendetta.
Hold up. I mean, this is talking about aggression. This is wanton aggression from Virtus Pro. This comp does not play slow, ever. It is a go, go, go style. Alpha Yi could be called into some serious question here on the Symmetra. Hard to stay alive. Okay, he's on the Reaper, which I actually think is going to have a much more comfortable matchup
So they
here.
will play the Onron though, which is an interesting wrinkle, right? Most likely plays pretty well with the Maga, right?
Yeah,
with
the fire synergy.
Cardiac Overdrive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice with the fire synergy. You can both ignite for one another and set each other up. But a big stomp from Ziad absolutely deletes Psycho. What a bind from the DK Maga. Comes in to assist Alfie, who's under pressure in the corner. And DK, I mean, it's a cheeky little comp from VP, but DK say, yeah, well, maybe I'd win. Maybe I'd win. Just dropping the absolute hammer on Onron.
Well, obviously it's aggression that comes out from VP early on, and then like the counter stomp that comes in from Ziad, right? They try and put some pressure on Alfie on the Reaper, and they just stomp right on top of the Onron and the Maga. We'll see from Psycho's POV. Just a brief moment as EK controls the point here first.
Sojourn with a lot of space to work with here. Allowed to really profit from some early rail shots, and Psycho's getting kind of marked in the extremities. Does dash in, tries to get some ignites off, just barely connects to the Sojourn. Public enemy #1, but I mean, the support backs up. They respond in kind, and Virtus Pro, this aggression is not really working for them so far. I mean, DK handling it in stride. They have just played an entire series against Twisted Minds after all, so catching this team off guard is going to be a tall order. Izop does find one, and the shout keeps him healthy, but there's just too many players alive for DK Esports.
And I wonder if like, obviously VP very good at some of these Sigma-based comps. I wonder if this is kind of like where GK can maybe find a slight advantage, right? You know, playing some Maga, forcing some Maga on the other side, right? Sojourn plays really well into Maga, and then obviously Alpha E can play Reaper at a very high level. It kind of maybe gives him a little brief window into the series, as we'll see Psycho continue to play the Onron. One of the first times we've seen Onron in the EMEA, so
I mean, Reaper
maybe
with
get any more value out of it.
so many like cheeky corners on that first point. An early ignite comes out, the rush much faster from Finn here, and Alpha E wants to make hay while the sun shines here. Dives into the back line, decimates Virtus Pro, and it's just Fixa and Kevster, luckily with probably enough mobility to be able to reset out of this, but pretty painful scenes here on New Junk City as Virtus Pro just struggled to get towards their first set of ultimates, and already the second flashpoint in control.
I mean, it's brutal, right? I mean, Kev finally gonna get up towards the spree, and now Psycho still working towards the Onron ultimate. Is not been a lot of positives for Virtus Pro thus far. Is I know Landon with a rush. This could be an opportunity where they can open things up. It'll be Kev going with a bike on an off angle.
Lost him in, but the cage fight mitigating the worst of it. Beats exchange, but Reaper doing so much here. Xion tries to turn the tide with Setsuriku spree, but it's Labda holding the line with the overclock. Now gets the opportunity to pierce the heart of Virtus Pro. Psycho does drop one of those hearts, maybe two of them with Maga falling off the field, but DK still with the 4v3 player advantage, and Labda just cleans the floor. Solid finds from him, and even a nasty play to Onron. She has the ultimate, but they're eventually gonna drop her. And GK, I mean, they're dominating. This Onron it's cheeky, it's silly, but they are just getting blasted by Reaper right now.
Yeah, it is not really paid off. I was curious to see how it would work. Right now, it's just VP getting dominated. They look like they want to try and fight this one more time, though. Maybe you can use Psycho's ultimate. Goes huge here, but EK gonna farm up towards this Kitsune rush. Yeah, nice stomp.
Yeah, even with the cleanse coming out, really on the back foot now for DK, but the rush changes everything. The tenor of the fight shifts now. Ziad brawls through Eisdom, and even with the ultimate here from Onron, igniting a lot of the backline without Maga, you just don't have a chance in this kind of a point-blank brawl. And yeah, this one is it's not close, Matt. GK, look at the repeat yesterday, history. We're on rails this series. We are going.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to Circle Royale. Like, let's be honest. Like, we you know.
Yeah, it's that looks like where we're headed. As VP, I give them props. They're committed to it, though. We'll see if they can land.
I don't give them
plane
props,
here
Matt.
and kind of win 3 straight.
Psycho has like 1,500 damage. This is not competitive. GK, I mean, Sojourn Reaper. This is one of the OG rush DPS setups. As good as Xion is, you know, it's kind of a struggle for Onron to keep up. Some good ignites from Psycho, maybe having a decent opener to the fight, but the beat response is devastating. Fixa wall riding away, but cannot make it to the pack. Alfie, he cuts him down with the dire triggers.
This has been one of the bigger blowouts we've seen on a flashpoint in a while, I feel like, as this is going to be point control to GK, Jake, and
they're ready to go next, Strat. This is like, what are we watching?
This looks like a go next. But I'm so curious. Like, I mean, they've obviously had to have scrimmed this, right? And like, potentially even against GK and made it work, right?
Yeah, my guess is that they don't play the Reaper comp, and it is a very challenging comp to play as a team, although people will make fun of me for saying that. It is. Here comes the ultimate, so big exchange on point. A good chance now from Virtus Pro, but the Blossom doing way too much. That's Riku's free, overwhelmed here. Great work from the GK supports to ensure this is a clean fight, and Libda moves towards a 20 streak. I mean, come on.
It's yeah, we're just all right. Now we're changing. All right, so we're gonna get the Reaper in action, but most likely too late
into a rush. Man, it's not a friendly final fight. Fixa has the beat, but that rush Reaper Alfie is going to rip and tear with that lifesteal. I mean, surely he makes it, right? Surely. Oh, counter knockdown, big damage on Eisdom. The beat has to come out early. Finn with the rush on the point. GK keeping on the gas here, staying aggressive, trying to overwhelm and dominate through this backline. Kelix finds Kevster on the extremities. Eisdom forced into a payload touch as the Reaper not long for this world as Wraith ends. Libda finds his man, picks up the kills, and GK, an absolute speed run. I mean,
that was so fast.
That was extraordinary. I mean, all right. The on-run is like, I get it. It's like fire, and the other guy does fire, and so you have synergy. But like, it just doesn't work, man. The Reaper eats them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
The Reaper's a bad matchup for the on-run, I would say.
This is pain. I mean,
yeah,
if you
it's a
showed me
rough
this
one.
scoreboard without player names, I would not be able to identify this as the grand finals between Virtus Pro and DK. So clearly, the Rush mirror is actually not something that VP are interested in
25
taking.
and 0. 25 and 0 for Labda there. No, I wonder, like, if you're GK, you have to think about, like, can we ban Sigma and just play like this, like, Maga Rush? Like, I don't know. Like, we'd obviously see VP make some adjustments, I think. Not come out and play like Xion Onron, but
I think they need a mirror, man. The Sojourn Reaper, they're iconic classics, and like Xion looks great when you're up against a less mobile comp and you can kind of get deep into the back line, throw a bike in on the supports. But in this matchup, every time you flank on Xion is time that the opponent is just send it down mid, run at you with Reaper and Maga, and you don't have the luxury to kind of set up the fight how you like. Things get too chaotic, I think, for Xion to really get into the mix in time. It's a little too much on the rotation, and Sojourn is just laying in rails. On-run, I don't want to talk about it. That was rough. That was painful.
I gotta know, though. That had to have worked in some type of scrims, right? Maybe you gotta pay it off, but not ideal. Do we see them go to circuit? I mean, this is a mere 5 maps to start things off. I mean, circuit yesterday we saw no Sig as well.
Obviously, a comfortable margin of victory on circuit. So VP are going to be very confident. Last time, I would not shocked to see it come out again. I do think, though, this is going to be a very different circuit than last time, even if the same bans come out. Last time, remember, it was like GK opened with the Diva. It completely fell flat. Their defense really crumbled from there. And then on the opposite side, it was Lebda to have the read to go to the Bastion first. Kestra had to follow suit, and it was their turn to put on a blistering offense. So I'd expect both defenses, if we get the same ban phase, to be maybe a lot more prepared this time. For VP, though, they also don't have to ban the Sigma if they wanted to see a very different kind of a matchup here.
No, I think it'll be a different ban phase, right? Because we've already seen GK get rid of the Mizuki, right? We've already seen Mizuki gone. And this is obviously some of the moments from this match yesterday, right? Same map order, same scores, the upper finals going into this. We will have extra games. I wonder if you do see... has VP banned Bastion? That could be quite interesting here. So the payload was successfully delivered there towards the end.
Do it for cargo, baby. Do it for cargo. A ban
so VP. Okay, they banned. Well, it's interesting because GK can't ban Bastion, right? Because it's already been gone. They wouldn't do it because. No, they obviously got the better of it yesterday. They banned Cat.
That's a confident ban. It's a run it back type ban.
A Sim ban.
Taken away. Okay, so Virtus Pro
May?
Yeah, well, I actually think it gets kind of complicated now because Kiri is still in the mix. So I suspect the Kiri Mizuki support line is going to be, confidently chosen by both teams. Maybe May still the best, right? The wall is such good utility, and there's not many DPS who can really do much when it comes to, fighting the Sanctuary, fighting on top of the Kitsune Rush. And in fairness, for VP, with the Sims off the field on Hollywood, they looked much more comfortable. And, maybe opening the individual playmaking quotient when there isn't quite so much of that burning pressure on your front line. Psycho, maybe his confidence in him on the May, see what Alfie can do. He hasn't really played much May so far at all this season, so see how this one plays off. It's going to be slightly different with both Sigma and Mizuki on the field on circuit, unlike what we saw in that incredibly close nail-biter yesterday.
So we will, we get a game 5 here, right? But this is a first to 4. Winner of this does go to series point, but with how these two have battled each other
it's
over the last few days, you'd expect we get a
it's the first 4, so it's map 7 series.
The limits here today, and
both of these squads, they know each other so well.
Or can go to map 7.
Are going on a crazy level at this point.
They're baiting us again. Wait.
Hold.
Are we paused?
Any holders?
We're holding.
We're holding.
We will we'll figure out kind of what goes in there. Sounds like a little internet issue, so we'll have some time here for you and I to talk. I don't know what we're talking about other than the fact that we saw a really close game between these two teams the other day on this map. Everybody kind of talking about how crazy the end was. This looks like, though, with the bans and how the series has gone, may end up playing a little bit differently.
Yeah.
both teams now an opportunity to reevaluate, and taking the sim out of the mix
It's not a.
does put some questions.
But with GK having that first series, I thought it was gonna be Virtus Pro just taking over and GK just being tired from playing so long. But GK is still looking really good. So this could go to map 7, which would be insane to be. That'd be a really long day for GK, but hey, if you could beat Virtus Pro in a map 7 after your long day, that's gonna really hold a statement with how good you really are in long days like this.
I think the rush can be quite good on this map, but sim is the linchpin of it, right? Speed is nice, and it maybe can be enough, but honestly, you know, you kind of need the opportunity to recover. The sim wall is also ridiculous. If you're playing a rush into a slow comp,
I didn't see the bans on this one, so I don't know what they banned.
All that pressure is just fully relieved for basically the entire team fight. So, yeah, without sim, you think you'd be really forcing it. I feel like this has to be a poke mirror. And I mean, in fairness, GK, they haven't shied away from it. VP are, I guess, up 2-1 in maps on the poke mirror, but it's been close. It's been contested. The scarier thing is how Hollywood went, right? And with sim off the field, I expect to see, kind of roughly similar styles, or at least Landon more than likely gonna not play the Batiste. So some of those backline Batiste nightmares can at least be put to rest here for GK Esports.
I'm curious what the bans were. I guess Sim was one of the bans, but I don't know what the other ban was.
EMEA, Virtus Pro, GK, and Twisted Minds. And if you want to go as well, well, you didn't qualify through the OWCS, so you have to buy your ticket. But we can give you 15% off, though, if you scan the QR code and use OW15. It's going to be an awesome time out in Paris. Go sightsee, have a great time, watch some great Overwatch.
Sim and Cat? Oh, okay.
Week of games at EWC is, hey, we're going to see both of these teams there. Imagine this match on LAN with a huge crowd. That would be awesome to be able to get, as maybe we get that deep into the tournament out there.
Yeah, a little bit of home field advantage for EMEA, and honestly, man, I don't think that elite competitive Overwatch has ever been this close, this competitive. We saw a map 7 banger grand final in Japan, now back on home field with 3 ridiculously strong representatives coming out of EMEA. I really feel like EMEA is the region to beat. Even as good as some of these Korean squads have
I think they're going to bring out a Cat Bastion, because I know that
this EMEA lineup, and any one of them could go deep in the tournament. Like,
GK doesn't usually play the Cat Bastion.
Imagine being like, you played so well out of some other region, and your reward? Twisted Minds in the first round.
But I guess
it's
it could have been Virtus Pro. I don't know.
Rolling on up,
I think
in Twisted Minds, so it's gonna be
is it Virtus Pro that bans the Cats?
Off some of these EMEA juggernauts at EWC, but 2-2 in this series. I know in our grand finals,
so
currently waiting on Zion to get back into game. Then we can.
Or was it GK that banned the Cat?
It'll be Circuit Royale yet again between these two teams. We will see more maps, though, right? Nobody can.
So VP banned the.
First to 4, so
we'll
see when the map pool reopens what we decide to have these teams go towards.
Yeah, reopening the map pool is like opening a whole can.
Or no, they banned the Sim. I read that wrong. So they banned the Sim. If Virtus Pro banned the Sim,
they might have escaped. They get out of that map, you take the L, whatever, but that could come back to haunt you in this first to 4, right? Like, we've got more maps to play after this one.
So they banned the Sim. Why would they take away their own Sim away from Psycho? They have like one of the best Sims in the world.
You don't find answers to that GK rush that, despite not being played so much today, is still fearsome, still very well drilled.
Yes, here's some highlights from earlier in the series. Map number 1.
You could be right. They could be cooking here, like taking away their own Sim.
It was
they'd be like,
GK
wait,
came out
why
with,
did
like,
you
an
take away your
interesting
own
combo.
sim? And then they
They
ban
get
the
our first
cat.
point, but then decided they need to go back and make a swap. They never really kind of recovered after that.
Because I know Virtus Pro
So
likes to
VP
play the
kinda dominated there early
Cat
on.
Bastion.
In game 2, that was
GK doesn't really
you
like
know,
playing
on
Cat
Coliseum,
Bastion,
where
so
GK started to come
it makes
to play.
sense to have
Series has been back and forth thus far. An opportunity now for a team to kind of win 2
to have
matches.
GK have
Yeah,
the
there's,
cat ban.
sick plays here from Ziyad, but they have not,
But I don't
you know,
understand
been
the sim
shy,
ban from Virtus Pro
GK to kind of
because
play that sig mirror,
I don't
against
understand
VP.
why would
A lot
you
of
would
teams
take
try
away
to
your
move away
own
from
like
it, but,
best player.
not this GK lineup. They feel pretty good about it.
Alfie feels so comfortable on the sim. I feel like you got to give him a little bit of an edge.
Oh,
over
they don't have
in some
Psycho,
of
never
these
mind.
Playmaking moments, like on Coliseum in particular, we really
Psycho's on
felt
Twisted
it.
Minds.
I think that probably plays into the decision here for Virtus Pro to ban it away and at least simplify, make these team fights a little bit more straightforward. But he's been an absolute.
I was thinking the wrong player. Wait, who's their sim player?
Crucial. And Alfie, kind of against all odds, has picked up.
I don't know who their sim player is.
One of the best in the world to pilot it.
And Hollywood went pretty similar to.
Or is it
yesterday
GK? Or is
as
it
well.
Psycho?
Some sick stuff from Landon on this map. A nice
It is
spray to
Psycho,
pick
right?
up, from
Yeah,
Kid.
it is Psycho.
Allows
Never
them to
mind.
get access to
I don't know what I'm
some
trying to say.
rather easily. Finn trying to do a 360 there, keep himself alive. That doesn't exactly
Just
work
trying
out.
to
This is a
keep
sick
the
play,
head
though.
moving.
Ant Matrix just absolutely just deletes Alfie while he's got Blizzard, and then finds
I
another.
just keep second guessing myself.
This
But yeah, it
kind
is
of find
Psycho that
ourselves
their
at the
sim player
moment.
is.
GK are kind of last map darlings here as they go all the way the distance against absolutely everybody. We'll see if they can go the distance here against VP. Some more maps to go, but we're gonna go to quick break.
They
while we
over
get
repaired.
everybody set
Oh.
for game.
They're still. I wouldn't even let that play if I knew they were just gonna talk for that long. Because I'm like thinking. Oh man. Man, I don't know. Because to be honest, in the band, oh god, I can't talk. In the band phase, I think this favors GK because Virtus Pro can't come on Cat Bastion, can't use Psycho on Sim. Like, I think I favor the ban phase for GK because a lot of things that Virtus Pro you've seen them run are now banned out. Maybe they'll surprise. Yeah, maybe they're just trying to surprise GK really, to like come out on something different than what we've seen them play so much of. And they're just gonna look super good. Like there's no way they're not prepared for. If they're gonna ban their own sim, there's no way they didn't prepare for a another comp for this. But it's just something we've never seen from Virtus Pro, so I am really curious. Maybe they come out with like a ground bastion, maybe? Because we have kind of seen that when the cat kind of gets banned. So maybe they come up with a ground bastion. But I thought the TPs then you can't really move Bastion around a lot either. So like everything you can move the Bastion around is banned out. Oh man. I'm actually really I'm actually curious what they're gonna come out with actually now, because like everything I could think of that Virtus Pro has cooked up is probably not gonna happen because of like movements and stuff. I'm still trying to think what they're gonna come out. Maybe a Xion Tracer. That could be a possibility, I guess. But there's not really flanks in this map either. So maybe a Mei. I'm gonna go Mei. Ooh, who else would their other person be? Mei Sojourn? Mei Cassidy? Mei Cassidy, maybe. I think Mei Cassidy is what they're gonna come out on. It would be my guess. But they could do Mei Sojourn as well. But with Kester looking so good with the Cassidy, I wouldn't see where they would end up putting him on the Sojourn instead of the Cassidy. So it's probably gonna their comp probably gonna be Sigma, Mei, Cassidy, Juno. I think Juno, and then man, I can't remember what his name is. Mizuki. I think that's gonna be their comp that they come out with. And honestly, GK might actually match that comp too, to see if they can hold their own. It could be the Lucio instead of Juno as well, but Juno gets played a lot on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's Juno instead of Lucio on this one. But I do think we get the like Sigma poke on this map. Unless I want to play Ram, but I think it's more likely to be Sigma. But we'll see.
Back in action here. It'll be GK on defense here first. No, there he is. There's no way you're gonna play Alari Mizuki, right? I mean, no. I mean, Kiri's still available. I mean, that feels like Finn would end up playing the Kiri, but maybe he needs some more time. So we're gonna go to a pause to let him decide what he decides to play. As look, we talked a lot about stuff here, Jake. What's the longest pause you've been through?
I've seen some tough ones. Seen some big like internet DCs.
Okay, back to. I forgot the Kiri was available. Kiri's always gonna be picked over any support, just because the rush is so good. But I honestly would think that you want. The Alari pick here, I know they did it last time and it looked pretty good. I think they did it against Twisted Minds, but I don't know. I don't like. I don't like the Mizuki. I don't think there's enough healing to do like all the poke and everything that's gonna be coming your way. I think you need to get that. I think you need to take the Lari out and go with the Kiri instead. Because you're just gonna get bullied every time that they have rush. You're probably just gonna get bullied anyways because you don't have enough sustain with your healing. But you're also just gonna get bullied as soon as they have rush too. Maybe they come out on it like one fight, see that they get like ran over, and they're like, okay, this is gonna work, so, and then they switch to their own Kiri. But I don't like the Lari here. With a Mizuki, maybe if you had more healing potential, maybe I'd like the Lari better. And the pylon or whatever they call it that she throws in the wall to like give healing can give quite a bit, but that gets broken and like your healing potential goes like down pretty low. But the Captain Sun is a pretty strong ult. But if you're just playing for an ult that you can win a fight with, I don't like that. Because you're only gonna have it like once every like other fight, if not just one every 3 fights. But we're still at a pause, man. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about that. So, do you think Team Liquid's gonna come out? Like, I know Team Liquid came out with a surprise before against Dallas Fuel. Or do you think that's like that big surprise is out and Dallas Fuel's actually gonna take it today? Because I could think that they need to start. Yeah. Because, man, it's already been a long day for GK. Now it's going to be even longer because everything's been not working. Could you imagine if they have to, if they keep having like internet problems, they have to postpone this series to like the next, like tomorrow, just because they can't get the internet to work. Because I've had days where I can't get my internet to work for an entire day. And so, well, I don't think it was like an entire day, but it was like my internet was having problems. They were fixing it, and so my internet was down for, I want to say 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours, and so I'm like, but I'm hoping that's not what's happening to this guy, but it could, and they would probably have to postpone it till tomorrow. Start on map 4. Map 4 tomorrow. That'd be insane. Or I would have no idea what they would do. Because it couldn't really be a tomorrow match because that's Monday, but like, would you? But you'd have to do it during the week, wouldn't you? Because I don't know if next week is when we go into the championships, or if they're gonna wait like 2 weeks to actually get into it. I'll look at the schedule after. It depends on who it is. Like, I actually don't think GK has a sub. I think GK only has a coach. And sometimes, like, coaches could be very low ranked, which means that you just, like, lose. And if it's VP, they only have a support sub. So, and if it's like their tank player, then you're not gonna want to throw a support player on a tank role. Have a flex. I don't know. That's just I don't know. That's just pretty much what they just haven't done. Oh, it looks like we're getting into it now.
Getting scary, Matt. We were talking about some doomsday scenarios.
Yeah, there's some
in the
wild
pause
stuff
there.
thrown around.
We were talking
Wild
about
stuff going
Haku
around.
coming in on tank. If you can't resolve this, and I mean, that would be, no offense to Haku, but in this game, that cannot happen.
Yeah, it looks like just maybe Ziad like dealing with some like just internet issues. So seems like those are.
Yeah, so their support player, they were gonna sub their support player on tank.
Kind of continue the game. We'll monitor that. It'll be GK.
Or no, their coach player. It's GK's. Their coach on tank.
Okay, it'll be Kevin Forrest. We're gonna ditch some hit scan altogether here.
Ooh, some creative look here from Kev, showing the flexibility. Definitely another option in this wheelhouse, but the Sojourn, not the best hit scan. And looking up and poking down on this bar, you feel that frontline pressure start to come in. Eisdom, though, gets isolated by the
So
bomb.
they don't just.
Struggling to break this setup. Your RVP, a nice rail, puts Kevster on his heels, but in the front line, that cost Lab to his life. Had to swing in.
Yeah, they're at the house.
To connect that shot. Shield blocks the accretion, and Eisdom looks to clean this fight up. Ziad's still fighting, though, and has the support behind him. This one is getting chaotic, as we know these Circuit Royale fights are known to be. Psycho finds kill after kill, though, and eventually gets this car rolling on the offense. So this is going a full minute, though, man.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're going to continue to run this far. At least it looks like they will, with Kev staying alive throughout it. Is GK.
So I guess in that scenario that, like, if it was.
Ice Gnome back, and you're going to get one more fight here before we get towards.
So maybe they bring in the coach.
Looking up in the sky, trying to put some pressure down
Is what
on
they were
Kev.
saying, but
Trying to dig the Pharah here.
that would have sucked.
Feel that poke pressure coming in. It's disrupting these formations. Ultimate's now starting to come online. Here comes the rush. Kevster finds them before the rush can really come into effect. The flux pulls players out of the sanctuaries, which are both traded here on the payload, but the player advantage comes in. The blizzard on top of the payload. You've got to keep this OT rolling. Alpha full frozen after he gets his blizzard out, and a celebratory for Barrage for Kevster cleans up this first point. I wonder if that doesn't portend maybe a swap back here to another hit scan on second, but Libda's over to the Freya, so some changes trying to adapt to a VP that, I mean, luckily had plenty of time to cook up this strat.
Yeah, and I wonder what you decide. I mean, like, Freya is, I know, decent against the Aura, but like, you know, maybe like I thought we could have potentially seen like a Cassidy here for Lambda, or even like, you know, Bastion obviously in play, but it'll be Ice Gnome here, go with a Flux. It'll be Ice Block there for Alpha Yi as Yad gets low, but gets back to the rest of the team for some support.
Nearly gets isolated by a Maywall, but Icenom finds Fix. The chaos this far has introduced is leading to so many of these poke kills. Virtus Pro, with a style that it feels like only they can really implement, have found just pick after pick. We're not really getting proper team fights here from the defense.
No.
Who find themselves on a massive back foot trying to retake into Pharah.
GK usually has like a very slow start, and that's when they start picking it up. That's why like the first map went. It's really weird.
Maywall could be nasty. Ziad gonna have to walk out, gonna have a teammate there with him.
I honestly think that this would have been a lot closer if we didn't have the stall.
Juno's just getting assaulted here in the back line. Kevster pulls a rotation over to him. Now onto the May, who doesn't have the rest of the ice block. Alfie doesn't even see the flank coming. Virtus Pro picking apart their opponents from the back line here.
I thought this was gonna be a lot closer, but
where's the GK Esports from the matches today? They have fallen flat on circuit. This is scary. This is VP
and with
confidence to get creative.
With GK being so like a slow starter, so that pause actually really hurts GK so bad. I think we would have got a really close match if that pause didn't happen. I think that pause really hurt GK.
It's going to be the Blizzard here from Psycho up on the high ground.
Oh, Pulsebomb just barely survived with a teleport, but here comes the rush trying to overwhelm Virtus Pro, keeping this fight rolling, but actually it's DK who come away with all of the clutch kills. Landon, the rush not getting nearly enough value, and maybe that raw strength right up the front with the Sojourn.
Okay, they're starting to pick back up their momentum again, so we could see a good hold here, but this is a far cart push without.
This play style right now feels.
That's a lot of cart push with. And a lot of time.
On the high ground is Fixa working with the Cassidy still, as it'll be a Flux here used. Doesn't get it. Actually, not even gonna get Ziad. Yeah.
Yeah. Ray is forced out from Calyx though. Had to assume that Flux would connect. Punches back. Fixa has been getting cheeky all day, but hold on, it's Ziad called into question here. Just barely saved. Way too close for comfort here. Kevster does grab a pick though in the chaos, and without Alpha E's May, if Psycho needs a reset, but can't quite find it. Lambda finds an additional kill. Maybe
oh, that would have been a good kill on that carry if you could have found that.
Virtus Pro's offense.
Man, if you're able to get a hold here for GK on defense, that would be extremely impressive. It was just really that far play from Kevster early on that had opened things up, and now I think with it being Cassie on the other side, this is easier for Lambda to play that Sojourn, right? A little bit of a better matchup for the Sojourn, like a Pharah, but Kev finds Kellex. Now it's going to force the OC out.
Trouble. Lambda's not finding targets. He's not being presented with any opportunities. They're showing a lot of respect to the Sojourn. Finally has to go in, but it's pure desperation. Psycho, Fixa cut him down. And now Geeke off the respawn, and they are walking into the Lion's Den. Virtus Pro, fully stacked and ready to commit. You need some kind of a final hold for Geeke to salvage what's been a rough defense.
Because even if you start picking it back up again,
Scenario and matchup, it'll be Kev getting to the high ground here, putting some shots into Lambda. Lambda just trying to juke his way out of trouble.
Like, you're gonna lose a couple fights. Like, you could have really good
now, but Ziad charging right up the front, getting so low.
Oh, he needs some healing really bad. He can take a one shot from like a Kiri and die. He needs soap. Oh.
Deathmatch battle. Luckily, Kelix can hold the line against Psycho, but Kev keeps finding these heads. Surely not. Surely Kev's in this moment.
Is he gonna? He needs to go down. But the support's so good. There he goes.
Comes in for that kill, but May is back. So too is Ziad, and I said it before, but they ripped the clutch off. Unbelievable from DK. I mean, they were up against a full 5 ultimate fight, and they just find the picks. They find the stall to keep that one rolling.
I mean, do you see how much space that Ziad created there? I mean, able to kind of like wedge himself into like one of those side rooms and just really just lock off Kevster for an extended.
Like, I'm not really going for any team, but I'm just like, I would like to see them not get like, I would like them to get a lot of map time so that they have, so GK can pick back up their momentum so we get a really close series.
Here on defense with how things started off is the VP trying to control this high ground. Is this overclock could be massive. This is a really nice angle for Lab to fire from.
Oh man, he has a dream position. Reads the back rotate, drops a disruptor shot. Time starting to run low. Eisnam has to come down to touch the payload. They're trying to keep players on the high ground, but they can't quite break that choke point. Lebden now opens with the OC, keeping things in contest. May has to blow every cooldown just to stay alive on the payload, and they're still holding onto the Sanctuary. Here it comes, just traded with the rush on the point. Still just a shred of a chance, but as Libda finds one, the freeze starts to come in from Alpha East Blizzard, and that will seal the deal. Virtus Pro set a blistering pace on first and second, but they cannot close this one out, and win condition is set for DK Esports, better than they were able to do last time.
I mean,
Good, they had a very slow start. They just kept getting run over, but they held really good. So
which obviously you can't really run it towards that later part of the map.
I knew they'd pick it back up, but that map needed to go long.
That is a great sign for their chances to potentially take this map. As take a look at some of the highlights here, is I know when Lambda was able to play the Sojourn here at the end of the map, so they really started to pick things up. That's a massive flux as well, yeah, from Ziad.
Yeah, that overtime. I mean, it felt like they had a big chance.
We waited on Ziad, which was GK's tank.
We're just what 10-15% later. And so as they take the ultimate trades, there's picks coming in, it gets scrappy, the overtime respawns get out from GK Esports, and the defender's advantage is enough to close out that push. Virtus Pro though, rocking up with the May Bastion. I mean, this is Circuit after all. You get it all the way to the end. You get it deep, even through the choke, like those final 5 to 10 meters on Circuit. It actually makes a world of difference if you can make that progress, even if you don't full cap versus not.
But yeah.
So Virtus Pro with a lot of opportunity.
Honestly, if they made GK play with their
dead even now on this round of Circle Royale.
Yes, we'll see GK potentially running.
Bash is really strong, so it could work. But let's see how GK works with it, because against Swiss's Minds it didn't work. But let's see how they deal with it with Virtus Pro.
Look at Libda on a cheeky high ground angle. It's gonna be hard to mark him. Bastion trying to put some pressure down the other way, but he's gonna get his opportunities. Lays a rail into Kevster, backs Bastion off for the moment. VP though, sticking to the corner, and it's actually GK Esports starting to get poked out in the front line, but Libda presents huge problems up on the high ground, looking for the pick, but he gets a nade to the face instead. Still, Maywall good enough from Alpha E, gets the trades out, and attackers should be able to get this one rolling. VP just trying to get as much ult charge, as many stagger kills as they can find, but finally the attackers get some motion on their side.
That spot's not much to work with.
See Kev on the Bastion, not conventional in the Sigmir.
Yes,
I don't think Bastion's gonna work on like the first like point. I think Bastion's gonna really shine when you have like long sight lines, like when you're trying to go up this like ramp that's towards 2, where you can't actually like hide in a lot of things.
Every little bit of poke makes a world of difference. The wall doesn't isolate anybody. Rushes out from Finn. He wants to end this one very quick. Big flux, though, is going to make it awkward to commit. Picks up the soldier, let the slam to the ground. Doesn't have a save that can keep him in this fight. Psycho holding it down on the payload. Eventually drops out of the ice block, and the kills keep coming through. Ziad with a later flux. Finn with 2 on the fight. And this
Okay, this is where the Bastion could shine.
Really much of anything going here. GK, this is the kind of pace they need to set.
Because of this long sideline right here where you have to get it to the second checkpoint.
First to 4 series.
Yes, I mean, now, I mean, this is...
I don't want the Bastion to shine because I don't like playing as Bastions.
You obviously, you
But
don't complete the map. You're setting a really good pace through the first 2 parts of it. And you kind of stumble there at the end as Lab here will have an OC to work with. Kev's going to use turret mode, get around the corner, but it's going to be kited pretty easily. Is going to see Lab here up on the high ground. Nice railgun connection there. Not able to find anything else with the OC.
Yeah, artillery is just a little too threatening. Does get the ice block out of Alfie. Psycho with the mailed advantage. Love to be able to leverage that here, but doesn't want to go too early. Doesn't want to get caught off, especially with Curie Cleanse available. It's easy to slip away, even with a good connection on that ulti. Rock comes in, though. Big connection, and Kellis goes down. Finished off by Kev. Alfie trying to get a trade back, trying to get some freezes, but with the cleanse in his face, there's not much he can find other than a quick trip back to the spawn. You'd love to be able to find Eisnam on the exit, but no such luck. And that's a big fight win for VP because it sets them up to poke very aggressively. Without the sim, this is a pretty perilous spot for GK's attack. Like, just getting to the fight is not guaranteed.
Well, I mean, also you have like...
yeah, you're gonna take so much damage from this Bastion just trying to get into the fight. This is what scares me right here.
Stop there for a second. There'll be a flux here with the blizzard dropped underneath. So some players here from GK caught inside of the blizzard. A tremendous job even keeping Ziad alive.
I don't like that blizzard, but hey, like it works because nice flux.
Is good as well. Stuck even inside that freezing zone, even picked up off the ground, and Landon do the rush into this fight. Doesn't feel like there's much hope for VP as they really don't want to give a car progress. Somehow, wait, hold on, Kempster with the rush. They're fighting a 3v5 and they claw 1 kill back. I've seen enough to know this fight is not over yet, Matt. Ice now beautifully floats away, ready for that May while the chain on the land of the cleanse keeps him alive, and Virtus Pro are still in this fight. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they got Kev coming back off the... Yeah, they got Kev coming back here with turret mode here as well, as they're going to move up. Take a little bit more space. Is 2:20 on the clock. Is GK. You have the Sanctuary to drop here. It's going to be Fixie using his as well. Another flux here from Ice Gnome. It's going to be a Suzu there protecting few of the players as they land.
Still player advantage left it down. They take a lot of the threat out of these frontline trades. Maze desperately trying to freeze up the oppositional Sigmas. Eisdom drops first. Kelix trying to just farm something up, but
Bastion is just so OP there that you have to respect it.
Connections on the Bastion. But that last fight, I cannot believe VP walked away from that. It was a solid 3v5 in which GK had the opportunity to stabilize. Landon, once again, ridiculous confidence to go for the rush in that moment, and it pays off big time. They're still in control.
And you have Rush
Bastion's just OP.
GK, right? So pretty nice advantage, but you do have blizzards on both sides. It's going to be the artillery strike here from Kev. Both Maze just kind of inside of ice blocks there. Psycho gets dangerously low.
Bastion's basically 2 DPS in 1 character.
Ziad lifting a few players up into the sky with the flux, gets Ice Gnome low, and they finish off Fixie.
Oh,
That should be enough to get things rolling yet again.
More trades to find Psycho. Oh, sick headshot onto Finn. Massive. Landon's going to die late. Looks like there's going to be just enough time for a VP retake. Finn,
yeah, you're gonna have to get back here quickly.
Speed out of spawn, getting Lab back into the fight, but you don't have ultimates for the closeout here. VP are going to get into this fight. They go to the Tracer as well. Kelix on notice here on Juno, and they don't even. It's a half-hearted attempt to hold the choke. Fix is out wide. He's brawling with the best of them. The wall does isolate Eisnom. A stun comes in and hold on. Eisnom is down. A real fight to be won here for Geek Esports. They can close out.
They need healing like bad right now. Okay.
Skull. Kevster finds his man, but it's too late into the fight. And we're going to the final point of Circuit Royale. It had to come down to this, Matt. It couldn't end any other way.
Yeah, and I mean, what? You're going to have a little bit less than 2 minutes. You don't need a full map completion, but very close. You'll have an orbital array here. You'll have Sanctuary, where we've seen a few times Sanctuaries have come up massive, as it'll be GK taking control of some of the high ground here. Lab also very dangerous from this position, right, with the railguns. They'll kind of take a little bit of an off angle from whether above or the side is. Looks like they're going to decide to go with an aggressive Ray.
Oh, but the Sanctuary blocks so much of this damage. Dare you step up and fight under its protective gaze? Flux connects on something in the back line, slams one to the ground, but there's no finished kills left to find Psycho stun. Necessary in that moment, the freeze is good to drop Kevster and Virtus Pro. They came in so strong to this fight, but they just get obliterated. The Blizzard, the Flux, too much. Now it's their turn to find themselves desperately charging out of spawn, trying to get some kind of an engagement, and Finn sitting on the Kitsune rush, poised.
They have to kill Finn here if they're going to have any chance of winning before it gets the rush off again. Just like they did yesterday.
Could end their oaths here and now. The rush comes in, they try to overwhelm over the choke. Ziad makes it past the Blizzard though, still healthy, through the line, and Psycho called into question, gets the cleanse, gets the wall, but he can't stay alive. The pressure is immense. Lefton now finds the OC. Can he just get some space? He can! Producing kill after kill. It's Ziad to find the finish, and DK change history on Circuit Royale. It'll be their turn to take the lead for the first time in this series, for the first time in days against Virtus Pro.
GK had a slow start, but
I mean, dude, the stun from Ziad, he ends up using his own flux, and then
now that they slow start into a good map. Like, I honestly do think that they had, like, if Virtus Pro had any chance on winning that map, you had to kill Finn again, like you did yesterday to win the map. But this time, Finn stayed alive long enough, and they ended up getting the rush off, and yeah, closing out the map. When I used to actually play a lot of Tracer, I actually got really good at that, like, that blink, like, melee tech that they do a lot when they get weak. It took me a while to get it because it's actually not an easy thing to do, because you gotta know exactly how far you're gonna blink. But alright, well, GK's on match point now, so we'll see what we got. Work. I honestly do think that, like, because Depth Bastion does so much damage and so quick, I always think Bastion is like a desperation pick. And so but hey, even Virtus Pro as good as Virtus Pro are, they still can't make the Bastion work against GK. GK just knows how to deal with it. They're probably still gonna pull the Bastion out again. Where did they bring us? Okay, so they're gonna bring us there. Alright, so so I'm not sure how map 7s work, because once you get to, like, are all bands back on the table, or do you have to actually still choose? GK could take away the sim again. Like, oh no, they took away the sim. Never mind. Oh, what do they want to ban out? Oh, that's a really good question. What did GK want to ban out? They took out the manga, so what would you? Maybe you take out the Cassidy? I don't know if they've already taken it out because they switched over before I could look at all what the bans were in the previous matches. But maybe you take out the Cassidy here. But I don't know. Maybe are they having another pause? Let's see.
Style do you want to play? For Virtus Pro, I will say with manga banned out, there's like just the little, there's a little angel, maybe it's the devil on my shoulder saying, pull out the hazard, play something crazy, bring the pace. And okay, GK, I think they actually maybe sense the same kind of a threat from VP. So they banned the Xion, which I think has a fantastic synergy in that style of comp that it's been deep in VP's pocket for quite some time. Might have gotten a little dusty, but they have the individuals to pull off those high-paced comps. I mean, hey, they're already playing double flex DPS on circuit.
So it'll be a Xion ban as we've seen, Ked pick up that hero a decent amount from Virtus Pro. Nobody on GK really playing it a ton at the moment. So Atlas potentially our final map in the set. I mean, dude, GK stealing really kind of stealing the #1 seed would be unreal. Coming into the playoffs, #4, they talked about earlier, if they don't even win the game, in the game 5 against 1, 2, 3, 4, they're not even in the postseason. It'll be a Bastion here for GK. An interesting VP actually does the May with the Sim as they roll out.
So they're actually running this Bastion now.
Ziad already has found Psycho, Virtus Pro, crack showing in the comp, and GK wastes no time diving into the thick of them, left out the expeditionary TP into the backline, comes back and then re-pushes once more. And I mean, trying to play a faster version of the Sig comp is a nice little complication that GK present now. VP, without the Bastion, this is going to be finicky. It's like you really need to survive that Bastion form. And yeah, Kevster is going to go to the Sojourn, recognizes he just needs a little bit more damage threat to put back the other way.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way you could kind of continue to play that May. So I think it's a good swap here for Virtus Pro as obviously with the Lucio in the mix, it's a little bit of a wrinkle here for GK.
I'm surprised they went on the May instead of the Cassidy. Because Kester's so good on that Cassidy. Ooh.
It's a huge shot there, and they finally do find Labda, so they end up getting that pick off. Now they're able to move forward.
And this is where the Mizuki starts to feel so nice. Alfie, though, goes for the clutch, commits with the sim wall, has double support behind him. Psycho also energized, but without the benefit of that wall, it's tough to challenge into Alfie. Pops the TP, and actually, somehow, GK, with 3 players, they come back into this fight. They give the point flip, but I think it's well worth it because I don't think you're going to be able to hold on to it for long. Kevster senses the same. He's going for a bit of a desperate play here, trying to find a pick, fix a...
Yeah, you can't go down here. You need to back up.
It's punished for it. And GK, it's tenuous, but they hold the line.
Yeah, it was just Fixa there who ends up kind of getting behind enemy lines and getting the flip. It's Libya Kitsune rush here and sound barrier used by GK, and they lose Alfie anyway.
Sim's off the field now. Up to the rest of the team to make the difference. Virtus Pro back up from the front line, but maybe just flip the map into some point control. It would be amazing for them to get an early flip, and with Ziad falling, forced to step through the disruptor shot. It's even going to be a stagger onto Lipta. I mean, he's going to eventually pop himself with the grenades, but that's going to take a hot second. Just to wait his cooldowns. If he eats the nade, imagine if he eats the Bastion nade while he's trying to kill himself.
That would have been pretty hilarious. But that was, I mean, dude, both support ults invested there by GK, that gives VP a real chance to be able to kind of take this first flashpoint, which obviously seemed unlikely just a little bit ago. As Alfie ends up falling even when you
they wanted him not to be back in the fight fast enough.
Bastion, so
So
they don't.
It was a good stall out, but
set up to the low ground here.
with how strong Bastion is, you could have lost a person with it.
Gotta dodge this flux, gonna be picked up, slammed to the ground.
Oh.
Teleport away. Lana just barely survives that one. Kiriko, thanks for lucky stars here, needs everything to get through that ultimate combo. But Alfie eventually punishes the lack of CDs. Moment of weakness, but hold on. Sanctuary comes out from Fixa. Surely this is enough to stabilize the game. Fixa keeps the fight rolling, and Virtus.pro eventually get the job done. I mean, Landon, it took everything and the kitchen sink to bring down that Kiriko. It was just too much resource from GK to clutch out.
I mean, he lives on like a sliver of HP. That was a flux plus artillery strike combination, and he like kind of like Suzu's in TPs away. Able to
Okay, they're done with the Bastion.
In a mirror matchup between these two teams, as Labda and Kev both going to be going over the Sojourn, as Ice takes a lot of damage there early. It's going to get healed up as Landon trying to farm
Like,
towards that
in
rush.
both these, like, comps, they both know how to deal with the Bastion so much.
It's not quite open just yet. Will they deploy it? Cleanse needs to come out first just to keep the Sim alive and fighting. Alfie, the benefit of the attack speed on this Kiri rush is just too much to deal with. Fixa
Where was that guy trying to go though?
So far by the ultimate trade. He is eventually going to go down. Finn finds another, and yeah, when support's off the field.
Like, why was that support so far up?
Desperately try to escape, but it doesn't seem like they can. Good for Finn actually to hold the line and not go down in the trade, because now GK, they can attack this entire walk up from Virtus.
I know he can like TP back, but dang, that guy was far up.
The ability for maybe even Labda to connect the railgun shot, take somebody out, as Psycho will move up here. See if they'll drop a TP, move on forward. Is on with Kev. He's going to find an off-angle disruptor shot here, just trying to gain more charge. As he's going on a wide flank. Is to put some damage down on his Ziyad. Is hey, it wouldn't be this game without
never
a
mind.
Oh,
Never mind.
Okay,
We're cool.
hold on.
We cool?
Never mind. A little.
No, we're not cool. We're not cool.
We're trolling. Okay, it
We
looks
are
like
doing
we
a
have a
little
pause yet again. So it's going to be about 60% on the point there for GK. As look, I mean, GK got off to a really good start. It's some nice swaps from Virtus.pro that allows them to.
This is gonna suck for GK because they're gonna have what I'm gonna say. They have 60% of the point, but it's their tank player that's having these internet problems, which means that when he gets back in the game, he's gonna be in spawn. Which means that Virtus.pro is just gonna go bully the other 4 players and take the point. This has been like one of the this is probably the best series we're gonna get today. Or actually no, Team Liquid probably could be really good. But
Going unpaused.
Kevin on an angle with the rail.
oh, never mind, he didn't go in spawn. Nice, that's actually really nice that it didn't put him back in spawn.
Gets actually a double ulti out of DK, so little sloppiness from then. Ziyad trying to grab a flux just to pull something back. Gets a connection, but no real damage from it. Baiting out a strong response. Virtus.pro though coming with the rush. Ziyad forced into the thick of the fight and just gets melted by Psycho full beaming. 3 for Sim on the fight, and DK get kind of outplayed there, I gotta say. I mean, Kester rips the OC. It's both, like, it should not be both the Sim ult and the Sanctuary. It really just needs to be one or the other, but they come down on like the same instant, so just could happen, right? But those are the margins of victory that Virtus.pro have to work with. Finally, they have some kind of an edge, but it's a scary one.
I mean, well, VP I think has like a great setup here though, right? I mean, Simwall, Flux, plus Sanctuary. I mean, Finn here with the Kitsune rush, and you have Labda with the OC as Labda opens things up, takes a huge shot from Kev, and then the Disruptor shot finishes him off.
Sick solo kill.
Yeah, you can't even invest anything else. I mean, for GK, I mean, that is your OC done and dusted. It is Sanctuary used there for Virtus.pro. But still, you'll take that as they're able to push up now through the choke, potentially trying to win their second straight flashpoint.
A forward fight might be a very good look. EK may struggle to get the OT touch. They've got 20% to give, but that clock runs fast here on Flashpoint. Virtus Pro signaling some intent to get aggressive, but they back off, playing a longer, slower fight. Gonna try and outvalue this rush from Finn. Simwall zones players away, so desperate to try to walk up into this. Even with the rush on the field, the Flux ready for anyone to come contest, but it goes wide. Alfie reads it coming in, dances well. The ult's starting to run dry here for Virtus Pro. Rush 2 about to expire, so this one is gonna come down to the deathmatch. Kevster could be the difference maker, gets a big shot on Zion, finishes his plate. Alfie so close to the Simwall, but he goes down before he can find the chance to meaningfully drop it. And Virtus Pro go up 2-0 on Flashpoint. As if there was any other possibility here, Matt. I mean, game 7, it has to be.
Yeah, we got to get a 7 maps between these two teams. As both flashpoints thus far, GK gets off to a really good start, a commanding lead, and then VP flips it and just kind of dominates the rest of that flashpoint as one more.
We're on the 7 maps here.
In a final map.
GK Theory reverse sweep starts here. Are you buying? Are you interested? Are you interested?
I don't know. I think with the way that we've seen Virtus Pro play thus far, I mean, they definitely don't want to give out that #1 seed in EMEA that easily, as they'll TP opposite side high ground, put a lot of pressure there on Ziad, forcing him low. That's going to force the Simwall out here to open things up, but I think you're okay with this if you're Virtus Pro, because you can wait the Simwall out and come out with both support ults.
If you can wait the Simwall out, Landon barely survives. Eisenum on slivers of HP does just the same. The Flux comes out, but Ziad, not much impact from it. He's the one starting to drop low on this Sigma. Oh, but Eisenum goes a little bit too deep, a little bit too far. The damage focus fire is good. And somehow,
oh wow, you gave a first, you gave point control, and you gave up,
it looks so good for them.
and then you still lost the fight without flipping it back. Man, that has to suck. Cause like, now you're in like 1 fight territory. Well, not yet, but after this fight, after this fight takes probably advantage, or not advantage. Once it kicks off, you're gonna be in 1 fight territory.
Simwall available here, but you do have Finn's rush. You see as a railgun shot comes in there from Lambda. Almost takes out Psycho. Yeah, Ziad in a lot of trouble. Gonna back up. He's gonna use that kinetic grasp and dodge the accretion.
Oh, Lambda able to dance on the shield wall here. Still able to
that's insane. Alright, we're going to another flashpoint. Oh, if he dies here, oh, that is bad. That is bad. He's not gonna be here for the next fight. They're gonna have to go back and like collect him.
A great ultimate bank and better position. Starting to get a little scary for VP. That map 7 is not guaranteed here, Matt.
No, I mean, Simwall available, right? And you're also going to get high ground here for Lambda with this OC. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better position to be in. Icenom going to take some damage on the walk up, going to use the graph, gain that over health, just going to move on out. There'll be a TP up to the high ground there, just going to put a threat onto Lambda, and there'll be the OC used here by Keb. Simwall in response as Flashpoint opens up. Looks like GK going to get control first. It's going to be Landon here dropping the rush. He's going to go right into the flux here of Ziad. Lifts up Psycho, takes out one. The OC here from Lambda. Just trying to look for an angle. Doesn't really find much of anything, but I think the damage already done there, Jake, early on. They get that kill on the Psycho. That allows GK to get control of the Flashpoint and hold it. Now build up to, you know, they're going to get to about 50% here, and they're going to have double support ult coming into this next fight.
Looks good for GK. Finally, though, VP have at least accomplished the mission of draining the bank. Double support ultimate, yes, it's nice, but it's not quite as offensively minded in this comp. Can be kind of hard to go.
Oh, they TP'd to him.
Eisenum takes control now. Virtus Pro trying to change the tenor of this Flashpoint. The cleanse is out. Free flux. Not quite good enough, though. Somehow, Finn slips out of that one, but Psycho has found his target. Drops Kelly, gives his life for it. Lambda starting to clean up. So too is Alfie. He needs to go down, but the rock just can't quite connect, even with Fix.
Oh, if he dies here, it's not gonna be really good. He needs to stay alive here. Both supports do.
No way. Okay.
Lambda's fighting Fix on the other side, and that's going to be the TP from Landon
okay.
towards him, as somehow Lab able to live through all of that. So one more flashpoint here on Atlas. GK takes it. They will be the winners of Stage 2 in EMEA, your #1 seed going into the MSC. VP trying to extend.
Okay, this time VP is gonna be able to set up.
And Jake, they get parlay that into a Flux, OC, and
Oh, maybe not. They took a weird route. Never mind. They TP'd back in.
Take flashpoint control first here, and then snowball.
GK have turned some kind of a corner now.
Oh.
Set.
You have to reset now. Like, you have to.
The rush just too much. And Virtus.pro, I mean, they know they have no real business in this fight, but GK, steady hands in the clutch. They have been here every single day for the last week, right? Like, every match has gone to this point, and they look cool,
crazy,
calm, and collected. They stay in control of the economy game. It's VP who find the banks dry. Some aggressive posturing. The hold on GK, continuing to push the tempo. Wild moves in the sim comp. Little TP flip from Virtus.pro. The rundown attempted, but nice little heads up walk climb away. Fluxes out from Ziad, but the sim wall mitigates the follow-up, but Psycho's just too low. Comes crashing down to earth. And it's like, we hit the 50%. This is dire for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, in Psycho and Iso, they're able to get over to the point, but none of the supports are. They're kind of like split off by Lab, then some of that aggression, and you're never actually able to get like a save. You know,
All right, here we're gonna hit last fight territory.
Simwall with that flux that come on through. It's gonna be a TP on through. Kev does take out Labda. That is massive for their chances.
This changes everything,
man.
man.
Give this up. Yeah.
They get the flip essentially for free. I think GK, that early aggression, they win the last fight, but it's ill-advised. They blow a ton of ultimates to accomplish it. Now they give up point control. Economy is looking abysmal for them. Virtus.pro may have turned the corner. GK, under massive pressure, they put a lot of point threat on. Ooh, the rail straight to Labda's face, put on notice by Kev. Looking for more. Just the OC out for now. GK happy to back out and wait this one out, but the clock does run down. Still key team fight ultimates available for VP.
I mean, you kite the OC, but you don't end up really building up.
Like, you have no ults, so if you're gonna win this
VP,
thing, you're gonna have to fight all these ults or get through all these ults.
Oh, it's gonna
in
come down
that
to one
regard
fight,
coming
Matt.
up.
I mean, this
Yeah,
fight
it
can go
is.
very long with this many support ultimates ready to be brought to bear. Everything comes down to this. The TP forward. GK take a bit of position on the point. The flux. Daisy from Isam doesn't get a connection on it. Slam players to the ground, but Sanctuary mitigates follow-up. Rush is out now. Better ultimates for Virtus.pro. Much later support tools coming down to the point. Psycho strikes first blood, and somehow Virtus.pro are not out of this series yet. They get a couple.
We're going map 7.
Forward for more, and that'll be enough to bring us to Game 7. GK made us really sweat it, but Virtus.pro will not go down easy, fighting tooth and claw. The Bears remain in the series.
I think GK is gonna really kick themselves for that one, because I honestly think if GK stay on point and not push as far as they pushed up, that map is GK's. But because they pushed too far up and got caught, it literally flipped that map on their head, and Virtus.pro just took their mistake and pretty much just took the map because their ults were better. Well, and they had more ults. Like, everything was looking at Virtus.pro's way. Like, I honestly think if they would have, instead of like pushing so far, made Virtus.pro have to use all those ults to take the point, and then maybe flip it. And then I think just GK comes back with their own ults, and then just flips it right back and wins the map. But because they got to flip it for free with all those ults, you pretty much just gave Virtus.pro the map. But hey, we're going to map 7, so let's see if GK could actually pull out a win, or if it's gonna be Virtus.pro going undefeated all all along. Like, they haven't even dropped the series. But we'll get to see what they do.
Well, we saw them play Neon Junction against TM in their first series, and they got kind of rolled on it. But TM is also playing the Reinhardt, which
Exactly.
I don't
TM
think
are a
VP
different
is going
beast.
to. Yeah, VP is not going to play. And we did see them actually go to Neon Junction today against Twisted Minds and win it. They banned that Reinhardt in play. So maybe we do get a Neon Junction Game 7 to kind of take us there. That would be really an interesting pick from GK, but one that does seem somewhat likely based off of what we've seen from them.
I mean, GK, the rush look has been very good for them. It's scary though, because this series has been very much decided by the Sigma battle, and to go away from that now is a little bit terrifying. Yeah, AP is the pick. I mean, Antarctic Peninsula, a control map that's really been growing in popularity with the top teams. I mean, I think after this rework, a lot more option space, a lot more room for playmaking on the map, and certainly a strong one for Sig.
Right? I mean, didn't they get to pick? I think because they were coming, from the upper bracket. I believe they got to pick that first game against TM. But
Yeah.
this was the first map we saw in the Twisted Mind series way earlier today. As today has been a long
It's like
one
a
at
lifetime
EMEA,
ago,
but a
man. You
great
sure that
one.
was today?
Yeah. Yes, as that one TM though, they were able to dominate, right? Playing a lot of the Reinhardt. So it'll be GK taking us back here. It'll be a Cassidy ban. So that is something that Kev has really picked up through a lot of the series. And then it'll be D.Va gone on the opposite side.
Got that warm up on the Sojourn on Atlas. I'm not too worried for Kev, but it does limit some of the individual flanking options that we've seen Kevster be pretty sick at spotting those opportunities, claiming them successfully when they come up. But Labda, I think, definitely wants this to be a bit of a Soj mirror. VP throw the D.Va ban in. I just don't think there's much left for them to ban at map 7 in the series, right? Like, you just don't have much left that really impacts the way things are going.
One more.
With pretty much every relevant tank and support already being banned out
Everything's
at some
been
point in this
extended
series.
at this point. Yeah, I mean, GK does have a winning record on this map throughout the stage, so also something to look at. But I mean, this has been a all-out slugfest. I mean, if GK is able to get this over the line, right? Game like max maps possible played from week 2 on. They have just played, every series has gone the distance. I mean, they played so much Overwatch, and here in the playoffs, right? We saw 5 maps from them earlier today, and then now going to 7 here against VP, trying to take the #1 seed in EMEA going into EWC.
It all comes down to this: no draws on control, Matt, and thank the good Lord, because let's be honest, the way GK series have been going, it does feel like maximum possible maps is an expectation.
So D.Va and a Cassidy
They're gonna be
ban.
somewhat comfortable in this spot under pressure. There's certainly no strangers to it, but for Virtus Pro,
So you're probably gonna see the Sojourn again.
veteran team that has finally, for the first time in this squad's history, really claimed what it feels like the top slot in EMEA. The stage overall, that's
I think Sojourn or May? No, we won't see May because Sim's available. Probably Sojourn.
I wonder.
Oh, they're gonna go.
GK potentially hovering over a Malga Rush, which we've seen them play a decent amount. What does Kevster play, right? It looks like here playing the Soj, we've seen play Xion a decent amount when Cassidy is gone as well. So it's gonna be Malga versus Sigma here. It looks like.
It's odd.
Finn probably just uses the ring and then switches over to the Kiri. So
Yeah, probably for both teams here.
Reaper as well.
Okay, all in aggression for GK. See if this catches Virtus Pro off guard. They're going to see the Maga and know something's up. Kevster with the mobility on the Sojourn is going to be a pretty hard target. It's ignited by Ziad, but posturing, playing to just threaten the possibility of a dive. Virtus Pro respecting it for now. They use some TP rotation. Shades of TM here, keeping the range long, forcing this Maga to cross open space. He does so, but as the point opens, he's forced into an aggressive posture, dives forward, the TP comes in, it's a little awkward, but Kev just barely slips back through the TP. Once again, keeping the distance. GK struggle to connect on the rush. The cooldowns off cycle. Reaper, no Wraith form, does get stomped though. Hold on, Kevster, Ziad, ridiculous connection into the back line. The soldier should be uncatchable, but Ziad does the impossible, stays alive behind, finishes off Eisnom, maybe eventually gets cut down, but the damage is done. The point is flipped, and Psycho on the outside looking in can't come back into contest.
Yeah, and somehow he's able to find a stump on Kev. It looks like Kev takes like the TP and then slides up to the high ground, and then Lab is there and then just kind of looks back the other way, and then as soon as he turns, he's got a Maga just stomping right in his face. You're gonna get another fight rather quickly. Ziad's taking a ton of damage.
The dive in, this time Kevin shrugs off the play, little spin move from him on the Soj, gets run by Alpha. Oh, the finish, it just can barely come in. The damage split from all sides. Lab that takes out the Lucio, and this kind of rotation kiting style from Virtus Pro, not possible without the help of that fast green man. And Landon finds a couple trades, but I mean, GK are happy to take trades. They do not care. These heroes all have fast rollouts.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, they are not able to deal with this Maga here at the moment. I mean, Ziad able to just kind of use that charge, get in and out, and make it so difficult. You know, the Sin damage is obviously great as it ramps, right? But when Maga's just getting in your face, not really much you can do about it there. It'll be a cleanse there that keeps Ziad alive as the rush comes in early here from GK.
Yeah, rush and counter rush. A couple players on Virtus Pro taking big hits, but the supports keep everybody alive and fighting. Those two kills, Kiri and Reaper, really take out the heart of this style for DK. They're going to look for some desperate trades, but everyone on Virtus Pro healthy. This should be a clean and comfortable retake. It is the rush out of GK, but Virtus Pro, this is the veterancy I was talking about. Just a couple key ultimates, they get the flip back, and they still have a bank with which to fight.
And an OC could be massive here for Labda, though. Also a cage fight. It's okay, how much value you can actually get off of that, right? I know so much mobility from the Virtus.
I think you'll have to wait for Reaper's ult to cage fight, though.
Kellex just trying to get in position. It'll be the OC up on the high ground here from Labda.
Is a chance for shots, but now with the beat coming down, not much hope left for the OC. Cage fight is out. Ziad, low life stealing up, but inside of the Symmetra ult, it's so hard to get that lifesteal connection. Somehow Ziad's alive, though. His teammates are the ones picking up the trades, but hold on, Eisdom's still healthy. Kevster's still fighting. Fixa under the Withering Fire, but he keeps the point of control. The Rock bails out his Lucio, a full kinetic grasp. Just Alfie dancing alone on the point. And VP, what a clutch after some nice openers from GK.
Are you switching?
I mean,
Yeah.
Cage fight.
I was like, you don't Reaper ult there if you want to
play
think.
Vendetta here. We've seen Vendetta in some versions of comps like this, but it's kind of fallen out of favor maybe over the last few weeks. Is be up to the high ground, nice.
Yeah, I think they just want to get in their face and just start hurting them.
The OC makes it kind of scary to continue this push. Ziad, no fear in his heart, strikes forward into the thick of the fight, but Kellex has to come in, join this kind of a trade, and although you find a couple kills, Sigma, the last man standing, pretty much an uncontestable hero in these low numbers fights, and Eisnom has been finding the way through to play that comfortable style. GK, now it's their turn. I mean, earlier today, they were the ones trying to kite away from TM. Now it's VP's turn to slow things down, ice these games out. Finn needs this rush to keep this fight just barely winnable for GK.
I mean, Ziad takes so much damage when he goes on NJ.
It's last fight.
To kind of keep him up for an extended period of time as Ziad makes his way to the point. The Cretan does connect. Nice connection there with the blade there from Alfie. He is getting very close towards this rush. It's going to come down from Finn, but at what cost? The Gravitic Flux comes in from Eisnom as this is going to be 0.1 in favor of Virtus Pro. His Sigma just way too good here.
So sharp on the Sigma. I mean, really, really clean. Never caught out of position by these aggressive postures. Forward, everybody ready. And you think back to the fights GK won. I mean, those are not consistent ways to win fights. Like, fighting a stomp on the Sojourn is like, feels like it's not something that should be able to happen. Ziad working overtime despite the overwhelming DPS brought to bear against him. But yeah, this, moments like that's the most painful moment in a Reaper's life. You're like, I am rapidly healing the enemy Sigma. It's going great. It's going great with my very strong ultimate Death Blossom.
Fixa with a really good round, right? Able to stay alive entire time pretty much. Also able to kind of get everybody into position as GK has been all about aggression here early on. Is it VP?
I really don't like their GK's comp I
again,
honestly,
there's no
I would
final
rather
outcome
them
with
see them on the
Vendetta.
Sigma poke
One more
again
time at
because
least, see if that kinda
it was
turns the tides maybe a little bit better than the Reaper.
it was a
Pro giving space. They recognize the threat that this Vendetta poses.
to me I thought they were
Strong,
looking
Zion.
really strong on it.
Goes deep to the back line. The cleanse forced out. Alfie ready to come in and connect. The TP away, but Psycho can't quite take it himself. Maybe booped off of the teleporter. A split formation yields an opportunity for DK to look for more cleanups. The big damage comes in, crit after crit, raining down on Eisnom's head. Alfie dominates through this fight, picks up 3 for the finish, and DK take first control. The retake now feels a little scary. Psycho goes over to the May, but how this will work in the matchup is anybody's guess.
And now we'll get a May swap here from VP. I think it's like the sim is obviously kind of glass cannon, so to speak, and that is kind of feast for Vendetta as Lambda does take an icicle there from Psycho. Alfie also, it's a lot of damage that Ice can't really mitigate, right? Got to be
ignored on
careful
the
as
off
a
angle.
few players taking some damage.
Oh, Ziad, he's so incredibly low. The supports go down. They just try to walk up the gut, and Virtus Pro ready to receive. See that one coming a mile away, and I mean, he fall flat in this aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you can't exactly just kind of... It's something that GK did in the last round, right? They just kind of like face roll on in, and it's for VP, a team this good, right? It's kind of easy reads for them at that moment. I mean, Ziad can dangerously low in the start of a lot of these fights. I mean, puts Finn and Kellex in really rough positions.
I don't like this. I really don't like their comp.
Kev gets back.
I know they got a lot of point percentage, but I don't like their comp.
With an OC is Sundering Blade available here, and it's going to be the Kitsune rush from both sides.
Oh, but the damage comes out so fast from this Virtus Pro squad. EK have no time. They can't wait any longer. The Flux does finish the Maga. Going to take away half of that massive health pool, but the beat is stabilizing Virtus Pro just enough. And as the Blizzard comes down, fully frozen is the Maga in his cage fight, so he lasts a little longer. And that's just enough time. Alpha wants to have to fight 2 apiece. And somehow, some way, the frozen Maga did just enough to set up that team fight.
And I mean, when he pops the OC lab, I was like, this fight looks over pretty much, but he comes up with 2. Alfie still alive there on the Vendetta, very difficult hero to take out. And it looks like VP, they want to fight this rather quickly. They think they have an advantage coming back off spawn.
They send somebody on the flank, but no one can be found. And Alfie now pulls a bit of attention to himself, but Lambda does go down, gets found out. Kevster needs to find more though, because with Landon dropping the sustain, it's going to become an issue. Alfie takes a big rail from behind. Ziad finds a couple, and Alfie's making so much space. He may eventually go down here, but the job is done, and they won't even find the Vendetta as a consolation prize. Good punish there onto Landon's Kiriko, vulnerable off the TP, and a nasty stagger. Kevster, wait, the double slide, he's out. So clean, and Alfie tried to chase.
Come on.
Mistake. That gives Virtus Pro an edge. You tried to stall out Kevster.
That is a sick Maywall there from Psycho that ends up protecting him, and then also traps Alfie in there. As what a blunder there from GK.
The veteran stays alive. The team bails him out, saving Private Kev, and this mission is going to pay off. And Ice will isolate Maga. Alfie in kind of alone now. We rush on the point, though. It's a challenging thing to fight into, but with Flux, with OC, Virtus Pro so threatening, can they find the kills? Kevster under pressure, assaulted, but the deep dive succeeds in that 1 kill, but cannot win the team fight. EK down to a clutch 2-some. Kellex and Alfie, but Lucio just has to go back and hit the taxi.
So they do get it to 99 though, right? You get it to 99. You end up with Sundering Blade plus your beat, most likely going to end up with a cage here as well.
The Blizzard Rush, man.
Yeah, Blizzard Rush is quite nasty.
Ooh,
I honestly think Virtus Pro just takes this map.
Cannot get that ability forced. Everything rests now on the Kiriko, on Alfie to find.
I think they threw with this comp.
The tool to work with now. He's in the backline. Ziad in. Cage fight comes out. Blizzard immediate response from Psycho. The beat from Kellex though comes out of nowhere. Somehow charged that one up in this fight. Ziad frozen, fully super low. Eventually goes down despite the point flipping against them. Oh, EK, you came so far, but it's not to be. Virtus Pro hold their nerves, sticking with the Sigma comp to the bitter end, and it is a bitter finish at that. DK have brought us so incredibly deep into this series, but it'll be Virtus Pro who walked away victorious. calm and collected into the
Yeah, I did not like that comp at all that GK came out on.
The best ever result from this Virtus
They,
I mean,
ow,
the unbelievable.
that comp was garbage. They needed to switch back to the Sigma comp. The Sigma comp was what was giving them, I actually want to say, the advantage over Virtus Pro, actually. But then they come off on map 7 with some weird comp. Like, why did you come out with that comp? You were playing Virtus Pro so closely against with the Sigma comp that you were running, and you just come out on some weird comp just to throw the last map. Like, I didn't like it at all. That was. Yeah, that is terrible. Let's see what they're saying about it.
They didn't really have to fight all too hard to come out on top there in the group stage. So for them to be really pushed not once but twice by GK in such a fashion that made for a very entertaining playoffs, and it really just cements the statement that we've heard from literally all of our top teams here, right? That they are in fact also very competitive, while we might not have seen that during the group stage or even some parts of this playoff. In scrims, they're playing it like they're trading those wins.
I mean, you see it here, so it literally doesn't get closer than this, and I think real rivalries now going to be building between these squads. They'll have to go to Paris to settle that battle for teams looking for the rematch, but Virtus Pro started so strong, it was, you know, almost unbelievable that they could keep that pace, keep that level of fight, and force to the absolute limit.
Look at all these good Sigma plays by GK. Like, why would you switch it here?
Cool, calm, and collected. I think the Sigma was the right look here to finish off the map, but maybe a little desperation from GK trying to bring this fast-paced style on the final ultimate moment of the series, trying to just force something to happen, anything. But VP deny it. I mean, Izdom on the Sigma this season,
yeah,
has been inspirational.
I don't
know. Performance from a young tank player who is rapidly now, I think, rising through the ranks to be one of the best tanks in the world, one of the only true solo tanks and a 5-man roster among teams at this level.
Yeah, and he's not a one-trick, right? Like, he's shown so much flexibility. He can swap in and out whatever is needed for this team, which makes him just such a valuable player.
But that was such a, that was a good 6 maps.
And then also, I mean, VP, this is a team now that going into Paris, they should have a ton of confidence.
That last map was like, why did you do that? Like,
and also their great performance internationally in Tokyo, they should feel really good about their odds going into the mid-season championship.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the competition will have their eyes on them. They've not shown many cracks in the armor, quite frankly, even in those close matches against GK yesterday and today. It's not really any obvious flaw, I think, that was on display there. We talked about it already as we were heading into this series. This was more like GK really playing it very close to them.
Yeah, I mean, GK obviously is just really strong. I mean, how they've leveled up in EMEA is really impressive. But I mean, VP, this is a team that comes in, obviously makes some changes coming into this season, adding Landed and Psycho, and you can see maybe a little bit of a slower start in stage 1, not their ideal results, but from Tokyo on, they've been great.
It's DPS duo out of Virtus Pro. I mean, what a renaissance from those two, from Kevin, Psycho. I mean, they've been playing Overwatch longer than I have, right? Like from the very beginning, two players who, I mean, Kevster had a tough year last year. Things didn't really go his way. You know, I think a lot of people would, wouldn't have put him in the conversation really anymore as, okay, that world beater type player. Psycho, for the most part, riding the bench on TM. I mean, a really intelligent player, clearly respected by his colleagues, but still not having those hard results that as a competitive player is what you're really gunning for every single time. And now the EMEA crown is theirs, back on the head of two incredible kings of the esport. And yeah, I mean, just what a moment for them.
Yeah, indeed. Like every single individual has been playing at the highest of the levels, and if you want to see them live and in action, make sure to grab your tickets for the mid-season championship. You get to see VP, GK, as well as, of course, all our other teams that have qualified throughout various different regions. So plenty of players and plenty of teams to cheer on. You get 15% off if you use the OW15 code that you see on your screen right now. So use that QR code and join us. This event is going to go down very, very soon. It's just a few weeks from now. Most of the teams have already punched their ticket. There's only a few regions, I think, that still have one or two more slots to hand out. I want to say that sounds so free, but no, man, it's been competitive. It's been such an exciting time for all of the regions, really, and all of the teams, as the meta has shifted so dramatically.
Yeah, I hope we keep this meta. I know, obviously, for a mid-season championship, I think it's been really fun with like a lot of like Sigma in the mix, like huge gravitic fluxes. We've seen numerous different hit scans, some sim, some May, a lot of different stuff viable here at the moment, in combination with stuff like, I know, Maga comps, Reinhardt. It just feels like a really good meta here at the moment.
The Ryan here.
Gotta get the Reinhardt in there for Jake.
Get the Ryan in, yeah.
Thank you, Matt. I was gonna say it if you didn't, so it's better.
Yeah. And if you're the Dallas Fuel, you know, you're going to be rolling out on that Winston on the ball, like keep the dive alive over there as well in NA. So that will be on display in a little bit, as well as they are trying to get into the NA Grand Finals, currently in the lower bracket. Now, of course, the day is far from over, as I just said. We're starting over in NA with the lower bracket match between Team Liquid and Dallas Fuel, and afterwards the winner will be playing SSG for the crown in our NA region. It's another region that throughout the stage has looked, well, top heavy, one team heavy. SSG has just been absolutely dominant. They continued that run pretty much in the playoffs, although that said, Team Liquid has really stepped it up about 20 notches.
Yeah, I mean, NA has been pretty fiercely contested. I feel like Team Liquid having some better results as of late, but it's been a struggle for this team, right? All stage long, right? Having to make a lot of adaptations, changing a ton of stuff, bringing in some new players. Like, they've started to gel, but they got to get a move on, because the mid-season championship is coming right around the corner, and the global competition, now it's not just, Korea you got to worry about. The EMEA teams are heavy hitters. Even some teams from, some of these lesser known regions, like, hey, maybe Vero from Japan, like, they could do better than people are giving them credit for here at the Esports World Cup.
And they're always a crowd favorite as well, right, Varel, as a team. No matter when they make it to LAN, people are cheering for them. But yeah, NA, they know that there's a little bit of a gap regionally as well between them and the rest. So they're very eager, like, to catch up to that. We're hearing that the NA teams are scrimming more and more EMEA teams, especially now, of course, in preparation for the mid-season championship. Matt, what are your predictions? Because we gotta get to say goodbye to both you and Jake in just a little bit. Who do you think is going to take the NA crown?
Ooh, NA. I mean, I think SSG is poised to take NA. I think, whoever kind of wins that game is going into a really rough game against SSG. And I think looking at the mid-season championship, I am so curious. I think these three EMEA teams are going to go really far.
Oh, couldn't agree more. And we do now finally have Psycho joining us for a quick post-match interview after this phenomenal 7-map bangers. Psycho, congratulations. Welcome to the show. First, how do you feel right now?
I mean, first of all, thanks for having me. I mean, I actually feel amazing, I mean, I've won stages before, but this one just feels extra special this time around. With how last year ended as well, with me being removed from Twisted Minds, this one just feels extra good.
I mean, man, the performance was extra good as well, but they made you work for it. Not once, but twice. You played such a close match. Was there anything you guys were able to take away from yesterday's match heading into today's grand final?
I mean, as you guys saw, we played pretty much the exact same maps until like the extra maps. So I mean, I think it was just sort of like a handshake agreement. You know, we're both comfortable on our maps. We both won our map picks, except for Circuit Royale. So yeah, I mean, I think we were just very confident in the Sig Simmer, the Malgamir. We tried changing things up by me going Anran because we got destroyed yesterday. Obviously, that didn't work either. So maybe we just have to review that for the mid-season championship.
Yeah, I felt like you guys, even with the backs against the wall on Atlas, there's that one moment where, GK seems like they're going to maybe close it out. They get just a little too aggressive, and you guys, I feel like you still had that very kind of calm feeling as a team, like you were reacting really comfortably on that final map. So I'm kind of curious about, this team internally, right? You have so many veteran players, Eisnam, I guess, being the youngest player on the squad with the least experience, but one who's obviously has ridiculous potential. What has that sort of chemistry process been like building this team up from relatively humble beginnings through the start of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I said it last interview as well. Like, especially the boot camp before Japan, we just leveled up like crazy, And then scrim started going well as well, so our confidence builds up. And as soon as we came back to EMEA for stage 2, like we had actually the best scrims I've ever had before. And last week we were almost spawn camping at like every team, GK, Twisted Minds. But then going into this week, GK started stepping up a lot. And scrims started getting closer. Then they start getting the confidence boost. So I'm super glad we were able to clutch it up here. And I have to give a big shout out to Ice. He really stepped it up with the comms as well, going back to your question. And Landon, obviously, being the veteran he is, he's always there with the comms as well. But everyone just did an amazing job today.
Psycho, I have to ask you about a play in Antarctic Peninsula. Kev look like he is being staggered out for an extended period, and then Alfie chases. You're able to save him with a Maywall. What is going through like the comms and everything, and as that happened, and like that felt like it turned the tide of at least that point.
Yeah, it's true. That was like super crucial play in order to win that map. And I remember Kev was like, "Oh, I'm getting staggered, guys, but I have double slide. Maybe I can make it out." And then I just see him double sliding out, and just like that, I wall Alfie, and we win that fight for free.
Well, it's been so entertaining. I miss being able to tap into the comms here during those intense moments. Psycho, once again, congratulations. It's been such a phenomenal time watching your team succeed over this stage. We can't wait to see you in action at the mid-season championship.
Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.
Now, time to hit the VOD dungeon for them again and get ready to represent EMEA as the #1 seed. And
like, I know, like, you probably don't want to do, like, the people who lost this, like, match. Like, I would like to hear from GK. Like, GK would be really nice to hear from, because it'd be like, because it was, to me, it was a couple mistakes, right? I think the comp was terrible. Like, the last map comp was terrible. And then they overextend. Like, that's really the two things that lost you this series. It's so weird how, like, little mistakes can just lose you stuff. Because, like, this could have been a 4-2 easily. And but that overextend gets them point back, and they can't even take it back. And then they overextend again after they just try and stagger someone, and then end up just getting the point flipped for free with a terrible comp. So I think once they saw what they had going, we probably should have switched off of Should have switched off of that comp and went to the Sigma poke again, and let them just play their game again. But
done with EMEA, and now it's time to shift gears and focus on all things NA, the lower bracket finals between Dallas Fuel and Team Liquid, with SSG awaiting their opponents in the grand finals. All of that and so much more after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your
oh, they're
team's
only doing
competitive
5
journey.
minutes this time.
Progress through skill balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals
Instead
broadcast
of
and get scouted by the best
the like
leagues.
10 minutes or
Your
whatever
climb
they
to
usually do.
OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Maybe they're just trying to get back on schedule. So they're not doing as much time. But I don't know how I'd want to how you could be on a schedule. Like these maps, you have to realize that these maps could go map 5 and map 7. But I guess the pause did happen, but which kind of sucks, because I'm only going to be able to probably watch one map versus Team Liquid versus Dallas. And I think it's going to be another interesting match. Like the worst part about Team Liquid versus Dallas is like Team Liquid and Dallas are like a very close team. And then you go face SSG. And it's like, and then like the closeness like goes away. It always seems like, because they always see like 3-0'd or whatever. That's why I'm really hoping next year this guys really picks it up and makes it into here, because I know this guys can take it to SSG. We saw in the last game of the regular season. I'm just decided to keep watching this stuff.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up.
Like we could easily be in for another map 5, or we could easily just be in for another like Team Liquid versus Dallasfield could go either way. Could be 3-0 Team Liquid or 3-0 Dallasfield, or we could go map 5.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling.
Draw. Why draw?
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get Tree down. Play for point, play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death to the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can he get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh.
No, don't start like me.
Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Course has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Hello and welcome back to all who have joined us already for all things of the OWCS in EMEA. We're here to close out all things NA. Zoe joined by Jack and Johnny, and we are ready to conclude our playoffs. Yesterday's matches had a little bit of everything, I feel, right? Like we had a one-sided lower bracket semifinal with the Dallas Fuel taking it.
Oh, Team Liquid took a map off of them. Oh yeah, I remember that actually.
The upper final between SSG and Team Liquid. Team Liquid definitely showed us that, you know, their previous performance was not a fluke, that they have leveled up, and that they can take it to the big guys.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking back at Stage 1 playoffs. These are all the same teams that were in playoffs. It was just the Dallas Fuel that got knocked out first round this time, not the second round by SSG. It's so close to being like a mirror of what happened last time around. But yeah, this is one turning up a little bit different. SSG in the finals again, though, but they look much stronger than they did in Stage 3. Stage 1, sorry. Stage 3. We're not there yet.
Not quite there yet, but soon, honestly, like time flies when you're having fun. I'm sure SSG was having a lot of fun as they've dominated throughout this stage, and quite frankly have continued this dominant showing here in the playoffs as well, Johnny.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a glow up for SSG, and the hero pools have been so impressive from them. Sugarfree talked about it yesterday. They just feel like they have the upper hand against all of these teams, and Liquid, they just ran out of compositions, out of heroes. And at the end of the day, SSG, they secured their spot in the finals instead. But Dallas Fuel, they managed to qualify in the end. So the top 3 that will advance to the Mid-Season Championship, they've secured all their spots already. But like mentioned within the EMEA show as well, you need the #1 seed to get going come major tournament.
Dallas took a bit of a detour there in the lower bracket. We did expect them to come through the upper bracket after that first match. Regardless, though, which seed they're taking, there will be one of the teams representing NA, and you can go and cheer them on live in person in Paris in just a few weeks from now. So make sure to grab your ticket, use the QR code, get 15% off here as well using the code OW15, and we hope to see you there. Now, I'm sure we're in for a treat. All of those teams are coming to play. Of course, when it's interregional, we always see different compositions, different kind of metas evolving right throughout the different regions. So that makes the land finals just always one to remember. Here in NA, though, I feel like if we're looking at each of the teams, they have quite a clear identity. We kind of know what we're gonna get from those teams.
I'm gonna go once up, so I will bet.
We're talking about them.
He probably wants up.
They have locked to their strength, which I almost said weakness, but yeah, it can be a weakness, right? If you're kind of just having that one identity, that can come back to haunt you, and it kind of did for them.
Yeah, 100% agree, Zoe. Kellen being forced onto a diva like on Dorado and then losing their map pick, their best map, like that shouldn't happen if you're the Fuel. Yeah, you've locked in that spot already, sure, but you want to take home the trophy as well, right? The title of Stage 2 champs. They need to kind of almost buck their ideas up in one sense of the imagination, because they're against Team Liquid. They've already been 3-0 Team Liquid in the upper bracket semis. So yeah, they got to come up with something special, because they've not looked themselves as soon as they entered this playoffs bracket.
And Johnny, if we're looking at the position here, Team Liquid, obviously major glow up for them. It took some time for this team to find their stride, implement their new pieces. And we talked to Infected as well, right? A little earlier in the playoffs about sharing that tank spot now alongside attack and kind of finding their identity as a team with these changes. But listen, they found it when it mattered the most, and that's in the playoffs. So they had a very dominant showing so far.
Yeah, pairing the successful boot camp from the last couple of weeks to build that synergy with the new members, Kivis and Attack, and also the meta kind of coinciding and now becoming more brawl-oriented and Sigma-oriented. I think that's what a treat for Team Liquid. That being said, has also showcased some great skill on the Xion and the Tracer. So they figured out their compositions, they figured out the teamwork, and Team Liquid now a real threat to even win the entire tournament today.
Yeah, and they've definitely shown us a few more looks than what we've seen from Dallas Fuel. And just to spice things up and have fun with it, my prediction is going to be Team Liquid for this one. Just the first time they met, it looked so dominant from Liquid. Dallas fell flatter than I've ever seen them fall. I'm going to go with Liquid.
I actually don't blame you. Yeah, they didn't win a single round of control. They got 0 points on Kings after Team Liquid full cap. Like, I'm not too shocked. I will go with the Dallas Fuel, however. I've been back in blue for the last 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, or 5 weeks. But yeah, so Dallas Fuel for me. But I understand. Liquid, they look good.
And I said it yesterday, I'm gonna kick back and relax today, and so I won't be making any preds. Instead, I'm just gonna enjoy today. It's gonna be a great time, so.
I didn't know that was an option.
Get ready, get your seatbelts on. We got 5 more hours. 5 more hours of Overwatch. Let's go.
Okay, you know what? Seatbelt is on. I'm here for it, and I can't wait to see what these two teams have in store for us. So please buckle up, lock in, and we're ready for our lower bracket final.
Johnny, I'm assuming that's not an alcoholic beverage. At least I hope it's not, buddy. You can't drink them on broadcast. Come on, my guy.
He literally was tricking me. He was like, he's like, oh yeah, I want to go out. No, then I wants to run around. Then he was like, oh yeah, now I want to go. Then he was like just running around all over the place.
If you go back to that
It was
Stage 1
funny.
script, Space Station lost that upper final against the Fuel and then beat Team Liquid to get into the finals. So in theory, if the script is still accurate and it's correct, Team Liquid lose to Space Station, losing the upper bracket finals, and then they win the lower bracket. How'd you feel about that?
Of course, yes.
Of course.
Yeah, you're reading like it's prophesized in the ancient texts, the forecast.
I mean, realistic. Like,
throw the script out, mate. Like, no one could have predicted this. Like, the script is out, dude. Toss it in the bin.
Sure, but you didn't make a pred. But like, are you feeling more confident about Team Liquid coming in, or are you feeling more confident about Dallas? Because I think what Team Liquid have shown has been just crazy. Especially this on your screen. We're rolling out Infected already, playing Ryan, and Kellen on ball, and Tag Team Insula our first map.
All right. Yeah, lock in the Rhine. Why not? Seriously though, if I had to make a pred, I'd of course be Team Liquid. They've been so strong. I feel like this weekend when they've really found their groove. But this will be an interesting one. Dallas Fuel playing the Wrecking Ball composition, able to take all the angles around Team Liquid, all their mobility. Now it's just a matter for Team Liquid. Can they stay alive? Can they play the objective successfully?
Baiting the TP is going to be really important here for Team Liquid. Make Kellen kind of into commit himself to a teleport and then rotate around, just maybe not even using it. All right, well, Dallas Fuel almost capped just by Kellen spinning around the point, but it's going to be up to Infected to anchor down. Sanchez and going down to Kivis of all people. This Dallas Fuel comp wants to jump on the backline and insta-kill them, and Kivis shuts it down almost instantly. 4 on 5 on the point, and now it's up to Dallas Fuel to try and just bandage up the wounds that they've already suffered, but it looks like Liquid are going to be able to sneak this point away.
Yeah, Kellan really just wanted to stall out the point there, but eventually had to give up the cap. And now Team Liquid, they can sit pretty knowing that they have control of the objective. So they have this one teleporter. Crucial that Zero puts it at the right time to try and jump and get a frag onto Dallas Fuel.
Oh, the pin is immaculate too. Kellan does get a lot of additional shielding there, thankfully, being a wrecking ball. But Team Liquid now have the rush and they can play this slow.
Played slow indeed. They have the rush when need be. It's really on Dallas Fuel now to try and force the issue.
Nice little TP. Infect is going to join them in just a moment. Just sees that pin first. Kellan looking for a slam next to that teleport, so decides better of it. Hits him, well, not quite on the high ground, not quite enough to do too much damage at all. Sonjin can't even follow up either, has to delete the turret before he moves in again. Here's the return rush from CJ. Sonjin in the back, forced to recall, has the pulse bomb still. High noon for Tree on the point, infected very low, and in fact, everybody from Team Liquid kind of suffering right now. Zera does end up going down, Chronic overclock. Sound barrier from Vega though does hit 4, and Vega and Tree just end up running over this front line. A missed pulse bomb and a missed opportunity for Sonjin to try and turn this one as Team Liquid just continue control of the point and are picking up these kills. They cannot land a single elim, Johnny. The Dallas Fuel, they're not in this game right now.
Dallas Fuel, yeah, they're just not getting the frags they need. The entire composition is spaced around utilizing the mobility, get the angles, get the poke damage in. And you saw Lucamino dropping those members so low, gets picked here quite early by Tree. So we're in a last team fight scenario here. There is going to be an Earth Shatter available for Infected. If you can just pick out 1 or 2 members, land the Shatter, that should be the round sealed.
Tree just double hit Lucamino as he come through the door. They heard the one headshot, but then instantly followed it up with the next. 95%, there's the mines on the point. Okay, Team Liquid can buy their time a little bit. Just put Infected on this corner. They don't have to push onto the point by any stretch of the imagination. Remember, it's Dallas. They have to go. They have to be the aggressors in this situation. Kellan's going to try and go in again. Just being a bit of a disruption, but now they have to navigate around this wall. It's a Kitsune rush. Infected's going to charge, pin in. Lucamino dodges out the way, but he's still got a tidal blast to use. Infected still holding on. A shadow onto Kellan. It's a solo too. Sonjin manages to get the tidal blast and help CJ eliminate Zera. And in fact, they kill 2. Vegas also end up going down, but Team Liquid, they still got members alive to stall out this point as Lucamino also ends up falling.
Spawners are going to get back here. Infected wants to stay alive until the rest of his team gets back. Getting healed as well. It's going to be Dallas Fuel capping the point, and Team Liquid, they'll retreat. They'll think better of it and try to regroup instead. Okay, so Dallas Fuel now, with control of the objective and an overclock in hand, they now need to start landing these eliminations, tear down Team Liquid's composition before they can get on towards the point.
It's a decent slam, and with 3 ults, you're thinking Dallas are going to win this quite easily.
Oh, no.
But Sonjin's dead again to Kibis. That's got to be a Hindenade there coming through from the cast, surely, with that assist on the feed. All right, Chronic's going to try and right these wrongs now with an overclock. He's going to take high ground away from the Team Liquid, but they're not really giving him an angle where he can shoot. He's just shooting into the shield right now. Not even a knock-up from Kellan is going to help him, and Lucamino gets fire strike from across the map. Another missed pulse bomb there from Sonjin, has to hit the recall. A silver bullet on the back line as they barrel forward with this overhealth. Vega's barrier is just going to make sure that Dallas Fuel can't go for a re-engage. Infected, though, goes down. Sonjin hits the respawn, manages to take him out, and CJ is also going to kill Vega. So, Team Liquid on their last limb on this point, but they still have 99, and they flipped too, so Dallas weren't getting any cap.
Yeah, Team Liquid really pushed towards the edge there. Dallas Fuel as well. Losing that objective, they're at least going to get another fight here. Kellan's got the mines, and the mines are so effective against composition like Team Liquid's. Let's see, Team Liquid want to set up their point here with their Kitsune rush, but a well-timed minefield here, that could be enough to get the frags necessary and win out this round.
Oh, Sonjin again. He's diced him with death every single time he actually jumps on the back line. There's a rush, there's a high noon. They have the teleport obviously as well to help Zera, or help Tree get in place. Good pin onto Kellan, still rather healthy though, but the high noon is going to chunk him down so much. It's a perfect kill onto Kellan. A silver bullet and a body shot cross map. Chronic in trouble. Tree takes an off angle. There is a tidal blast on Sonjin, but every single member of Team Liquid dodged out the way. Now Kibis is dealing with the Tracer too. When with Chronic dead, who's here to touch? Looks like it's just going to be Kellan for the time being, but another kill for Infect as he slams Lucamino into the wall. Now they just have to buy their time again as Dallas Fuel struggle to get a retouch. A bash from Infected too as he tries to pin down this Tracer. A shatter in his back pocket for the final few members of the Fuel that need to touch, but he doesn't even need it. Hits it down, a victory cry from Infected as they claim the first round.
And at the end of the day, it came down to the pin from Infected onto Kellan. That combined with the Deadeye from the Cassidy, that was enough for Team Liquid to get rid of the tank player from Dallas Fuel. Makes it so much easier to have a control of that objective and close down the round. These shots from 3. That's clean.
Look at this. Look at that Tidal Blast too. Gets negative value. Oh, a Tree lands another nice double shot.
Dallas feel a little quiet here. I mean, they've been talking about their approach. They fully recognize they like to lean on their individual skill, their ability to pick apart these kind of Reinhardt compositions, but it's been pretty quiet so far. We haven't really seen Sunjun, Chronic stand out in the kill feed so far. Team Liquid, good job playing around this teleporter, playing around this Rhine shield, and just playing the objective.
I mean, Sonjun, if you want to rely on individuals, he's been so good throughout the entirety of the stage, but what's that, 3 times? He's been picked off early by Kivus and the rest of the Team Liquid. A very early kill on Lucamino, and well, Sonjun's in the back again, playing a little bit more tentative this time. It's just these rotations from Liquid, they're just clean. Dallas Fuel's comp, they want to split up. They want to play angles, they want to have Kellan go in and be the distraction before they end up picking up everybody else. CJ also falls, I mean, man, Dallas Fuel not logged in.
I mean, Team Liquid, the way they're moving around the map right now with Vegas speed boost, with the teleporter, and just positioning Tree to make sure you can land those headshots to begin with onto Dallas Fuel. Team Liquid playing some beautiful Overwatch now, and Dallas Fuel, they just can't keep up.
All right, so far, look at Tree's ult charge too. 85% on the high noon. Sonjun again is going to have a tough go of it, trying to get into the back, booped away. Oh, Vega! Wow, caught a stray kunai, re-engaged from Sonjun after he hit a recall. That kill on Vega was kind of ridiculous. I wonder how many players actually from the Fuel ended up shooting him at the same time, because not expecting to die that quickly on the Lucio, being so far away from everybody.
I wonder if Lucamino hit a couple of primary fires with the Wu Yang onto Team Liquid that caused them to drop so low, and then you combine that with the slam from Kellan and Sunjun diving in, of course. That is the kind of the damage you need to shut down some of these support players for Team Liquid. But it feels like when Lucamino has been trying to set up so far, Team Liquid has been quick to punish him. You see here, Dallas Fuel now control the objective. Kellan, quite a bit of poke damage here. It's going to be alright.
Almost gets charged as well. They don't get quite close to the shadow. He's not going to be as big of a threat as he wants to be right now, but Tree definitely is. Doesn't need an ult to do damage like that. Sonjun already dead. Mine's on the point. They're cleared so quickly. Even outside of this rush, Tidal Blast now onto Kellan too. The knockdown, oh, it's good onto Tree. The knockdown damage combined with him just rolling through him, and it's an insta-kill onto the Cassidy. But now they have to deal with this wall. Navigating this is going to be tough for Kellan, and yeah, decides against staying around on the point for now. Sojourn with the OC from high ground. Chronic's already got Zera. Is going to look for the second. A fadeaway shot to Kivus. And they continue to control point.
And this has been a very different second round. We're finally seeing some of these star players for Dallas Fuel pop off. Chronic that time with 2. Previous fight, saw a couple of frags from Sunjun and Lucamino together. So now Team Liquid, they're facing...
I honestly think this comp is, oh, you stuck him.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Kivus has already used it. Zera ends up going down as a solo pick. Team Liquid are in a spot, though, that they can win this fight. They're on the point, high noon as well. Oh, and the body block is just unreal. They managed to kill Kellan. Thanks to that slam, Deadeye combo, and then him blocking everybody from trying to save him. But Tree, he paid for his dirty deeds with CJ hitting a kunai across the map. A good wave, but Zera and Kivus still come up with kills, but now Lucamino...
Oh, they're still gonna own him.
Taking the game over in his own right. Zera on the Tracer, a mean force to be reckoned with as he's put himself on the point, stalling more time for Team Liquid's percent bank.
I don't know if you can even let them get this.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall out for Kivus and Vega to get back. The support players not here for Team Liquid right now. But as long as they have the control of this objective, that is going to buy them enough time here. Dallas Fuel taking a moment here to reset. This Tidal Blast onto Sunjun or Kellan. That could be the key for victory here.
Tidal Blast. He's in the back already, and he's going for enemy number one right now in Tree, but a good Suzu stops those knockdowns coming through, but Vega ends up going down anyway. A railgun shot.
Okay.
Slam from Kellen put Vega in a vulnerable position. It can be said for Chronic, though, and Sonjin, who are very low
Both
right
supports
now.
are down.
Kellen now tries to go onto the point, Johnny.
Oh, never mind. I thought both supports died.
It's a 3 versus 2 scenario right now. Lukemino going in for the dive, but Tree again finding these headshots. Ridiculous.
Good little roll there away from Tree, but still picked up by Sonjin. But Team Liquid have held on to this point so far.
Lukemino, last desperate attempt over on 3.
Alright, last fight. Let's see what they'll do.
Here, just to buy some time, but Team Liquid, they have the Kitsune Rush available to them. They should be able to close out this map.
Kitsune Rush and High Noon. Sonjin has to be able with his pulse bombs, and that starts right here, right now. Oh, the pulse is good onto Vega. Okay, an almost perfect pick. Infected extremely low too, gets the pin kill onto Kellen. Pops the shield back up, healed all the way. And now the Deadeye from Tree should be what does it. Sonjin now down, and who's that milling around the point? It's only Chronic, and 1% away from that overclock as well. Team Liquid and Arctic Peninsula taken into 2-own fashion.
The conviction to bring out the Rhino composition off the bat against Dallas Fuel, and it.
I do think that, like, the ball composition, yeah, you can, like, stall the point a lot, like, from being capped. But once that point's capped, like, you don't have any sustain to, like, stay on there for long. So you have to win the fight, then take the point. But then the other team could just come back and like, step on point. So that you have to, like, come back and see, like, what... Try and stall. I guess stall because you have point. But then once they get to, like, overtime, like, you can't leave that point. So, like, you kind of get stuck in a situation where you can't, like, sustain yourself with a ball comp. But like I said, this could easily be 3-0'd today from Team Liquid or Dallas Fuel. One of them could take this 3-0. Right now, it looks like Team Liquid's gonna do it, but it could. But we'll see what kind of comp we look at. But we know we're going to Dorado next. So they'll be able to play like Winston and stuff. But last time they played Team Liquid, their Winston Dorado did not look that good. So we'll see what we get from them instead.
No pauses.
Oh, okay.
No pauses.
Okay.
Please, we can go 12 maps, but please don't pause the game. Like, at some point, we're gonna run out of time here. And I'm sure the production crew as well, you know, they're gonna have to stay on till midnight, then we need to get some catering going. All right, it's going to be Dorado here for Dallas Fuel. Most predictable map of all time, has to say. This is when their go-to map, even though they've looked a little shaky here on it. Team Liquid beat them out on it the other day.
But you just have to go to this map, though, is the thing. If you're going to lose control, you're going to this map, because if Team Liquid lost there, they're going to Circuit. So you're forced into this if you're the Fuel. Cap ban for the Fuel, no Cap Bastion. Most annoying thing for those kind of comps to deal with that they like to run is that Cap Bastion, because there's less people to dive on if you're Kellen, if you're the, Tracer or whoever.
And last time, Team Liquid, the Winston ban. All right, that just put a stop to what I was about to say here. You don't really see the Winston ban come out. It's the Dallas Fuel, it's Kellen. It's Kellen. You gotta respect Kellen.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, we'll kind of see what they have planned here, because Team Liquid.
Because this is the exact map. The Winston is exactly why they come to this map.
Like that's been part of the success for Team Liquid recently. It's just, yeah, we're just gonna let Tree go crazy on the Cassidy, and so, you can play the wrecking ball, but no jetpack cat. I think Team Liquid are still going to be quite comfortable, just like playing their own style going into this map. Now, Team Liquid, they looked really good the other day, also playing the Cassidy and the jetpack cat. And that was obviously something that really helped them to take down Dallas Fuel. And so getting rid of that composition entirely, maybe that will give a leg up to Dallas Fuel here as they look to get vengeance on Team Liquid and Dorado.
But Kellen has a really good Sigma, and I like his Sigma a lot. Hopefully he brings that up. Because this could really be a Kellen Sigma.
Alright, let's load it in.
And they could actually take this map too.
Infected, Sigma, dude, I'm saying, if infected with Wrecking Ball here, it might go quite crazy. All I'm saying is Wrecking Ball could be quite fun.
A Wrecking Ball out of nowhere?
I mean, look, it's a dive map.
On defense?
It's a dive map.
Alright, maybe second point, alright?
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
This makes more sense.
No, I...
Like Vega play the Mizuki too. Mizuki on this map is kind of nasty.
I don't like what they're saying right now. Ball? I know that they like to play as dive, but...
quite heavily. Really like this hero right now.
But the same thing, you have no sustain to stay on point.
What we saw in EMEA when they play the Mizukis, and they're just like, yeah, our entire team is protected by this barrier, and well, the only way to kill us is teleport in with a Deadeye, essentially.
Yeah. Feels like the only way around it. Alright, Sunjin's back on the old faithful. He's going back to Farah. Been playing a little bit of Echo too. This is a true projectile play.
No way, dude.
What? Okay, Vega just instantly dies.
Alright, well, that's a different start than the other day. This is gonna be safe coasting through the choke point here, Jaws. This is trouble.
Bit harder work for Sunjin now in this very open point against Tree. I shouldn't find it too hard to navigate. You can play a little bit of ground Farah, you know, why not?
Just get that damage in. Alright, Zero. Going for a bit of a pick here.
Oh, nice.
Okay, just trade for Tree, but that's a good pick. You take that trade if you're Team Liquid, only with one support now, the Dallas Fuel. Zero wondering where he's getting shot from. I think Sunjin just tickling him with some rockets at the moment.
There's a slight timing here, Jaws. Tree's going to try to get their way back here. They swap the Sojourn so they can slide and maybe get through a little bit faster. Dallas Fuel might want to push here.
Okay, getting Zero on the off angle. Ooh. Wow, the spam. Okay. Yeah, spam from Lucamino.
I really like Kellen's.
And then the hyperspheres from Kellen. Okay, well, Tree.
Kellen's Sigma.
Can't really get an angle on this battlefield right now. He's just trapped in this corner, getting peppered by Sunjin, who's playing on roof. Lucamino, though, I say that, and Tree gets an angle on Lucamino. So, you know, what do I know?
Kitsunura comes out here from CJ. It's going to be countered by Kibis.
Oh, Sunjin's right above Tree right now. He needs to hit this shot desperately. He has got 100 Belgar right now. Infected is going to just launch out this Flux. Rock misses though, goes wide, but Tree still picks up the kill on Sunjin at the back of the point.
It's going to take a moment here just to reset Dallas Fuel without Sunjin. Lucamino feels like a little bit too exposed in these fights, now playing the Wu Yang instead of the Alari. And theoretically, you should be able to sit back, get that poke damage in, but it feels like Lucamino's getting picked quite a bit here. Dallas Fuel, 4 ultimates coming up here. This is a great opportunity for them to get this first point captured.
Yeah, they've got Flux advantage, they've got Barrage as well, and they have Tidal Blast. So if Kellen does go pretty low, is there anybody else? There's the Barrage on Kibis. Oh, Zera has to get out with the spree, by the way. Sunjin's already got a couple. They're playing the orbital rate. Sunjin, easy lurk for Zera in the sky. I think that's about the fight done. Yeah, the Flux with the Barrage. Tidal Blast to save himself there. Lucamino popped that as soon as Zera found an avenue to get to him.
Those ultimates yielded fruit for Dallas Fuel. But I still think you saw a little something there with how much pressure Team Liquid put onto Lucamino, how many resources they were able to commit there just to get on top of this Dallas Fuel backliner. That just showcases how much they think this Wu Yang is trouble, and Lucamino, if left untouched here, like the damage is quite underrated.
Oh, nice little boop off this high ground. Kellen's going to have to retake the stairs. Just wait a moment, but it does give Infected and the rest of the Team Liquid to actually get up to high ground. Yeah. Okay, it's been sniffed out real quick. Wow, okay. Heads up, work there. Overclock on both sides. Oh, the Juno. Mincemeat, I think, for Chronic. It's just such an easy shot. You're playing in the window. You got no chance. No chance whatsoever. Oh. Wait, can they stagger this? Maybe not. She does a lot of damage. Okay, yeah, Chronic does get the kill.
It's a decent stagger still, though. You're going to force last fight here. CG's got the Kitsune rush up. There's a good opportunity for Dallas Fuel to get this second point as well. Team Liquid, desperate to get these ultimates going. They haven't quite had the objective control because they're not really playing around the objective. They need their damage players to start popping off here.
Yep, there's the early rush. Kivitz has got his though. He's 1% away. He's going to have his. Aces on the point. Nice Suzu timing too on Infected, who's close to this Flux. Now they're just waiting for Infected to get this online, and playing in the rush is going to be so easy. Sonjin in the back though, and he's landed a direct hit, but Kivitz turns his head. A little 180 from the Kiriko, helping out his own DPS to try and secure this. Infected used the Flux too to seal the deal. Dallas Fuel going to have to re-attack this one now.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Sunjin. Made a committed flank, but couldn't get the pick they were looking for, and instead Team Liquid hold on here. 3-0, very much capable of making these plays, finding the picks required if Kivitz and Vega can just focus on keeping Infected alive on the card for now. A lot of ultimates on the board here for Dallas Fuel once again. A minute 30 to get the second point.
But they've got a Flux Barrage. They got the same ult that they won first point with. Flux Barrage, Tidal Blast. Okay, hang on.
Infected?
Okay. Wait, Infected just walked through Church and then insta-kill CJ. Okay. Spree for Zera. I think the fight's already done though. Kellen's out of sorts too in bank. Out of position completely there. 60 seconds to go. Heroic plays for Infected to win that fight instantly.
Yeah, honestly, Dallas Fuel, obviously, they have to set up their positioning somewhat. Like, they need to get on top of this high ground, and ideally you want someone on the left side, someone on the right side. We can just get these multiple angles going. At the same time, you kind of have to escort in Sunjin there as well, because the Far are quite vulnerable here. So while Dallas Fuel are setting up, Team Liquid always poking and prodding, looking for these opportunities just to get some additional damage onto Dallas Fuel and maybe another pick.
Oh, give us this 1 HP, peeping that in the HUD. Surely it's just a simple fight here. Flux? He's gonna get dodged. Not entirely sure, but the orbital ray is gonna push them forward. Now Sonjin's still trying to find an off angle, playing with his team right now.
I think you're gonna brush here.
Tidal Blast as well to help him get in position even further, but he's gonna get shut down instantly. The peel, the back off from Team Liquid there, the retreat was just perfect.
I think that person took too long to barrage because it looked.
Now Kellen, the solo player in the front line, trying to hold this down for the Dallas Fuel. The Flux for Infected is going to end it all. Kellen goes down to the railgun. A nice little dodge there from Luke Camino, who rides the wave to the point, but he rides it to his demise. The Dallas Fuel just unable to crack the defense of Team Liquid.
Yeah, there's
I tried to.
kind of discrepancy between these compositions.
I think he went too far in because he was like he was floating like over them for a while, and then he finally like was like okay, went in and then popped the ult. So I'm like if you're gonna be that obvious about it, you're gonna probably get you're gonna die trying to ult.
Playmaking potential does that Farah have on second point? Can't really get too far in. You're very exposed, quite prone to getting picked off, and then Luke Camino as well. Can't really get into a good position to get that poke damage in. You have a couple of good engages with the Tidal Blast, but it feels like Dallas Fuel, they don't really have the composition right now to play to their fullest potential. It feels like they're struggling against what Team Liquid are bringing.
And that goes back
I don't think they're struggling. I like Kellen's
they're so used to playing with the Winston on this map. We're like, okay, we
Sigma.
can Farah, because the Winston is the one getting in there, getting on top of people, and just almost distracting people for the Farah to then chip down. Or the Farah chipping down, then the Winston executes. You can't do that with a Sigma, realistically. Like, okay, we can poke, and we can fight poke kills, but we can't follow up with anything. Our comp just isn't built like that.
Yeah, I think it's
you could always play the D.Va,
and I mean,
but
SG yesterday they decided, okay, well, we're gonna double down on the objective. We're just gonna play with the Mei instead and just bunker down on the front line, and that worked beautifully for them.
At first,
Better luck next time, Tree.
I didn't see the shield at first, and I thought I was just gonna headshot. I don't know what character it was, but I thought I was just gonna headshot them. That would have been really bad.
Aura heals here as well. Dallas Fuel now playing the Alori, now playing the Echo.
No way to lose? You don't think so? I like Kellen's. I know, like, people go like, "Oh yeah, his Winston's good," but I really like his Sigma.
Can't let kills go that way that easily. I'll go back to my point real quick. This is the only map they did well on, John. They got 3 points versus TL's 4. They didn't get any points on Ilios. They got no points on King's Row. Like,
it's definitely a Dallas Fuel here that is kind of struggling with their identity. They're struggling with the compositions and what suits their playstyle in a meta like them. This is not really what was their claim to fame. Like you said, it was a lot of.
I know they're trying to echo, which never worked last time. I really don't think it's this Sigma that's not working. I think it's the echo. I don't like the echo pick. They tried this. They tried this last time too, and it never worked.
not with how Team Liquid are playing, and not on this map without a Winston, without a tank that distracts in the front line. Kellen's gonna hold this one down on the point. Has got Flux. However, this rush is gonna be hard for them to really deal with. Infected oversteps though, past his own shield, falls over anyway. And now Kellen can pop this Flux with impunity. There's no rock to disrupt him, but still Team Liquid are surviving somehow. A nice little hint from the chains, but they need follow-up, they need kills, but Sonjin's dead again. The trade should be good enough, but the Sanctuary gets popped, and Zera can now light the backline on fire. He's already thrown a bike at Chronic's face, and again, Kellen on an island, alone on this point, as Team Liquid have reinforcements coming back.
Yeah, they literally have so much.
Captive Sun connects, finally, with somebody. Zera dies, but Dallas Fuel still not at full fighting strength.
Yeah, Team Liquid committed quite a lot there, actually. Thought they could go ahead and win the fight here. Flux, yeah, they dodged indeed. No one's captured by it, and so Team Liquid are investing a lot of resources, but not finding the ultimate value they need. Sunjun is going to utilize this duplicate. Doesn't seem like they'll get the Flux here in time, but yeah, Team Liquid, definitely a little risky. They're investing all those ultimates. You know, love to see it, but didn't work out that time. On large part because of Lukemino's captive zone.
Okay, Sonjin don't instantly die challenge. He hasn't got dupe anymore either. Oh, nice double up with Chronic. Got tree down so low there. Railgun, sticky bombs. And there's only a minute remaining here, so it's looking a little bit, I would say, dangerous for Team Liquid. They missed their Flux, so the Flux timing is going to be off as Kellen is nearing it. He's going to have it in this next fight, plus they've got a rush too.
Yeah,
I honestly think if Team Liquid don't like survive this next ult rush, I think Dallas Fuel just win this map.
With 30 seconds to go yet again.
Tree's been very reliable though, opening fights up. He's got overclock, they've got a spree. Now they've got their own rush. 20 seconds to go, a wide swing. In fact, from Tree to try and get a pick. But there's both rushes almost activated at the same time. Spree from Zera. In fact, Tree's going to pop it out as well. Kellen with the Flux, but he whiffs. Kellen whiffs the Flux. He gets rocked too by infected.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's just whiffing everything today.
You need Kellen to hit those.
That was what they needed indeed. Dallas Fuel playing with this Ilori still, like you're a little bit on the back foot. You trade Kitsune rushes Team Liquid, they can push forward with Vega, utilizing all this aura healing from the Mizuki, and you know, obviously had a Sanctuary to go as well if need be. So Team Liquid, they're feeling real comfortable, just pushing the front line, and Dallas Fuel sitting back, waiting for something to go with
there's
the
one death.
Going to get a nice pick here, so
there's another one.
Dallas Fuel to regain some of this positioning here from the defense, but they just gotta keep up this pressure, to keep finding picks.
Man, that's actually a good combo. Get rocked and then biked.
Well, they're gonna Sanctuary and they're gonna chain him. Flux is gonna connect as well, and they're hiding in their Sanctuary so they can't receive any damage. Team Liquid, what a turnaround. Initial good 2 kills there from the Dallas Fuel, Johnny, and they cannot translate that into a fight win.
Yeah, this is just Team Liquid. They're destroying right now on this composition. That Sanctuary is such a powerful ultimate. And well, we're gonna take a look at what Lukemino's got with this Captive Sun, but
Yeah, I would like them save the
over on the side of Team Liquid. Kellen's contesting for the high
Vega's
ground.
ult for the Captain's son,
Probably a bit, Sunjun.
or like at least like Kellen's ult, so you stay alive.
Duplicate here on towards the Sigma, maybe to try and build this
I
box.
don't like that they use it so
High ground. Dallas Fuel are still
like that.
chilling right now, though TL do have bank control. Lot of poke damage from Sonjin. You see all those sticky bombs connecting, those hit markers coming out, but a small rotation from TL, now trying to force Dallas Fuel into a bad spot.
This is kind of scary for Team Liquid. This is a very narrow choke point. They're going to think better of it and start rotating all the way around the defender's spawn here to get the defender's advantage.
Chains. Wow, Sonjin's... He's not going to get a flux, I don't think. He's so low already. Maybe a couple more hyperspace, a punch, a melee or something. He might just go down. 5 seconds to go. He's half HP. There's the free flux. Oh, the teleport out is just gorgeous from Vega, though. Sonjin gets nothing with that. Captive Sun is going to get thrown in by Lucamino, and he's on an off angle now. 20 seconds to go for Team Liquid to try and push this payload home.
And they can't quite get the objective control they were looking for here. Still a couple of members alive right now. 10 seconds to go. If you die here, that's terrible news. Infected going to swap over to the Wrecking Ball to get here in time. You do have a Sanctuary, you do have a Kitsune Rush. A lot of ultimates to drop here on the payload, but Dallas Fuel, they have all the positioning.
Zerazet, no spree either. It's a 4v5 on the point now. The rush is going to come in, the flux as well. Surely it's all over here. Dallas Fuel, surely. Infected, Flux doesn't even make it back down to the Sanctuary. The focus fire is just too good. Chronic and Tree exchanging OC kills, but at the end of the day, Dorado is Dallas Fuel's map.
What a back and forth here on Dorado. Neither side can get their attack going. Team Liquid missed opportunity here really to take a 2-0 lead in the series. It came down to that first point when they started investing ultimates. They couldn't get a proper team fight going. And then here on the second point, they went for the wraparound in the bank area. Wasted a lot of time doing so. They just couldn't get the positioning they were looking.
Yeah, I didn't like the echo in that comp, but I really do like Kellen. I know this is bad to say because Kellen really likes playing Winston, but I think I've really enjoyed watching his Sigma play more than I feel like they played their cards wrong. I honestly think that they let him play Winston. I really you get to play they get to play their comp, but I honestly think he looks stronger on Sigma. Like, I like when Kellen plays Sigma because it's a really good look for him. And Sigma is just really strong. Lucio? They had a Lucio? Wait, who had a Lucio? Because I thought the supports were Alari. What's the other one? Kiri and Kiri Music. Or Mizuki. Doesn't Team Liquid have Mizuki Kiri? Maybe it was the skin. Yeah, maybe. And then Dallas went Kiri Alari. So we're going to Neon Junction, which... Yeah, I gotta start getting ready for work in like 4 minutes. So I'm not even gonna be able to watch this, all of it, but I'll leave stream going until I'm all ready for work and have to leave. And then I'll have to end stream. I'll let stream go on so you can still watch it, and then I will. And then you'll have to go watch someone that is doing the no, this, like, I would keep stream going all the time if I could in stream from my phone when they started to raid someone, because I can't watch them. I can't watch another streamer without getting in trouble for copyright strikes. I don't want to get copyright strikes, so I'm not gonna. So I'm pretty much just. That's why I gotta end it before I go to work, which sucks, because I'd rather leave stream on, go to work, and then once the matches are over, just end stream. But I can't do that from work.
Only Ryan.
Yeah, but no Symmetra. You can't play the Ryan without the Symmetra. No. It is quite interesting though, if they wanted to make that like a frequent occurrence. It's just like, yeah, we play Ryan map 1. Then if the sim had been available here, like maybe you get to play Ryan sim again here on Neon Junction. But with the Symmetra out, I just don't think you can play the Reinhardt. But maybe I'll make a return later on in the series. You know, New Junk City. See it.
It's gonna pop its head in again.
Atlas even.
Oh, Atlas, that's a good shout actually. I mean, that was the map where Ryan. People were like, "Wait, Ryan is okay on this map. Hang on."
What do we think?
Kellan did it, by the way.
Cat Bastion, maybe?
The main man.
You could Ryan here just with the cat instead of the sim. I know you can't teleport everybody.
One of the Kiri plushies, the Zeta Kiri
But-
plushies in the back now.
Oh, you mounted.
Is that what they're gonna try and run with?
I put it up there, this morning. I was like, I want to redo my shelf and put. I need to. Zeta Division gave me this plushie. I want to put it up somewhere.
I will give props to you for that. And also like Zoe, like people, broadcast talent who like actually make their background nice. I just put up a shade and it just, I don't know what it is.
See, Kellan's going back on Sigma.
There's a shade,
I like it.
My room is just, I've got that one. Terrible. It's not a great background. So I respect the commitment from you and Zoe to just make things tidy and look nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Adds a little bit more personality, you know. I've got the have you got the Tracer one? Which one did you pick?
No, I got the Genji one.
The Genji one? Oh,
I wanted the Kiri one, but I got the Genji one. They ran out of Kiris. Everyone wanted the Kiri one.
Yeah, I might stolen that one. Sorry about
Still
that.
love you, Genji.
Alright, Tree Widow, nothing. He's gonna be infected on the Malga. No Ryan, sadly, but we are seeing the return of the
Okay.
Vendetta.
I gotta get ready for work, and I will be. I'll be back, and I'll see how this match is going.
Just like playing this Vendetta, thinking about who are you really jumping on for this one. Chunk down Sigma quite a bit here. Team Liquid diving in here with the cardiac overdrive. Dallas Fuel, they just looking to absorb some of this pressure for now. Look for the re-engage. They just want to keep buying time here for the damage players.
Woo. Yeah, and I think Vendetta with the Malga is just so strong. This Vendetta comp with the Xion is so nasty. You send Xion and Vendetta in, pop cardiac overdrive, and they're immortal. Infector's gonna go for another charge slam into the side. Actually picks up a kill onto Chronic of all people. And then not only that, the amount of healing Kivus and Vega do as well. You're not running the Lucio. You're not running the healer that, you know, it's like AoE healing. It's like a lot for Vega, a lot for Infected to kind of absorb. Dallas Fuel need Chronic to hit 2 taps. They need Sonjun to hit executions to get picks. Otherwise, it's just not happening.
Yeah, I like that point that the backline of Team Liquid are farming, because if Sonjun goes for the backline, it's just like, hey team, I'm gonna go issue the backliners now. They're like, hold on, we got like 3 people in the front line, they're cardiac overdriving, just running in with the Vendetta. Can you help us out here? And so it just becomes a lot of stuff to deal with in the front line. And meanwhile, like you say, Kivus and Vega, they start building these ultimates. See though, both Kitsune rushes available for either team now. And so Dallas Fuel, they at least be able to counter some of the ultimates coming out now.
Oh, Skynoon. Oh, Sarah's like, nope. He always gets deleted. Oh, and in fact, he's going to get chased down. Vega succumbs to the Skynoon. Tough to dodge, even on the very small streets of Neo Junction.
Whoa. Camino loves the cat. True cat player. All right, now that's a loaded question right there. Let's save that one for a different show.
Nothing wrong with cat players, man. All right, 4 support ults, 2 tank ults. Here we go. This cage from Kellen's going to be, cage from Infect is going to be rather nasty, especially if Terra's going to be in there too. Really early rush. Wow, Kivis got deleted there too. No rush jacks, however, the orbital ray is going to be decent for this heal, but Kellen with this burst damage from the flux ends Vega's life so fast. A good response from the Dallas Fuel as Kivis died basically off rip, used rush, and that was it. Didn't have anything else.
I mean, you gotta say, that was Team Liquid investing both support ultimates there, so the next ultimate cycle for them is going to be quite far away. Now you're essentially just looking to see if you can catch someone with the cage here. There's going to be another Skynoon available for Dallas Fuel. Always poses a big threat here, so Team Liquid risking here, losing a lot of time on second point.
Spree for Shree, but we've already mentioned how might be quite tough to get into the backline against the Cassidy. Plus, Sonjin also playing on this off angle, waiting for Tree to make an entrance. Both Trees available. In fact, Tree launches a bike in. Slowly but surely, now in fact he tries to make his move. Skynoon over the top. Chronic using the tree as well, but oh, the Sundering Blade from Sarah shuts him down completely.
What an awkward moment that was. Dallas Fuel, they sat back for so long. Infected goes in with the overrun. Zero drops the ultimate right onto Chronic. Dallas Fuel maybe hesitating a little bit too much in that one now, allowing Team Liquid to get back into this game, and that's great news. Kivis is going to start building this Kitsune Rush available to use on this payload as they look to get the cap.
Spamming my ult charging. It's close, I promise. 15% for Kivis, 20% for CJ. Catnap, who's on? Looks like it might be infected. Lucamino escapes with 5 HP. A nail-biting escape. And now the rush. Kivis, enough spam in that. And it's going to be CJ with a match again. This time Kivis dashing into cover before he gets instantly taken out once more. Zera chasing down Sonjin. An overhead slash, but Sonjin with the execute onto Zera. Eventually picking up that health pack as well to help sure he sustains through that 1v1. The rock connects to the corner too. A chase down perhaps as Kivis teleports to his dude. Chronic picks up a double. Minute and 40 seconds remaining. As Team Liquid are forced to reset, but they've got a Ray for this next fight.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel doing a great job surviving these dives coming in from Team Liquid by the moment. And I do want to say that I think the second point here, you should be able to get through this point relatively quickly here. The fact that Team Liquid lost so much time here on the second point, I think that's pretty bad news for the outlook of this map. It's Dallas Fuel, you got another Skynoon available, which they're so obviously oriented around. It's such a powerful ultimate combo here. But if they can get one of these going again, and then you can start leading on another couple of ultimates, the next fight going, Dallas Fuel with a real opportunity here to hold on second.
Yeah, they just can't have Chronic taken out instantly again. They're looking for it. Okay, there it is. Cassidy already taken airborne. They're waiting for Team Liquid to make a move. Skynoon, there it is. Gonna need someone to peek his little head out though. And oh, Infected just stays around way too long. And they use their Ray too. Team Liquid try and use Ray to push out. That is a disastrous use of the ult there from Vega.
It's real expensive for Liquid. But that's also just how you play Overwatch, you know? You want to drop these ultimates quite proactively. You want to make sure you always have a fighting chance in some of these ultimates. You can't just sit back and hold the ultimates forever here. So the orbital rate doesn't get any value for Team Liquid. Down to their final opportunities here in this one. Kind of need Sarah to catch someone here.
Infected super low, starting Ray from around the corner onto Sarah. The cancel though gets the cancel, but Lucamino just dives to his death. Spree kills both Sonjin and Tree.
He's out of it now, as Kellen is going to rip a flux, but Sonju's just staying alive in the midst of war. He was directly in the center of the fight. A cage is going to lock him down eventually. There is Infected gets the solo kill on him, but it's only the Mauga to try and stay alive and keep this point active. Eventually brought to his knees. There's only one player left to try and get another touch. It's Tree, but he is sentenced, going back to spawn. Only a single point on the board for Team Liquid. Dallas Fuel now going to make their run on their attack.
Talk about a sacrificial cat there from Lucamino, diving in right on top of Zero. And that's a trade you want. Tree no longer in the mix. It's going to favor Dallas Fuel in the long term. Take a look at the replay. I mean, Dallas Fuel, they're just all in on the Sky Noon. And why not? Like, it feels like it works every time. And then it makes it so much easier for every other kind of fight you're trying to win. If you just get value from a Deadeye, like, that's crazy.
I worry now for... I mean, Team Liquid, only a single point? That is rough on a hybrid too. You're almost, I don't know if you feel this way, Johnny, but you're almost expected to finish the map on most hybrids. It feels
I feel like on this map, like, you should at least be able to get to the choke point on third, and then maybe you can hold there yourself if the opponent comes in there with 2-3 minutes. Like, you're able to make a stand there. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend. But to not capture the second point, this is now a real great opportunity for Dallas Fuel to get ahead of this one on a map where I felt, you know, Team Liquid were favored. Playing this Malga style, having really powerful supports in the Kiriko and Juno, just not able to make it work, and instead it's with Dallas Fuel coming back real strong after taking an 0-3 loss to Team Liquid on Friday.
All right, well, Chronic back on to the Cassidy. Like you mentioned before, Johnny, if you're hearing the replay there, I apologize. We'll be back to live audio in a moment. Might be us. All good. Looks like we're back to live audio. There's the stomp from Infected. Good kill onto Chronic already.
All right, you just gotta start winning one fight at a time here. It's gonna be a long defense for Team Liquid if they want to get back into this series. And Dallas Fuel, so many opportunities here for them.
My word, look how low they are already. Lucamino's chasing them down, chases Zera all the way past the choke point. I mean, I will say, okay, underrated flanker, the cat. When there's low health players, dashing towards them, hitting them with the cat's crash, and then just going over the top of them.
Don't try it home. That's like encouraging aggressive Lucio behavior. It's like, yeah,
you can kill them.
if you speed boost in there and you start like hitting, you know, a couple of primary fires and a melee, like that's a lot of damage. It's like, okay, well, you know, if you're Lucamino and Cat, that's one thing. Don't start doing that in my rankings.
All right, a very quick cap for the Dallas Fuel. Vega just scouting out, making sure there's no one on the high ground. Sonjun on a small off angle. Audio in the left-hand side of the ear here, so notice there's someone around this corner. A bit too many people to stay up there, though. He ends up using the dash of the bike to try and get away. Now no CDs left, but the heals are going to come in anyway. Oh, here comes the spree for Sonjun. No, actually just gets completely denied. Wow, that was an ultimate time.
Definitely looking for it here. Kitsune is just waiting to be dropped. Chronix with this Deadeye. Here they go.
Oh, Sky. Oh, Kibis! Wait, he got the rush off, but was it actually enough? Catnap as well for Lucamino. Kellen is already pulled Flux, is now hunting for players around the point. And they've lost Infected. Infected so far behind in terms of ult charge. Dallas Fuel making good times as that pulse bomb. It's not it from Zera.
It's going to die quite late here as well. It'll be one final fight here with CJ having the Kitsune rush advantage. And that could be what's pivotal here in the outcome of this next fight. And Dallas Fuel going up 2-1 in this series. Tree has a spree. Can you find a little something here? Mid-fight maybe. Just wait for some of these resources to be drained from Dallas Fuel and then go.
They're going to go. They're just going to go.
Going immediately.
Yeah, Spree's going to get shut down though instantly by Chronic. Way too early. They're playing on the rush. Every member from the Dallas Fuel now pushing forward, and Infected's going to go down. And Team Liquid found out the back of a Wendy's, hunched over a dumpster. Like, that was just destruction from the Fuel. Johnny, that wasn't close. That was the Fuel leveling up in a massive way.
You gotta say the Cat Noon, or the Sky Noon, whatever you want to call it. It paid dividends for Dallas Fuel here, and Team Liquid, they just kind of look a little bit lost. Just weren't able to keep up. There's so much pressure on you to start winning some of these team fights when you don't have that tool available to yourself. If you're Dallas Fuel, I mean, if you can get a pick every time you get the Deadeye up, that's essentially like, 5-6 team fight wins over the course of a map, and that just makes it so much easier to win the other team fights that you need to be able to secure a map win like this. So Team Liquid focusing on this Vendetta look, the Xion Tracer look, just wasn't able to work out for them here.
Yeah, what do you think of this Vendetta? I mentioned at the very top that I really like the Vendetta Xion with the Mauga, but the Sky Noons, the success rate is so damn high, apart from this one. Apart from this one, where you get shut down by the Vendetta. It's not even played. But it's pretty damn good. It's a look that we've seen from the Dallas Fuel a ton. And you know what? Kellen's Sigma also looking really good. And against Infected, that's a hard ask, in all honesty. And in Infected 2, you can see why they put him in for this map, because they want him to play the Mauga and being able to switch off to the Sigma at kind of a moment's notice. They don't have attack in for that map. But the Dallas Fuel, they're on map point now. SSG is waiting in the finals for them. They haven't faced SSG in this bracket. So there's a very good opportunity that we see a Dallas Space Station finals again. That was the same thing we had in stage 1, where Dallas Fuel, they kind of sweep them. It was a 4-1, if you can remember.
Yeah, it's been quite a remarkable series so far. Dallas Fuel, the way they're up 2 maps in this series. Dorado, it felt like they were like, just getting about the edge very narrowly, just making things work by their individual play. And then on this one, just relying on the Sky Noon. And it makes you wonder, like, Team Liquid, do you want to try to mirror this now? Because I feel like they've also been so good on the Cat and the Cassidy in the past. And now this time around, they decide we don't really want to opt into it. They're going to pick Colosseo here in maybe a spot where you would have expected the Flashpoint to come out here. They're thinking maybe that if we win this series, we're going to go to map 5. We don't really care too much about the choice between New Junk City and Atlas. Like, essentially, they play roughly the same, but Colosseo, we much prefer that over a map like New Queen Street that maybe favors Dallas Fuel a little bit more here. So Team Liquid going for the Colosseo pick, try to get a couple of map wins here to get promoted to the Grand Final.
I think, at that point, you're like, what's our best map out of these 4? We're going to pick it. Guarantee our best chance of going to a map 5. It's going to be Dallas with the second ban. We'll wait for Team Liquid to see what they want to ban first.
They'll soon ban.
Do they sub in attack as well? I don't think there's not been a call that's come in. So we are going to see the same 5 for TL in the lineup.
Can't wait to see these compositions here, because this is an opportunity. If you want to play the Symmetra, it's always something that EMA, they're really confident doing. You can put a lot of pressure onto this bot rather. And then when you get towards the high ground, that's when it gets quite difficult. Like, how can you get up onto the opponent's high ground? And a Symmetra, I think, just makes life so much easier in that regard. So maybe Team Liquid can start building around that now, and the Symmetra ban has already been deployed by Dallas Fuel here. On the other side of things, like, how do you kind of protect against what Dallas Fuel might bring out here? If Dallas Fuel are going to keep playing the Sky Noon comp with the Cassidy and the Cat, and they want to try to get that going here on Colosseo as well, it might be a little bit tough. They're going to get rid of the Cat. They don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, all right. The Cat was going to get banned eventually for TL. Okay, this might be too crazy. I'm going to get it in real quick. Dallas Fuel ban Ryan, because Ryan Sim on this map. Hold on. Let me cook. Let them cook. Dallas Fuel, they could ban Ryan. Because what else are you looking to ban that you're scared that TL are going to play? You also play the Xion. And then Sonja could play like the Flyers too, like classic projectile player. You play the Cass, they play the Cass. Like, it doesn't... Okay, the hero pool for Infected and Kellen, yeah, it's a little different.
The Cass is not a bad shout, and it's going to come out. Yeah, because
all right.
the way Yeah, the way I'm kind of thinking about this is obviously you can't ban support, and so Team Liquid are pretty safe there. They have a couple of options. They might even play like Lucio Bap if they really want to focus down on the Symmetra brawl style. They can play the Lucio Bap if they need be. So even if they were able to ban support, like it's hard to get a pick going. The Cassidy, it's going to force Tree over to something like a Sojourn now. It's going to make it more difficult to get value out of a potential Symmetra brawl composition here, and so this I think the Cassidy ban is quite strong.
Hear me out. Legs. Soldier 76.
Okay, all right. No,
we getting too crazy?
No, yeah, you're getting too crazy.
Oh, okay.
You're getting too crazy.
I've seen Emre as well, to be fair.
All right, that didn't go too well though.
Yeah, it really did.
There was no inspiration to draw on there.
Dude, when Emre was released, a lot of broken. Not a little, a lot of broken. It was like a whole month of Emre. And I was like, wait, Cass is...
Okay, I am back for a little bit because I don't have to quite leave for work quite yet.
We'll see where Tree
But
decides to pivot. What you got for us? Hanzo? No, probably not. This makes more sense. Tracer, Shion.
And I mean, with no Cassidy on the battlefield, like Sunjun is going to have a way better time.
Oh, he's going to be free as a bird on the far right.
Yeah. It's such a potent
But I looked
ban.
at the game like a little bit of
pick and enables you to Sunjun to play a bit more freely. Who has
a little bit of comp that
pressure
they're
all these
playing, and I did
three
not
maps in the series.
like Team Liquid tried that same comp that I didn't like GK playing. I just looked at the history to look at it to see what they were playing on that map. But yeah, I don't like that comp.
Dallas Fuel rocking the Alari too. I love Alari on this map. Putting the pylon on the pillars like this, on the columns. Very tough for people to destroy. But a lot of free healing. Basically, you just turn into a little damage dealer. Hello, Tree.
Oh
get him.
my, no
Tree's
way.
1 HP. One shot? Not quite.
This setup is going to be real difficult for Team Liquid. You're going to take so much poke on the way in, and Tree, that time, first it's the Ilari, and then it's the Aura. Like, there's just so much damage coming your way. And at the end of the day, you kind of want to get going with the Cardiac Overdrive, the Mauga overrunning in there, but just getting there in the first place, it's going to drain so many resources from you with Dallas Fuel playing this composition. So I don't necessarily hate this from Dallas Fuel. I think they got a pretty clean look here. They'll make it pretty easy for them to try and poke down Team Liquid's composition here.
Yeah, flank com's got a flank.
I'm probably calling it now to be that Dallas will take this 3-1. I know that you said that last time on with they thought Team Liquid was gonna take it, but Dallas Field I think just has the better comp.
So the Sojourn pick here is going to allow you to play a bit slower here. You can build the railguns, then rely on those to get the picks. But for the most part, like Dallas Fuel composition, they're still better at that. You can see, in fact, they're overrunning back. Essentially going to let Dallas Fuel take all this space, and then maybe they can commit themselves with this new overrun here.
Overrun, slammed out. Oh
Just dead.
my, infected. Yeah, very dead. He barely got that stomp off Johnny before he got sent back to spawn.
Do you think this is it? Is this how Team Liquid want to go down? Is this the best they have to offer here against Dallas Fuel? This is now when you start to worry, you start to second guess yourself, because 2 minutes 30 in here, Team Liquid hasn't really got anything going, and if you lose a couple of more team fights here, it's just about over. You need to get something from these support ultimates to kind of stop Dallas Fuel here in their tracks.
Captive Sun. Okay, straight on top of the rush. I like it. Give us instant cleanse though with that Suzu. Vega's already down again. So they've already managed to find a pick. Sonjin eventually chased down by the Tracer, thanks to the Tracer having that high ground. Okay, a lot of ults thrown here by both teams. Even a pulse bomb, a throwaway ult at this point for Zera. Kellen and CJ still picking up a couple of kills though, so it's not a clean fight by any stretch of the imagination.
And Zera's gonna have to be a real star player here for Team Liquid. Relatively uncontested on this Tracer. Should quite freely be able to get these flank angles going, get into the backline, put pressure on Lukemino, Sunjun. they'll need to see more of that throughout this Coliseum if they want to claw back, get this lead, and stay alive in the series. Zero with another one.
That was got to have been a one clip. Oh, the disrespectful barrage. And he kills Zera too. You can't ask more from a barrage there. A double kill, and you basically reset bot Johnny. Infected goes for an overrun. A disengage required. A 3-player sound barrier for TL. Chronic goes down for Infected, who needs another chance.
I think you saved that sound barrier for something else. Like, why would you waste it on that?
And Team Liquid, they're just waiting now. They can go again with the overclock at any minute.
They're going to overclock, yeah, on this high ground. They've got a perfect off angle right now. It's going to get pooped off eventually. But you got to be careful, Sonjin. Half HP. Eventually gets topped all the way back up as Lucamino is fell.
And they have the cage fight as well. That's 2 players down for Dallas Fuel, and this is going to be a lot of push here for Team Liquid. Now the question is, can you buy Infected enough time here to actually get a good cage fight going as well? Infected takes a lot of poke damage, so it's going to be the disengage for now.
Yeah, Kellen is going to drop down. He's going to make sure that payload does not cross that golden beam. Nice shield too. A lot of heals coming in for Lucamino. Zera on the off angle, threatening a kill.
This map is so small that you get so many fights, and the
probably feel like they need at least.
And the cart does not get pushed a lot.
Get onto Dallas Fuel's high ground here. Zero, waiting in the wings here.
Nope, it's actually Tree that goes down. Railgun headshot from Chronic. It's so hard to get a one clip while that pylon's still active. Flux from Kellen connects with Infected, eventually gets stopped though. Now just playing around his own shield, hits the grass too to absorb all that damage, stopping the heal from the cardiac overdrive.
And Dallas Fuel, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief here. Being able to push this bot back is probably going to mean that Team Liquid are now forced to invest support ultimates on their side of the map to start dwindling some of this time back. Dallas Fuel, they have a lot of ultimates here as well. This is definitely a real winnable fight for them. If Lucamino or Chronic can conjure up some magic here,
oh, good headshot.
This could be a lot of push.
Captive Sun as well. Yes, Zera is running for the hills. You got to look behind you, Infected at some point. Captive Sun connects with Infected, but it is just the tank. Oh no, a backline player too. Eventually, Suzu, Dolph, but all those resources couldn't go into Tree to help him survive against Sonjin. A nice little outburst as well from Lucamino to create space between him and the Tracer. Checkpoint is the Dallas Fuels. Infected comes rushing back in. There's the sound barrier. 4 players from Team Liquid. Bathed in the green glow, but Dallas Fuel with a perfectly timed disengage. Get out of there.
Oh no, that is terrible news for Team Liquid. That was such a pivotal ultimate from Vega. But it was just too late, and then Lucamino gets a pick as well. Oh no, this is all falling apart now for Liquid.
Why did you go fight that?
Right now, Lucamino and Sonjin. They need to connect with kills. Zera needs to hit a pulse bomb. It is imperative. He gets the clip, the melee onto Chronic. But the rest of his team has fallen already, and Lucamino grabs the bot back and pushes it even further into the lead.
I mean, Zera's really trying to keep Team Liquid in this one. Gets a crucial couple of frags there. Infected's on the Wrecking Ball. Vegas on the Alari now. This is Team Liquid. They're throwing everything at the wall here. Sunjun, great position here. Look at this damage already coming out, and Zera does find another crucial pick. Zera's been on fire this map. Just hasn't been enough. Finally gets shut down.
Yeah, but here comes the barrage here from Sonjun. He's been baiting the team to shoot at him. Oh my goodness! What is that? What? Okay, Infected messes with the best there. Sonjun ends up using.
Well, I guess it's some way to take out the
Team Liquid. Can you find the answers now? Required
the
to
Pharaoh.
This map back. 3 minutes remaining. If you can win a fight with this overclock from Tree, you can get some of that magic. You advise giving yourself an opportunity in the next fight to maybe get a Kitsune Rush going, but that's asking a lot already against this Dallas Fuel team who's playing so well right now.
We're playing the ball now. Infected switches over to Wrecking Ball.
It's so funny. I could
recall, but can play around the safety of his own team. Gets the Suzu 2. Pulse around the corner. Did that connect? No, it didn't. The Flux definitely did, though. Tree dashes out the way, dodging that rock, but Kellen still connects the spheres with Kivis. He's going to survive, too. Disruptor shot sent
oh wow.
And Chronic saves Kellen's life. A railgun shot into the side of Zera's head just turns him to a smear on the pavement.
Yeah,
2 minutes in the time
Team Liquid just can't kill Kellen, and they need to. They need to be. They need to, but.
Once more, Lucamino's got another Captive Sun. CJ's got the Kitsune Rush here. They're set up on the bridge already. This retake from Team Liquid it's going to be brutal. You're bound to invest a lot of these ultimates, and then come even a fight when you're gonna have to have no ultimates on the opponent's side of the map. Look at me now. Looking for it.
Get him, son. Oh, and it's good too. He connected with the other Alari. That Suzu has to come in. Lukamino's already in there. A nice little stun. Well, the captive stun connects with Vega. And then a melee kill onto Kivis. Both supports down. Team Liquid trade for kills though. Chronic falls. A minute and a half remains as Team Liquid's supports just spawn in. But Dallas Fuel are inching closer to victory.
I would have liked Infected to be on Sigma and not this Wrecking Ball, but
that's big though. That means you don't have to invest in ultimate here from Team Liquid. 3 as a crucial opening.
Yeah, but only 60 seconds to go and no checkpoint. Every ult has to be stretched to its furthest limits at this point.
yeah, you're gonna have to go if
Oh,
that's a good
Sarah
start.
lands the stick. That's a really good start. And now, ideally, you don't use any ults. You bide your time. If you're Team Liquid, hopefully find another pick. Infected, looking at Callan right now. It's gonna
yeah,
end
but
up
you
all
have
in,
to go
and
through
the
the
captive stun thrown out from Vega to try and make this fight just end. Kellen's used grasp already, and a late rush from CJ. Sonjin kills Tree, sure, but is it actually enough? Team Liquid saved their own rush.
They save their own rush for now. Dallas Fuel just staying alive in this one. 10 seconds. It's going to be the last fight here. Kellen's only got the flux here for Dallas Fuel.
But the Flux can just be a fight winner, a game winner, a map winner. If it's a good connection onto Vega, onto Kivitz, and they can blow him up in the sky, it could be good. Lukamino sent really low. Threatening the kill from Vega there on the sideline. Shane goes wide. He's got a teleport to fall back on. He's exactly what he's going to do. The mine to disrupt. The Kellen Flux is just picture perfect though. Tree and Infected already dead. Kellen sent to the backline.
Yeah.
Falls. The bot not in control of Team Liquids. In fact, this entire game has not been in their control. The Dallas Fuel lose Kellen Shaw, but a 3-1 scoreline to end it out. Dallas Fuel get revenge. And they lock themselves with a place in the finals.
Dallas Fuel still showing they got it. They're taking a brutal loss against Team Liquid. The middles question their performance, question their compositions. They show here against Team Liquid in the lower bracket that they're coming back with a vengeance, and now in yet another.
man, both teams throw out that same comp, except for Team Liquids didn't have like a vendetta in it, I don't think. Like that, the Malga does not work against the Sigma. Sigma is just too powerful. You need to match the Sigma for Sigma. Because yeah, that thing right there, just you have no sustain because he's taking all your damage, and damages your health. So it's like why would you choose? Like, yeah, come out on that comp. I don't care about that, but like, you need to switch off like more when you know it's not gonna work. But yeah, I can't watch the last game. I have to go to work right now. So I hope you enjoyed the stream still. But I wish I could watch the last map, or not the last map, the last game. But I can't. But yeah, hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you. I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off because tomorrow's Monday. There won't be any games. And then I'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then if the games are still going, if the games go on Friday, I'll come back Friday and watch the games again because I'll be at work on Friday on daytime. I hope you have a good day / good night, depending on what time it is for you. Bye.